Yo, yo, yo. What is going on, y'all? Today might be the saddest day of our lives. Oh, they're giving a speech about FlyQuest versus Gen.G. Y'all think we gonna get our sheets taken today?
Quad, when you go up against Gen.G, you're not just battling a team. You're battling every doubt you've ever had, every setback you've ever faced. Saka will not survive until
Y'all think we get our sheets taken today?
Masu, the only
Good morning,
thing
good morning.
standing between us and victory is our own fear of failure. Masu, golden.
The obvious outcome is that we're cooked. But I got in my heart,
a matter of chance.
I got faith.
It's a choice. The choice to dig deeper, to push harder, to fight for every last second.
Masu picks up the kill and Busia flashes away. He survived.
Them being all calm while playing.
Begins, I want you to remember why you're here. You're not just playing for yourselves. You're playing for each other. For every fan that believes in you. So take that energy and unleash it on Gen.G. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, FlyQuest, we're gonna win. We're gonna beat Gen.G because we're better than Gen.G. FlyQuest is the best.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah. Good morning, Boomer. Hope you're having a good day today. Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful way to walk into the stream. Good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are. I hope you guys are having a beautiful day today. And we are about to get into the toughest, the roughest, the saddest matchup ever. We might be rocking in to a walking dead man. FlyQuest might be a walking dead man. But
lost to European players. I mean, it feels good, but I think we have a lot of responsibility.
we love FlyQuest. They're representing NA, and we hope that they put on a good show today. We hope it's not an absolute slaughter. We hope we don't look like Top Esports looked yesterday to T1. We do. We hope that's not what we're about to look like. We honestly hope we're about to look like who put up a good show against these Korean teams, because the Korean teams have been eaten. You know, I'll be happy if they take one win. I mean, FlyQuest almost beat HLE, so maybe we'll look like that again. But HLE got eliminated after looking pretty bad against BLG. So, like, the only consistent team has been Gen.G. So, oh, FlyQuest, you have no hope of winning, but I'll have some hope. Oh.
서로 엄청 해맑고 되게 시끄럽게 떠드는 친구였는데 워낙 초비 선수가 엄청 뛰어났기 때문에 계속 여러 가지 물어보고 계속 친하게 지낼 수 있었던 것 같아요.
코드는 되게 밝았던 싸움이라고 생각합니다. 그때의 초비를 회상한다면 아무래도 부족한 게 게임을 시야랑 판단력 같은 부분에서 특히 도와주었던 것 같아요.
Does it really have to be like this? Does it really have to be like this? Like, I feel like we're going to a funeral.
어느 정도 진지한 성격이 많이 생겼던 것 같아요. 2020년도에 제가 초비 선수와 함께 데뷔전을 치르게 됐었는데
This roster is really new and thrown together. There's definitely a lot to work on.
그때 당시 이겼어서 더
Ah,
재밌던 기억이 많이 남아 있고.
funeral bestie. But this is tough.
21년도에는 DRX 선수단이 대부분 바뀌고 되게 엄청 많이 졌었는데
Shobi, one of the most promising young rosters we've seen in recent years.
Yeah, Gen.G's funeral. Yeah.
Victory whatsoever.
Yeah.
This might be the last game Soka plays for a very long time.
Good morning, Joshi.
그런 부분에서 되게 심리적으로 크게 좀 많이 몰려온다는 느낌을 받았어가지고 그렇게 도란드 은퇴를 했던 것 같아요.
6 years later, I didn't think I'd make it to an event like this again. When I first started, I used Keen as a benchmark for how good of a player I was. And to this day, that's still true. So now, getting to play against him, if we can beat Gen.G,
These hype videos
I'll
are so
consider
good,
myself
dude.
elite once more.
제가 다시 이렇게 복귀를 하게 된 이유는 잘할 수 있다는 거를 증명하고 싶었어요. 증명하고 싶었고.
FlyQuest conquered their demons. Massive face seal over the wall coming out from Quad.
Come on, FlyQuest. You can do it. I think they can do it, guys. I think they can do it. I think they can do it.
보완했다기보다는 부족한 부분을 하나씩 채워 나갔다고 생각을 합니다.
I think we can do it, guys. I think we might be able to. I think we might be able to do it. I think today will be our day.
세계에서 가장 뛰어난 미드라이너라고 생각했지만
No hope for mid matchup? You don't think so? Quad used to be like a protege of Chovy.
너 말이 맞아.
He's a pretty good mid laner.
내가 얼마나 달라졌는지 보여줄게.
Yo, Saberflux, thank you so much for the raid, love. Ooh, chills. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Reagan. We are about to watch FlyQuest versus Gen.G. It may be a murder. It may be the saddest matchup you'll ever see. But all I know is that they're about to give it their all. They are. Oh, God. Guys, why do I have freaking chills?
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la Adidas Arena pour la conclusion de cette semaine de compétition.
This is the last quarterfinals game. This is the last slot of semifinals. Whoever wins this will move on to the next week in Paris and be one step closer, 1 week away from finals. One. Oh my gosh, yesterday, Polar, we rated all of the world songs, and I'll be posting that later today. No landfills. I mean, when FlyQuest wins. Go FlyQuest! Look at my little NANs. You got this, Quad. You got this. Aww. Masu! I wonder if Masu knew he would ever do something like this. I love this for him. He's a rookie. This is his first year of playing. And here he is at quarterfinals.
Maintenant, veuillez accueillir leurs adversaires, champions au titre du MSI, les maîtres de la LCK, Gen.G.
I need you to put down a little bit of hype on Gen.G. You ain't had that much hype for NA, bro. Come on, man. He ain't had that much hype when he was announcing FlyQuest, man. He ain't have all that. He ain't have all that, y'all. Yes, Yoshi, I did. Why is everyone fine? This is about to be a scary day, my boy. A scary day. I'm terrified. I'm terrified of the outcome. How many people are on a team outside of the starters? There's normally one substitute. So normally 6 people, but the substitute rarely plays. Let's go, FlyQuest. FlyQuest, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back
in
to Worlds
my little babies, please.
and the final day
I need
of
everyone looking like Carrier was looking yesterday, bro. I need everyone locked the frick in. Why are we smiling? This is a serious time. Not he smiled again. I need us to lock in. I need us to lock in. I don't need no laughing, no playing, no kiki, no cacaing on this stage. I need us serious. I want us looking at the screen like this. I don't even like, if y'all not logged in, I need y'all to be thinking about the login. Thinking about the login. How are you going to execute those key presses to make sure you get logged in immediately and in perfect time? You know what I'm saying? I need them to lock in. No, you gotta have some type of positivity, Shade.
FlyQuest
You gotta have some type of positivity.
They can go toe to toe if given the right formula, if given that opportunity. So
We got
I'm excited
this.
to see what they've prepared for us today.
We don't want humans, we want Terminators.
North America, my heart's
Manifest that input key quickly, okay?
Want to see them put the best possible shot they've got here against Gen.G.
We're already in chance select, y'all. We're moving too fast. We're moving too fast. I don't think I can keep up.
Standing before an absolute machine of a team.
Exactly.
Blanket on my lap. Okay, let's go. Let's
Because they've
go.
had so much time since they played. It has been over 2 weeks
Wake
since Gen.G played last at Worlds. They qualified for this stage back on the 5th. It is now the 20th here today. So they've had so much time to prep, to watch teams,
I really
to watch
do
twists, to watch
think that
quarters,
FlyQuest could take game 1. What's going on, Diazi? I think they could take game 1 just simply off the fact that they will underestimate FlyQuest.
Alongside the Oriana band. Meanwhile, FlyQuest,
So
they finally learned their lessons. They're paying their taxes. Aurora and Yone band out on the red side. Alongside that, Ezreal that has had some monumental performances so far this tournament. Gen.G, however, will lock in that Skarner. It has been very high priority,
dude, I have chills and nothing is happening.
We got to remember that Gen.G haven't shown a
Nothing is happening. And I'm literally do it. He's doing it just for the crowd. He's doing it just for the crowd. Guys, we're getting Seraphine! We're getting Seraphine! We're getting Seraphine! Ash Seraphine is so OP! Ash Seraphine is so OP! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, we're getting fed. We're getting rewarded for our belief in FlyQuest. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Y'all remember when we played that on stream? It's so busted. It's so broken. Seraphine Ash is literally top freaking tier.
All right, well, if we're talking about
oh my gosh, yes, yes, FlyQuest. This is what we have been waiting for, the cooking, the full course meal we are about to receive. We've been waiting. Oh, we've been waiting.
Massive power in the jungle as well, and Ahri has become a staple of the
We've
mid lane. You can see
waiting.
their 25 picks so far in the tournament with a
Let's
slightly
round out this
negative win
team.
rate, but piloted by Chovy, man.
Let's
If anybody
round
can make
out
it work,
this team.
I
I gotta
feel like
post
this
this
is
on
the man.
Twitter. You're gonna say, girlies, wake up. FlyQuest picked Seraphine.
All right,
that's pretty good.
Across 38 games.
That's
the man
pretty good.
is a monster on the champion. The Galio response going to come out from Quad. Oh, I say that. Bwipo is likely going to be the player. We've already seen it a few times using the top lane. Bwipo himself has used it as an answer into the Rumble. And so FlyQuest right now have good range. They've got good responses to the teamfight power that Gen.G have started to draft for themselves. Support band's going to be the direction that FlyQuest now go to limit the answers into the Seraphine. FlyQuest have to be thinking about the potential swap. So I imagine they're trying to make Gen.G's composition as weak as they can. Maybe either an Alistar or a Leona to follow alongside this round.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting if they do in fact double support ban, or if they are going to look towards some of the ADs to ban away.
Cameraman better keep it bought all game. I don't care. No, literally.
And Gen.G is leaning towards.
I think we're rooting for FlyQuest today. We got to root for NA.
With this Ashe.
Well, in regards to a dive comp, Gen.G is going to get rid of the Cassiopeia. FlyQuest has shown that they are one of the teams willing to pick this. She is very effective at
Wait, why are they getting rid of the Cassiopeia? Because Galio's on the board.
Aggressive movements compared to other mid laners. FlyQuest,
Galio would be mid, no?
Those engaged champions. The Rakan banned out alongside the
Isn't that a waste of a ban? Are they thinking that Bwipo is about to play Galio top?
Gen.G contemplating how they want to round out.
No, they think it's Galio top.
That respect thrown towards Inspired. You can already see the composition starting to build from FlyQuest, and they very much targeted Inspired. What direction is he now going to go?
And I just think this is really smart from Gen.G. You know, they have to think, and they should believe, that you will beat FlyQuest every time if it's a standard game.
But is my thought process is that in Bwipo's champ pool? Like, I guess Bwipo is a more of a tankier player, so I guess it's possible that he would play Galio top, but I don't.
Likely to get the Kalista, which has been so effective.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Jinx, Seraphine, Ashe in the same game. Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. How am I not supposed to root for Jinx? How am I supposed to root for Jinx to die? Oh my gosh, this is the rough. This is so hard. Why are they doing this to me? Please don't pick something like Melio. I will literally not be alive. Please do not pick Melio. Please don't pick Thresh.
I do think makes a lot of sense, and I agree, Vetty. You know, especially if they're just going to go Jinx Leona, you're looking for a swap. Very likely you're going to try to avoid this Ashe Seraphine, which would be such a problematic duo to deal with.
I'm literally.
And I also feel like if you're looking at FlyQuest, you're looking at a team who has not had strong early games so far, so you're probably not as worried about allowing that Jinx the time to scale up and really become a powerhouse. As we're still waiting
Seraphine mid
to see the last pick here for FlyQuest.
Is it Seraphine mid?
Seraphine mid. That's the question. Because this obviously is a champion that you can flex around, and it is.
It's Seraphine mid.
For Quad, so they keep the option open here with the Seraphine. My immediate expectation was definitely that it was going to boost you. That they're playing for
I did too. I think team fights will be huge then.
I think it's such a smart adaptation because Gen.G, you know, going with the Leona, going with the Jinx, they could just lane swap and avoid that dominant.
Yeah, they wasted bans. The Seraphine was for Quad all alone, but they also could have fully flexed it.
Into mid and avoid that problem altogether.
I would say that Gen.G's composition, very tried and true to Gen.G. This is something that we've already seen a bunch of the priority on the Rumble.
I can't take this.
Side lane on and has agency.
Oh my gosh. I think Sarah's going to serve just because Quad is playing it.
Which just kind of covers all of their bases, and it's a well-rounded comp.
FlyQuest,
though, coming in with a bit of their
we are sending you our energy.
The last time we actually saw Seraphine,
we are giving you all of our positive vibes.
So it has been quite a
We're
while,
giving you
really since this champion was
all of our skill, which is collectively probably about the rank of Emerald 4. And we are sending you our hope and our love. Please take this game off of Gen.G.
We're jumping into our first
Should we Spirit Fingers? Let's go ahead and send the spirits
and all the pressure is
of the
on
fingers
to try and upset the apple cart as the Titans of Gen.G enter the arena.
And Bettius, if you're talking about the
COD only has 6 Sarah games. Oh lord, this setup. Maybe it's like only. Maybe it's like only off of the world's account.
In Seraphine that can enable a carry. You've got an Alistar that can peel for a carry, and that carry's name is Masu. He's been how FlyQuest are winning games. He's had an incredible trajectory from amateur to academy to pro play.
You think FlyQuest will qualify? All I can do is pray in hope.
And many other people would consider the best team in the world.
I mean, this is such a great opportunity for FlyQuest to try to make something special happen here. You know, Masu has been incredible, and his trajectory has been pretty amazing to see. You know, you said it, amateur into academy last year, won most valuable prospect, the MVP award in the NACL.
Yes,
this year comes in the LCS. He's rookie of the year.
Yes.
He goes to MSI. He goes to Worlds. He wins Summer Split. You can't really do more than that. You can't ask for more than that. And Bwipo here is going to get his award cleared out, so Keen will have that little bit of an experience advantage.
All right, Bwipo not getting jumped on there. And a reminder, before the action kicks off, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. As FlyQuest might be looking to earn themselves
Which Ari skin is that? That is the Faker skin. I don't think it's signature Faker though.
GEN.G is already set.
I wonder if FlyQuest was expecting the lane swap to come through, or if their plan is to initiate the lane swap themselves.
Yo, Candy and GEN.G, thank you guys so much for the 5 stream streak and the 3 stream streak.
Try and find a punish on
Appreciate y'all for being here.
They're not going to find it.
No, they're actually playing around vision so intelligently. They're going to start topside, and there's no vision on this from GEN.G. Now Canyon's going to get the news here, and Bwipo's going to try to push him off while we have their jungler actually trying to take the blue buff. Canyon, though, should be able to finish this and then just move across.
Yeah.
Bwipo got 1 CS from that. He did get the 1 little wolf, so a little bit of disruption there.
Okay.
But
I like the aggressiveness, if I'm honest with you. I like the aggressiveness.
To show how they want to
I like it. I like it a lot.
To quickly get to that level 2. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Bwipo is going to join his AD carry. So this is a very traditional approach to the lane swap, making sure that Bwipo can get that level 2, ready for the TP bot, with the idea being that Busio getting level 2 as well.
You're going with GEN.G,
and then cover for a potential dive.
We gotta root for an A.
The pings are coming through. Busio begins his
I'm saying Zerbit. I've asked for that.
Even though
I've asked for it.
Was missing a little bit of CS, he's moving forward to deny experience.
Holy moly, Markella, thank you so much for the 35 stream streak.
Before the wave would crash, to be able to threaten a potential dive. But of course, as you say, Vedi, Busio is moving down towards bot, and Bwipo could look to join if they feel that they can hold at the tower.
Now, Bwipo wants to stay top for as long as possible to get as much XP as possible, because the closer he is to 3, once he TP's in, that means that the fewer minions need to dive in to take over, and he'll be able to get that level up. Keen still being starved of a lot of farm. He wants to go and catch that top wave, and the TP has now been committed bot lane. Bwipo gonna tick over to level 3. Skarner's not in a position to dive, and this is a thing where I think FlyQuest are able to catch GEN.G off guard, because typically Canyon would do a full clear on the bot side, move into the enemy side jungle, and then set up for the dive on the bot side of the map, with potentially Keen there joining in the exchange. However, Canyon gets interrupted on his wolves. That's where he started, which means that the whole invade onto the bot side is delayed, meaning that Bwipo can now move to his bot side of the map completely uncontested and secure that whole way.
And I agree completely, and so much of that advantage was gained by the vision play, right? By the avoidance of those GEN.G wards.
Good
by the
vision
fact that
setup,
FlyQuest was stacked in the brush, they see where the ward is, they wrap around into the enemy blue. It's just a really smart early game play, and it has netted them a 300 gold advantage, 200 gold now, but it's not massive, it is significant.
Point is, though, I think that
I'm loving this game so far.
In my opinion, FlyQuest haven't had the best early games so far in the tournament. It's an area where they've been punished a lot, especially in the series versus HLE. It was an area of massive problems for them.
We're doing safe backs.
They always came back in the mid to
We're
late
very
game
clean right now. We're very clean. I want to keep this up.
You've seen these opportunities, the way in which they've been able to do that. And FlyQuest are kind of avoiding
out of all of the Jinx skins, though, see, that's what I'm saying.
In terms of how they've executed the lane swap, alleviates a bit of that burden, and quite frankly, I do like the scaling of their composition. The amount of protection and peel.
But I do like that skin's dance.
But I had a question of, well,
that skin's dance feels really good.
Throw the other question of, can they get through a Galio and a Seraphine and an Alistar ultimate?
But like, she has so many other like good skins.
Part of the hope is that if you're diving in on
imagine we get a Seraphine world skin. I really do think he would pick Cass though. I really do. I think he would pick Cassiopeia. Yo, why is Bwipo's
they try to bypass him and attack these carries?
Camera's shaking.
We'll have to see as the wave has been stacked, and it is Bwipo here being covered by Inspired.
Okay,
Canyon's coming as well.
All right, this is the 4-man dive bot lane.
They're gonna call off the dive.
All right, he's good.
FlyQuest avoided.
Crucially, though, while Bwipo is completely fine here, they've also already got their bot lane on the top side of the map with Grub spawning in a minute's time. Normally it's on this wave that you would consider pushing out and then basing, ready for the swap. So anticipate that as the TP comes through from Keen, means that he's not going to be sticking around on the bot side of the map. And experience is the biggest thing here. Even after catching this wave, Bwipo is still going to have about a half a level XP lead over that of Keen.
Matsu is level 5 with the solo XP. I'm loving it.
Look towards those grubs, but for now it looks like he's just going to continue the push here. And I think FlyQuest, even if they have to give up the grubs, they're going to be pretty happy about how this early game has gone. They've created a nice little advantage in jungle as well as top. Mid and bot, all very, very even. There hasn't really been any
well,
disruption to the
Gen.G
plan.
wins Worlds. Maybe you'll get a Jinx skin now, back to back.
Understanding their
Jinx
comps, understanding
World
their strengths of
skin,
comps,
back to
and how
back. I would
play towards those win
love.
conditions. If they
I
feel
would
that
love
they
that.
outscale you, they're not going to fight you early. They're just going to sit back and
Inspired out farming Canyon,
to try
yeah.
to really wait for their moment.
And I guess the question now that I'm wondering then is when will that moment be? With the grub spawning here in a couple of seconds, it could just be that handshake trade on neutral objectives early that we see a lot of the times. FlyQuest could opt to go for the Drake, but it does look like they're at least putting a couple bodies in the area. Gen.G first to the grub pit. Canyon will smite grub number 1 to at least guarantee that Gen.G will get that one, but now Inspired making his way over, and it looks like FlyQuest will maintain control over the topside river. Gen.G are happy to just take the single grub and back away, so FlyQuest will come out on top in this one.
Now to viewers, it may seem confusing as to why Gen.G just backing off of that. They were first in the objective.
Got the Void
they
grubs.
had Keen pushing in the top lane.
You getting the $250 Jinx skin? I don't know, Bestie. I don't know if I can justify all that.
So in the isolated 4v4, there
what
are
does
ways
the
in which
Voids
FlyQuest
give?
can
Just
actually win
gold?
out on that
They
skirmish,
do give you
especially
gold,
with a
but they also give you a buff that allows you to do more damage to structures. So the more you get, the more damage to structures you do. Once you hit 4 Void grubs, you spawn a Void Might, which acts like a little minion in tanks, hits, and does damage to the turrets. Once you hit 6 Void Mites, you will spawn 2 Void Mites.
You can see how the FlyQuest composition is supposed to work. You absorb the engage, you stifle the engage, and then you turn around the fight. But Gen.G is so hard to do that again.
You don't
if
think
they find that picture-perfect engage,
Gen.G not even getting out of semifinals? They're not winning Worlds? Oh, you don't think they're gonna win today?
You have all these pieces that are there
Isn't
to
it
protect
every
something
3
that
equals
no
1 Void Might?
exists, and the
No,
whole
it is
thing falls
4
apart.
spawns
And it
1,
feels like it'll fall apart
and
that
then
much swifter
6
with Jinx
spawns
in the game. If one of these dominoes on FlyQuest falls over, you trust Pays to have the mechanics, to have the hands, to immediately pilot that into multiple kills, into enough damage to FlyQuest to take objectives afterwards. I feel like
versus
with the game
Gen.G,
going this
dude.
slowly early on here, still 0 kills for either side, 8 minutes into the game,
That'd
not
be
even
a
a fight over
scary
that first set of
matchup.
grubs. Once we do get a fight, that first fight is going to determine a lot about the pacing from there.
One of the things I wanted to track of coming into this game that I discussed with you both is how does FlyQuest manage the early game? And 8 minutes in, they've done a great job. Gen.G was a team that I anticipated would come in right at the gate
We have a 600 gold lead.
I mean,
on to game 2.
I really did think that Gen.G would just dominate here in the early game, but so far it's been a very slow early game. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean a huge deal for either side. Right now, they're both in a very comfortable spot. FlyQuest have brought their bot lane down, and because of that Ashe, they have Cryo. Along with the Xin Zhao, FlyQuest are wisely leveraging the strength they do have with their AD carry and jungle to play for these early objectives. And that's what you love to see. That's what you want to be seeing from this FlyQuest, playing with confidence, playing with the nameplates off, and treating Gen.G like any other team.
Pays really is pulling in the Jinx snipes.
As the Hens only just hit level 5 on the Leona. So if we do have a fight sometime soon, if the supports are involved, will be a definitive advantage there for FlyQuest.
I see you trying to pull
if they can make sure they got the right guys
over there.
And it is really interesting, you know, because coming into yesterday's
really trying to make me root for
I was
him,
really
bro.
expecting it to be an absolute
He
brawl,
really
you know,
trying to make
non-stop
me
fighting. I was thinking the pace was going to be very, very
root for
high.
him.
And this is kind of becoming similar to what that actually ended up being, which is, in reality, a very slow game that raises the importance of that first team fight more and more and more. The longer you get into the game without there being that major team fight, the bigger the rewards are for when you finally win it. If you haven't fought and it's 20+ minutes into the game and you get aced, all of a sudden you lose Baron off the first team fight and the game's just over. So it puts so much pressure on players to really nail it in that moment. If you're skirmishing back and forth nonstop the whole game, you mess up once here, once there, you can maybe make up for that later on. But if your first fight isn't going to be till 3rd Dragon, sometimes you only get one shot.
Ultimately, like, again, a good move from FlyQuest. Masu moves up towards the top side of the map, ready for that second grubs contest. No first items have been completed yet. Gen.G, though, in position to try and contest.
Let's go, FlyQuest.
Talked about earlier, Flowers. Still
Let's go, FlyQuest.
This should be a big warning signal. He's going to move over to mid to try and catch this wave.
Yes, crowd. Give them your energy.
Get that level up. As Chovy takes a bit of a trade against Whippo.
And you can hear the Paris crowd here. You know,
Is FlyQuest the top one LCS team? That is correct.
Behind this final Western team here.
I mean, you
Obviously,
gotta
a couple European players.
Former Fnatic player.
10 minutes no kills is crazy discipline. No, like I'd be itching.
There's still a lot of,
I'm itching and I'm not even playing.
Topside. Yeah. North America claims the rest.
For sure, for sure. And
I don't know when the first team fight is going to break out, but that's when I get really scared.
Just trading for the healing. I've forgotten the words of them now.
Honey fruits.
That's what I'm looking for.
I got you.
They're juicy fruit.
Here we go.
Okay, FlyQuest are first into the pit, but Gen.G is ready to respond. Keen over the wall, ready to drop the equalizer if need be.
TP mids.
Canyon ready to start taking aggro here a little bit
Here
as
it
the
is.
equalizer comes down. Inspired, already gonna lose half HP. Chovy jumps
Okay,
in.
he missed his charm. First blood onto Inspired. Huge Seraphine ulti, and all of Gen.G is starting to fall. Next up is Lehens. Let's freaking go. That's 3 kills on the FlyQuest, and we're gonna get the rest of the freaking Void Grubs. They're doing it. They're doing it.
They get the 4th Grubs.
Oh my gosh. A legendary Seraphine ulti. I don't understand why they don't use this champion more. She's so beyond present in team fights. So beyond present in team fights. And then paired with this Ashe, every auto is basically a root.
The Ashe arrow will connect.
Oh my
Lucio with the
gosh.
initial knockup, the chain CC to follow.
Oh my
and the damage
gosh.
from Inspired is Bwipo.
Look at that, bro. Look at that, bro. It almost hit Jinx. Not gonna cap to you. Not gonna cap to you. It almost hit Jinx.
And that is 4 grubs for FlyQuest.
Just look at this. I mean, Bwipo arrives, taunts 2 people, and just walks straight mid to push in the wave because he knew the team fight had already been won. And look at the FlyQuest staff there. They are popping off.
FlyQuest passed the hands check.
Yo,
Chovy jumps in.
I'm gonna cry if they win, bro.
Sidestepping away from the charm. The
The
rest
number
of the team
1
immediately ready
LCS team is really putting up a fight right now. Straight takes game where you at? No, literally.
It's exciting for me
The
to see
coach
Busio
locked
step up
in,
that
bro.
moment,
The
land
coach is
flash
locked
combo
in.
onto
The coach is
Chovy,
locked in.
Because the story about Busio for so long in spring finals and
Truly,
going into
recovery.
MSI was,
Truly.
yes, he's good, but in the big moments, he falters.
The coach heard you and locked
He's not gonna be able to
the
play the
freak
way that you
in.
expect
Truly.
him to. And coming into the summer
He
finals,
said, let me
that
make
was
sure
kind of
my
the
button
story as
presses
well, but he was able to move
are
past that
right.
to
My
showcase that
key
he can
inputs
play well on
are
those
correct.
big stages. He wins there. He's been performing solid here at Worlds
Charlie,
as well.
thank you so much
And
for
so
the
far
follow.
in
Hope
game
you're having a
number
good day
1,
today.
He steps up in a big moment for them at the Grubs.
What I love about how FlyQuest are playing is, as I mentioned earlier, they're playing with the nameplates off, right? They're not showcasing this sense of respect. They just do. I mean, they are obviously, right?
Not too much respect.
Yeah,
It's just an Ari.
Exactly. What I mean by that is that they're playing to the strengths of their composition. Every decision that they've made makes sense. They know that Xin Zhao is stronger than that of the Skarner in the early game. They know they win the early skirmishes, and with an Ashe to help support that, they've moved the Ashe around to gain early control over the Grubs and the Dragon. An ulti will come through in a bit.
Quad's in a little bit of trouble here as Lehens jumps in. Canyon over the wall wants to try to join up, but it ain't gonna matter. Lehens is already down, and a beautiful move from Inspired.
Okay, nice try, Masu. Nice try, Masu. Look at these. Look at Seraphine. Look at Seraphine. Yeah.
Gen.G thought they might
Fly
have
Quest.
something, and FlyQuest
Yes.
check them at the door.
A haphazard force
Fly,
from
yes.
Gen.G means that FlyQuest
Not
get themselves
FlyQuest.
another 2 kills.
Fly,
Lehens
yes.
tries to force an all-in. Canyon is very slow
Fly,
on the
yes.
follow-up. Chovy isn't really there.
Oh my gosh.
And Gen.G concede another 2.
Betty,
Oh
you're
my
talking
gosh.
about FlyQuest, not playing with too much respect. I
Oh
think it's
my
Lehens
gosh.
not playing with enough respect. Bro maybe has the nameplates on, thinks it's going to be an easy game, and he is over-forcing mid lane there. Misses the ulti on Quad as it was sidestep. Still trying to force.
Now.
Ends up getting punished, and
I'm
what a
gonna
nice
bring
follow-up
us-
from Inspired.
I'm
He
gonna bring
dashes
us down a
past
peg.
Canyon, not marking him to
I'm
use
gonna bring
the
us
ulti
down
to
a
knock him
peg.
backwards,
We
forcing
need
out
to
the
keep
flash.
in
They're gonna rush
mind,
it one more time.
Gen.G
as Lehens
could
hex
simply
flashing over the wall,
just
looks for the
be
ulti, but Inspired's
egoing
right there behind him.
FlyQuest.
Now you see Inspired.
Okay.
Why are we still going forward? We can see
I
that
think
Jinx is
it's-
coming in, Canyon's over the wall, but he's locked up under the tower.
I think
and then
it's
blocks
also
from
very
Inspired,
much a
knocks
thing that
him
they
back,
might
and then it's able
be
to
just
follow
playing
up
disrespectfully.
and, get this second kill.
I just think it's bizarre. You're going in
But
with
FlyQuest
a
is
Leona and
playing
a Skarner
amazingly.
against a Seraphine under turret. I don't even think there's enough damage to force anything. Maybe
This
they're just
is
hoping that Quad is
divine.
going to panic,
This is
waste
beautiful.
a Skarner
This
spell
is
for
great.
no reason. But FlyQuest showing cool
And I
heads,
need
responding
FlyQuest to keep this
Gen.G, who
tempo.
are just playing
I need them
abnormally over the top.
to play
crucially, the gold is where you
like
want
this
it.
for the rest of the
A
tournament.
1.2k gold lead in favor of Inspired. He's going to be one of the big damage dealers. He's also going to be your initiator. On the front line, this man is the one that's going to start everything off as the remaining dominoes.
Gen.G hasn't played against Seraphine for so long, they have no idea what to do. And that's why it's so good to pick these, like, not that I'm calling them random, but I think it's so good to pick these champs that we haven't been seeing in Worlds. And FlyQuest has been a team that has consistently done that. We've seen the Cassiopeia, we've seen the Nunu, and now we're seeing the Seraphine. And I just want them to be rewarded for taking these risks of deviating from the norms that we've seen in Worlds. And right now, I think they're getting that reward.
Going to be a support battery with all of that shielding, all of that healing. Also, the fact that you now have the
true, Acro, true,
to help you survive if they want to try to focus you. Big power spike coming in there for Quad. But the one thing that I want everybody to keep their eyes on as he just ticks level 11, you can see it on the screen, is
time for Samira Masu.
He hasn't really been a part of anything yet. The Gen.G game plan.
When I tell you I would decease from living, like I'm so for real, like that.
And they're just letting him.
I would just fall over.
I love how
you're still
tepid. You know, you don't want to get too excited.
Like my heart is already like beating out of my freaking chest, bro. My heart is beating so hard.
Struggling right now.
Well, Busio's coming in for the wraparound. They want to go after Joby. They don't find what they're looking for, and FlyQuest might have got a little over-eager. The tier 1 turret still standing as Keen drops the equalizer. Busio's got to be careful. Amasu's about to die. He flashes away as Keen wants to chase him down.
Good disengage. Good disengage. Good disengage. Good clear.
But Gen.G won't get a kill. Rift Herald still on the map, 17 minutes into the game, and Gen.G is going to head over.
So the priorities there, I think FlyQuest overforced on the mid lane tower. Gen.G responded very well.
Just a little bit.
The play from FlyQuest.
Just a little bit, but everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Okay. And I'm pretty sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. And I'm pretty sure everybody gets that way. You know what I'm saying? So we still get the turrets. We were a little bit, we were doing a little bit too much mid. That's okay.
Can they actually fight for the next dragon? Because you would love to go for Mountain Soul, and FlyQuest are in a great spot right now. But if you show up this next dragon in 130 with no summoners on Masu, he is so vulnerable, and I think there's a real opportunity that Gen.G
2 towers bot.
So I'm going back.
Bees in the trap, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Not me completing the lyrics in my head.
For FlyQuest so far this year, and he is rounded out by a pretty incredible
cast of supporting characters in an Alistar, in a Who got knocked out yesterday? Yesterday we said goodbye to top esports.
Oh man, I'm in trouble buttons. Everybody else better be using theirs, because if he falls and Pays gets excited, that's an easy ace for Gen.G.
Hey,
bit of a waste of time
that sounds a little negative. That sounds a little negative. I don't like how that sounds, Captain Flowers. I need us talking about easy aces for FlyQuest. Let's talk about that. Not bottom esports.
40 seconds on the dragon. They want Quad to go and push out bot wave, and the vision denial begins from FlyQuest.
Exactly, and it's showing that FlyQuest do want to try to fight for this
dragon. Today is wonderful. Yes, bees in the chat. Yes. What region is FlyQuest? FlyQuest is from an A. So they are our last North American team standing in Worlds. Honestly, it's the last team that is not from LCK or LPL. There are 2 Chinese teams in Worlds. It's BLG and the Weibo, and they will be facing off next week in semifinals.
Jumps over the wall with a combo as FlyQuest look to put some DPS into Leona, but it ain't gonna be enough. A lot of damage back into
Big quad. Big quad. Big quad. Big quad. Big quad.
They're dragging FlyQuest back. Whippo's first to die, and Pays continues firing, and Chovy wants
Big quad.
Canyon steers
what was that, a 4-man ult?
FlyQuest get a 2-for-1.
That is huge for
Was that a 4-man ult?
They're going to move to Soul Point here. Inspired barely survived, flashing out of the way of Pays ulti. that surely would have finished him off. The fact that he doesn't go down, the fact that Bwipo gets into the backline puts so much pressure onto Gen.G. And now it's FaZe with no summoners here. It's FlyQuest moving to Soul Point, and it's FlyQuest really showing their class against the world's best.
It's a high-risk gambit to commit onto the Leona, given how durable she is, with the support item, with her W. It's
watch this. Oh, watch it. Watch it.
But they commit. They know that
okay, but why was this Leona so tanky, bro? Like, Shawty was not taking no damage. She said, no damage. No bars.
Sets up for the chase down.
Exactly. Bwipo gets in the back line. They force out those summoners. And look at the flash.
Look at that flash out of the Jinx ulti.
Or would have been an early reset. Great ulti from Canyon,
just so that Jinx doesn't get excited.
To get a kill back here. Bwipo feeling it. And when he is having fun, when he is in this kind of mood, that's when he's playing his best.
Bwipo's eyebrows tell the tale of FlyQuest's morale, and it feels like they know what they're doing so far in this first 21
He does
minutes
play too much. Boogie, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turtle Squad. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. Thank you so much for being here. In these times of FlyQuest versus Gen.G. Jay, thank you so much for the 100 bitty bits. I appreciate you, boo. FlyQuest is showing out. They are showing off and showing out right now. And they're definitely showing up. They've really grown as a team.
Regardless of the outcome of this game, I think that North America should be incredibly happy with what you're seeing on the screen right now. The fact that the expectations around this series was going to be a quick 3-0.
That was the Galio. That was Bwipo. He's the top laner.
They are delivering as they play for the top tower. An uncontested tower, nicely set up. And this is the thing. Discipline is being demonstrated by FlyQuest.
Who are we rooting for? We are rooting for NA. So FlyQuest, they're the last NA team in Worlds.
Difficult here for Gen.G is they have this line of pink wards, you know, pink ward there, pink ward there, pink ward behind them as well. They're trying to constantly be able to threaten. If there's an overcommitment towards the dragon, hey, we could actually trade for a bear, and we're in a position where you get very little for one dragon, and we could win out big. So FlyQuest playing so well towards their composition, but Gen.G always has the ability to make magic happen in a team fight, to really flip the game on its head in a matter of a second or two.
Honestly, I feel like that this is more FlyQuest to lose than it is necessarily Gen.G's to win, and you're completely right. There's always the possibility of Gen.G finding those windows, finding that angle, but I feel like the FlyQuest, with the composition that they have all the tools they need. It ultimately comes down to this Baron, and in my opinion, the Swiss stage Barons from FlyQuest was one of their best assets.
Why is he a grade A hater?
Okay, so the big thing I'm looking at right now.
Why is he a grade A hater? Talking about.
Why
is he a hater? Like, what did we do to you? I know EU not in Worlds no more, bro. Be happy for us.
But their counterparts on Gen.G are still working towards those second completions.
What?
If Gen.G can find them in time for this fight,
he just like me for real. Let's go, Gen.G.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
he is a class A hater, bro.
Still has farm, you know, funneling as much as they possibly can into him. He's up to 246 farm. We're only 23.5 minutes in the game. They are getting the Jinx to a strong point. You know, he does have the IE. He has the He's trying to get more, and they know they need to be as strong.
If you want Gen.G to win, literally just say that. You don't have to say.
That's very likely the game for Gen.G.
You don't have to say all that about NA, bro.
See if they really want to make a move.
Bwipo's behind them. Bwipo's behind them.
Using the charm, trying to stop the engage here. FaZe wants to get away. Seraphine ulti flying over the top. Bwipo's trying his way to
we didn't get him. We didn't get him. We didn't get him. But we've got the rest of this team fight to pilot through. Canyon gonna fall. They have no Skarner. They have no jungler. We've traded one for none.
With a one for nothing, but that one is the enemy jungler.
The enemy jungler, which means it could possibly be a Baron. And the pings are coming out. They are pathing towards the big, silly, purple worm with 3 heads.
They do get Canyon. 20 seconds now with no jungler here. Chovy in the area.
Okay, everybody, can we watch for the Jinx snipe, please? As a Jinx main, I think we all need to be watching for the Jinx ulti. There is a clear path for a snipe right now. There is a clear path for a snipe.
Keen on the back side of the wall, but immediately Busio's going in to try to stop him. FlyQuest
Okay,
making a move.
Pays
Whippo's
locked
into the
up.
line. They found Pays, but there's no follow-up. Busio's already dead, and Whippo goes to
They got the
rejoin the
Baron.
rest of the team.
They trade
FlyQuest
one for
will claim
Baron.
the
I think that's
Baron,
worth.
But they have to trade Busio for it. So
Okay,
Gen.G
but we got to make
will
sure
now
we
get the tier 1 turret
get
mid
back.
and stop the soul as a response.
Okay.
Busio will pay the ultimate price, but it is a price worth
Okay.
paying. The Baron secured. FlyQuest, they will concede the Dragon, but it doesn't matter. That is bounties that Gen.G have to claim against FlyQuest, who are dominating in this first game.
They are, but that's 2 bounties that they're going to be able to actually pick up here. And the question is, how much can FlyQuest get with this Baron? Because there is a cost to the sacrifice you've made here. You gave away Soul, but they're going to go for a long chase potentially. You can see Inspired is trying to wrap around Chovy.
Inspired has Masu with him here as well. Canyon securing the red buff as Inspired and Masu
I love this movement.
are trying to cut off the
Does he have
Gen.G
ult?
mid.
He has
Chovy
ult.
forced to use the Spirit Rush to get away, but it is enough to guarantee his safety as FlyQuest have all 5 men back on the map. 4 of them wearing Baron.
We're down
but that Baron
400
power
gold
play
right
is
now
already in
because of the
negative gold.
objective bounties.
Lehens regrouping with Pays back here in the mid lane as FlyQuest maintains control over the red side jungle of
Oof,
Gen.G.
down
Exactly.
600?
I'm not really sure that going for Baron there was the correct choice. You could have taken the guaranteed soul that's there for the rest of the game, and instead they go for the Baron. If they don't get a ton with this, that's 3 bounties that were given over
Yeah,
off of the lost
we've
fight
given
because they had
over
to sacrifice
3
Busio.
turret
They need
bounties.
to push the pace. They need to
Dragon.
get so much with this Baron, or it really wasn't worthwhile.
All right, FlyQuest forces down the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. That would be the first tier 2 turret they claim this game. But the trade for Gen.G has been all 3
Funksies,
tier 1s
what's going on,
the
fam?
FlyQuest side. It's still about a total of negative 2,000 gold on that Baron take overall, since the objective itself gives you the plus
They could have
1,500.
gone for soul for sure.
FlyQuest will see what else they can do. They've got 75 seconds left on the buff.
I mean, great observation, Azale. Like, the fact that FlyQuest, even with the Baron, end up with a negative Baron power play just goes to show the macro awareness of Gen.G. Sure, we ended up conceding that objective, but getting the bounties, unlocking all of the outer towers, there was a lot of standing gold ready for them to grab, and unfortunately FlyQuest weren't able to convert it into as much as they would have liked. Now the good news is, oh, hang on.
The Busio and Lehens getting into a little bit of a scrap. Whippo's here to help. FlyQuest bringing in more assistance as Gen.G does not want to overcommit to a fight here. They know there's only 45 seconds left on the Baron.
Yeah, the good news is that FlyQuest still healthy gold lead and still have a bit of the Baron. Let's see if they can siege onto this tier 2.
All right, Gen.G in a defensive position. Busio over the wall as equalizer used by Keen to try to clear out the wave. Keep this turret standing. Only 25 seconds left on the Baron buff for FlyQuest, and Gen.G will hold the line at the tier 2 turret.
What is that item from Seraphine that puts down the slow so that every
it's very unfortunate
E
for them.
is a automatic
you don't have to necessarily
route?
sacrifice Busio, and I don't think Gen.G gets so much tempo on the
And
map.
when do
The
you
objective
normally
bounties
build that?
doing so
Rylai's?
much work for
When do
Gen.G
you
in
normally
this
build that
situation,
as
and it's really
Seraphine?
pulled them right back into the game, because now you're going to be at 3 items here on your major carries, very
Third?
likely coming into
Okay.
this next Dragon fight, whereas FlyQuest could have just taken Soul pretty much
So
for
it's
free,
likely
and I think
that
set them up
Quad is going to
for
build that
almost a
next?
guaranteed win in the rest of the game.
I will
Oh,
say
you don't
though,
build
that
it
Gen.G
mid?
have not shown us a single good
Oh.
team fight so far in this game.
Okay.
And I think that's because FlyQuest have always been the ones to initiate. They're the ones in the driver's seat when it comes to actually starting the play.
You normally only
Gen.G,
build
if
that
they
when
can
you're
find
support.
purchase on this
It's
next
more of a
Dragon,
support
and they
item.
could be the ones
Oh.
to find that initiation,
Okay.
whether it be the Leona ultimate, Chovy finding a good flank,
Gotcha.
maybe a good Skarner ulti. That could be the turning point to swing the game back in Gen.G's
Is that
favor.
not necessarily
And
a
the
strong
spawn
item?
timers on these neutral objectives are pretty close. This always creates a very chaotic map state where the smallest of decisions can have the largest of impacts on the game. The Dragon will spawn, and just 30 seconds later, Baron will once again be live on the map.
Better to build
we
more
haven't
damage
talked
than
about it much
utility.
this game, but Chovy is continuing
It's not necessary. They have a lot of CC.
296 CS at 29 minutes. He has
It gives a bit of
1.1K
health.
gold
It's
lead over
really on
Quad, who's
CC. Gotcha.
primarily been grouping with his team,
Exactly.
while Chovy has been playing through the sidelines. Void Staff now secured for him means that in terms of itemization, the carries are pretty equal.
They absolutely
Okay,
are,
gotcha.
right? It's just that topside advantage now for FlyQuest that is evened out somewhat by Chovy's edge. You know, Quad's job here is that kind of a very fed support almost. You know, you get to the later stages of the game, you can do a lot of damage, but he needs to be with the carries. He needs to be protecting them. You can't really be sitting in the side lane and farming it up as a Seraphine. So now this Dragon becomes all important here for FlyQuest. We'll see if they can get a proper
50
setup
seconds
and
for
claim the
Dragon
Mountain
Soul.
Where Ari then,
Mountain
where
Soul, that
the
is.
Equalizer as well, struggles that much
Giving
more
them a
with
little
all the
bit
shielding
more
plus
of
the Mountain Soul.
resistance, a little bit
Pressure
more
is on
tank,
with 45
a
seconds
little
to go
shield.
until the 5th Drake of the game spawns. FlyQuest wants to maintain control over this bot side river as Gen.G are grouping up in mid, trying to get the wave shoved out. And then they'll have to approach. As now over the wall, Chovy gonna get grabbed. The Seraphine ulti flies out,
missed
but
the
Chovy's able to
Seraphine
dodge
ulti.
away.
We
Now Busio
missed the
continues
Ashe
to go forward
ulti.
as Canyon survives. No real sincere pressure on Gen.G. It's the Seraphine ulti of Quad. It's that arrow from Masu, but Chovy's
That's
ult
really
is the
not
price
good.
Gen.G has to pay for it.
He has to spend his flash as well. So now Chovy, no flash, no ulti.
Chovy, no
And
flash.
it could
though.
be worth it for this next fight, though.
Whippo going in, looking for a taunt, but he's not going to find it. Would have only been Canyon and Lahens anyway, the tanky members of the Gen.G squad. FlyQuest and Gen.G still staring each other down. Keep your eyes on Lahens. The Leona is the engage here for Gen.G. As
Y'all, this is for Dragon Soul. Do you hear me? Dragon Soliana.
Go ahead and start that Drake up. It's already
I don't like that Drake is over near them. God, I wish we had our ultis right here. Okay, Dragon Soul is ours. The fight breaks out. We're chasing down the Leona. Masu takes out their main engage. And we want more. We get more. We finally take out Pays. We get the Skarner. We get the Leona. By golly, I think we can push. Oh, Masu, you Ashe. Amazing Ashe ulti to stop that back. Can they end? We've got 20 seconds. Both turrets down. Chovy dead. 50-second timer. Keen trying. He takes out Busio, but it's not going to be enough. We can just hit the Nexus. We took a game off of Gen.G. My boys. My boys.
What a game!
They looked beautiful.
Let's go!
That was amazing! Them believe!
They looked beautiful, bro. They looked beautiful.
What transpired here as we were watching the
moly.
game, specifically for Jat, specifically for Kobe, right?
All right.
I saw you already.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You know,
Listen to
you
me.
were
Listen.
starting the hope. You were hoping a little more, and then they just do this.
Is a beautiful moment. Okay, we should relish in the happiness, the joy that we just experienced, the hype from Gen.G losing that game to FlyQuest, right?
But really, how'd they win so many fights? They beat him at Grubs. They beat him in the mid lane over and over, Shocks.
I mean, the amount of just gut they have to have. When I watched that feature and we heard Whippo say Keen is the standard, Canyon was the standard for Inspired, Chovy's the standard for Quad, to go up against those guys and play calm. Just play calm and collected in game one. I am blown away.
Hey, last time NA took a game off the LCK at Worlds in a best of 5, 2018 C9 versus Africa.
And then they did it twice more right in a row.
Woo! Wow.
I just want to say, guys, we have to remember that is game one. Okay, it's a best of 5, right? It's a best of 5. That's game one for FlyQuest. Now, again, I have to remind y'all, one, Gen.G could have been egoing FlyQuest. They could have been testing the waters, just dipping their feet in to see if it's hot or cold, and they might come swinging even harder next game. Okay, so we gotta remember they are still a good team. We can't get happy. We can't get well, we can be confident, but we can't get cocky. We can't get cocky. We got to make sure we come back and we play with that same discipline. We play with that same cool, collected, calm attitude that we just had in that game. Okay. 2, now the band's reset. So I don't know if we gonna get that Seraphine again, bro. I don't know if we gonna get that Seraphine again. That's what BLG did. That's what BLG is known for. BLG is known for dropping that first little game, and then in game 2, 3, 4, foot on neck the whole time. the whole time. Stevie, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. But even if that is what they did, I believe that FlyQuest showed that they are capable of winning and they are capable of playing like a well-rounded team with clear comms, clear paths, and clear movements to win game 2. Okay, but even outside of that, I am so insanely proud of FlyQuest. They played so nicely, so disciplined.
Kim, I need this fly win in my soul.
No, literally. Thank you so much for the 100 bitty bitty bits. Oh my gosh, it was absolutely divine. Absolutely divine gameplay. Like everything looked so pinpoint. There were 2 fights that didn't look as pinpoint, but even though they didn't look as pinpoint, they still looked like there were clear comms in it. So I just pray they keep this up. I pray they keep this up. I pray that they Inspire really just be chilling, bro. He really just be chilling. He really just be chilling and winning.
They still end up 2 towers for a Rift Herald. It was great for them. Yeah, I said maybe the Grubs fight was the most important, but to me the most impressive was the one at
Bro, I love how Bibbo does this like, hey, we took them cheats. My brother, we took them cheats. What can I say? What can I say? We put it down. Hey, sorry, bruh. FlyQuest won the first game. Now this is a best of 5, so we still gotta win 2 more. But we struck first blood. Yo, Coach, get them together. Yo, where's Coach Spawn? I need Coach Spawn in there too. I need Coach Spawn in there. I'm on Twitch as well, Mario. Oh man. Yeah, like that's what I'm worried about. Like, were they just observing how FlyQuest plays the game and they were really playing at like 10% power? And like, I would say yes, but I would also say like they looked a little shaky. Chovy was missing them Ari charms left and right and left again. I think that Gen.G should ban Ari for themselves. Personally. Gen.G selected blue side, but like FlyQuest likes red side.
So I feel like in the next game, we have to watch out for Gen.G drafting some tools so that they can actually pull FlyQuest apart. And we need to get back down to earth.
Bro, get off your phone. Are you talking about me or the or the caster? Or the analyst?
It's unbelievable. It's FlyQuest. They did it once. Can they do it again? We'll find out after the break.
Oh, Blippo? He better not be tweeting.
Are you Blitzcrank Quad? No, it's just Korean style mic check. Oh. Blitzcrank is Korean?
Immediately engaged, coming up from Bozio. First blood of the fly.
How cute. He hasn't tweeted, so. Imagine the tweet. No, like that would be so BM. To get. I love the comms. Heavy is the crown. Jay. I don't know what to say, y'all. Like I'm at a loss for words. I'm truly at a loss for words. Yeah, no tweets from the players. I'm pretty sure they would get in trouble if they did that. Contracts tweeted and said, Holy Fly is smurfing. And why, yes. Why, yes, they are. We must stay calm, cool, and collected. Would you do a giveaway if FlyQuest wins Worlds? What kind of giveaway would you want? Now, if Paige brings out Twitch, hey, bruh, don't even speak those negative words into the atmosphere, my bro. Don't even speak them negative words into the atmosphere. These Quaker rice crackers are so good. Why was I blind this long? They're so delicious. What flavor are you munching on? Yeah, if they FlyQuest beats Gen.G, I think they could win Worlds. I do. Gen.G has always underperformed when it matters. They are kind of known for like choking at international tournaments, but like they've looked really good. They've looked really good. Period, jerks. Hope you have fun. What like places are you going to? Yes, I love the green one, but the caramel, I don't think I've tried the caramel. I might have to try that, but the green apple, baby, when I tell you, it goes hard. Period, jerks. Hope you have so much fun. A League of Legends skin giveaway. Can do it 1v1 to earn it. If I have some skins to give away, I wouldn't mind doing it.
Hello, I'm Masu, and I'm FlyQuest ADC. NA and EU kind of have gotten more or less beaten in most worlds. I think they do have the right to have doubts, but I hope good performances like this one give them hope. I definitely do not want to leave this tournament already. I want to continue playing against the best teams in the world and the best players, and us exiting the tournament before we have reached what I believe is our potential or our ceiling will kind of leave regrets.
Paranoia from Umpty, diving after the AD carry of FlyQuest, but he's gone too deep. Busio with the
I'm still mad about Georgia versus Texas last night. Were you cheering for Texas or Georgia? Because if you were cheering for Texas, baby, them refs were trying to do everything in their power to make sure that y'all won. Everything in their power. Georgia was putting it down. They were ejecting players for targeting when they were literally just tackling. Like, the Texas fans were throwing trash onto the field because they didn't like a play, and then the refs overturned the play.
I thought maybe it's someone that looked like me or a player on some other team. But when I kept watching,
because your fans
that is me in the video,
threw trash,
it kind of made me
on the field. You gonna overturn the play?
Especially because whenever I was young,
nah, bro,
I would always watch these
nah,
videos.
bro. And immediately the next play,
my brother, and
they
being in the
they get sacked.
Felt really amazing.
Like, bro, y'all steal some cheeks. Y'all still lost by how many touchdowns? Was it 2 or 3? Y'all still some cheeks. The refs can help y'all all day, bro. Y'all still gonna get this work. Y'all still gonna get this work. Georgia put it down. Okay?
I mean, let's be honest.
Georgia put it down.
against a lowly
DOWN.
It was always going to be
be FlyQuest favored. But come on, I mean, how exciting was that first game? And we were talking about it coming into this.
Were you a Georgia student? Yeah, I went to University of Georgia. I don't know if you can tell from my UGA watch party shirt. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can tell that it's a UGA watch party shirt. But I literally am wearing a Georgia watch party shirt
And we were just
right
talking
now.
about this. What would they drop? Because it was the Ivern, the Renekton, and the Orianna were the bans in that previous one. We assumed that they would drop that Orianna.
Look at them dropping the Seraphine ban. I know y'all scared. I know Quad be putting it down. I know. We know. We know Quad be putting it down.
The LPLSK was 2020. FlyQuest in game number 1 has already broken that.
Okay.
All right, so
Not just one adjustment, but two from Gen.G.
what is FlyQuest gonna put
They ban
out?
the Seraphine. They keep the Ivern ban. They also ban away their own Skarner, which shows me they want to pick something
Girl,
else
Georgia was playing dirty the first half. Where? How were they playing dirty?
Of the Yone and the Aurora.
What'd they do? But it's Sunday. I'm gonna be positive. At least Alabama lost. True. At least Alabama lost, and at least Alabama lost to Tennessee too. Honestly, I feel like Georgia be playing against themselves with our freaking quarterback. Brother was playing for Texas too, with all them freaking interceptions. Okay, so y'all had an extra player on the field.
All right, let's see.
They took Ash, yeah. They're just taking our playbook, bro.
From game number 1 by Gen.G, immediately going to be jumped on, locked in here for FlyQuest and for Quad, who had a really good performance on that Seraphine in game number 1.
The problem with going Orianna blind is you're now looking at an easy Vi Ari sort of combo. Great lockdown, low mobility mid lane mage. Very
Okay, Ori.
especially with an Ash.
We gonna run it back into playoffs, don't worry, and we gonna be waiting. And we gonna have a 3 touchdown lead yet again. Yet again, you will get your cheeks taken. We are not worried. I'm doing great, Andre. How are you doing, love?
Where they do go. And if
May want to be FlyQuest so bad.
Surprising wrinkles to the draft, right? Nidalee would be really spicy. They could just go Nidalee Renekton. I think it is Nidalee Renekton.
Oh God. Y'all, Gen.G coming out, bro.
I feel like it is. They dropped that ban, and I think they have to be looking towards that. You need setup for the Nidalee to really dominate. That is that classic combo here.
Viewers at home, at MSI.
Y'all, yeah, Gen.G is getting aggressive.
When passing the Nidalee check, this is the man that defines the check. He is the Nidalee player.
Oh my gosh, Jax too. Y'all, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. I'm terrified. This series is more fun than 90% of Worlds. No, like the series is banger, and we're only on game 2.
Maybe the meta doesn't suit him as well. You know, maybe he's not quite as dominant on these tank junglers because he is known for the heavy farming style. That is really
Yes,
what he's famous
T1 won yesterday, 3-0. I really thought Top Esports was going to put up more of a fight.
The Jax leave up the Renekton. It is not going to be grabbed here by Bwipo though. So a little bit of a surprise to me.
What's sad here is that Gen.G picked blue side, so we have to ban the Aurora. We have to ban the Yone.
You're immediately put in a good spot to do it. Yeah, the Jax with the Nidalee.
Yeah, the first game FlyQuest won.
Zale, you know me. You've cast with me a lot. I am the resident Nidalee hater. Whenever anyone locks it in that's not named Canyon, I hate it.
Unfortunately.
Right now, though, this is Canyon, and this is his Nidalee.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you, man. I'm definitely a Nidalee hater, but you look down and you see Canyon, you're like, my mistake? I apologize. It's a great pick.
Now, FlyQuest had a choice here. Do we remove support options for Lahend, or do we instead pinch the mid lane pool? They're looking and saying, you need an AD mid laner now because you're overstacking on AP. This is a great Merc Treads game already for FlyQuest. So take away the Tristana. Do they maybe even just ban away something like the Corki? Something that Chovy is incredibly famous for.
I feel like Smolder instead.
Smolder is another good option, but you imagine the AD mids are going to be continuing to be the trend here for FlyQuest.
I mean, the thing is, it's like if Chovy wants to play an AD mid, he's going to play an AD mid, right? He played Lucian, he played Draven, he played Jace. Like, this guy plays
Cassandra.
Exactly. Like, he will play something. So, you know, Tristana, if they say, hey, this is the S tier mid that you could actually pick from this situation, we're going to ban that out. The rest are kind of all interchangeable. I think that makes sense. It is going to be another respect ban here.
They did switch coaches.
FlyQuest. A Xin ban. You're drawing Xin ban. You're drawing Seraphine ban. You're drawing Ivern ban.
They hired
That's 4 out of 5
Smithy?
jungle bans from Gen.G's side.
And I mean, you got to remember, he's got the pocket pick Nunu ready to go. The cheeky hover coming out from Masu.
I feel like this is now going to become a FlyQuest staple after they broke it out for the win against
this might not be a hover. I think they might
Yeah,
be
I think they're gonna lock it. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Here's the thing, and this is why I didn't think it was going to be a bit of a meme in this situation. One of the real big strengths of Nidalee, and when I've talked to a lot of junglers, they say if you can avoid
I don't think
pick something that can actually secure
I don't think
your camps, that can fight
Masu
Nidalee in the jungle,
plays around, bro.
get run over,
With that
you can
hover,
really be
I don't think he's ever gonna play around
than Nunu, right? Like
and hover stuff like that. I think it's always gonna be serious.
You can't really be out smoke. Yes, you're expecting to lose these 1v1s, but you can go phase rush, you can retreat if it's a losing skirmish. I do think it's a pretty powerful pick. I think it actually makes quite a bit of sense here, and we're leaving the 5th pick top for Bwipo. So we're gonna have to find out what is he cooking.
We're getting the Nunu.
What do they need now? A strong mid lane is kind of round this composition out.
No way!
Kassadin for Chovy!
Wait,
Kassadin Nidalee. That is, I mean, this is shocking to me. Like, this is such a good MR game. There is the Ashe, but if the Ashe is ever burst down, if the Ashe is ever pressured or gets behind, that is really concerning. Kassadin is gonna be such a slow pace, and also does not pair well with the Nidalee. Like, maybe they're using the Nidalee as a bridge to get the Kassadin to the late game, but you can expect the Kassadin to be getting shoved in non-stop by the Orianna. This is going to make Canyon's job harder because he's not going to have mid lane prio. You have very little waste here on the Kassadin as well, but what they do have in spades is side lane pressure. 1-3-1 is going to be so dominant for Gen.G.
I was in shock and then I yawned. Not gonna lie to you, Potato.
FlyQuest is gonna get
I was in shock for a solid like 7 seconds, and then it transformed into a yawn. Not gonna cap to you. I keep it 100. I do. But y'all,
compositions feature Kassadin versus Nunu. We're cooking.
The last time Chovy brought this out this
are we cooking or are we cooked?
Spring against Nongshim Red Force. He went 6-0 and 3.
If he uses Cosmic Reaver skin, we're cooked. I need to see what that looks like.
Like, it's been a while. The game's a little
Cosmic
different since
Reaver.
back then.
Things have changed.
Kassadin.
And I mean, we've seen
Okay, the
Chovy's
one that's
before,
blue. The one that's blue. Got it.
Like in this composition,
Jojo just tweeted Orianna Nunu versus Kassadin Nidalee. What year are we in?
Scaling pick. You know the chat is doing that stare emoji, looking at the clocks, waiting for level 16.
When was the last time Kassadin was played in Worlds? Kassadin in Worlds League of Legends. Let me see if I can find something here quick. Morovi, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
Was actually in Worlds 2021. Showmaker picked it and he won with the champ. But I am a little bit nervous for Gen.G. You know, yes,
Worlds
they are Gen.G.
2021.
Yes, they are still massive favorites.
They knew exactly what we were looking for.
But Kassadin Nidalee Jax feels really hard to execute in an era that is dominated by these super
that's crazy.
objectives
They heard
that
you,
just
T.
kind of force you to group and fight, or you lose
This
the
is
game.
game 2. FlyQuest has already taken one game. If FlyQuest can win this game, I think they win. They've set the precedent, and now we got to finish the drill. It's best of 5.
As we're onto the rift for game number 2.
So first person to 3 wins
and
wins.
Gen.G is posturing to move into the FlyQuest jungle.
I mean, Gen.G is anticipating a lane swap. The Ezreal and the Rakan want to get out of the 2v2 against the Ashe and all this. So they're setting up information in FlyQuest top side. They're trying to scout out where is this Ezreal, what are you guys up to? They'll largely just gain control over the top side river. FlyQuest not really going to concede any information. The Ezreal is sneaking his way up into the top lane. The old school plan that you would use is dropping a ward in the top lane to see if the AD carry is heading up there. But they have no read. Bwipo happy to stick around the top side of the map because he's going to be sharing farm alongside Masu and expect Busio to hover around mid as now the split map will come through from Gen.G.
Oh, but Gen.G are going to re-invade again. So Inspired swap sides because he's saying, all right, you're going to be invading on there, but that's spotted as well. So this is actually crazy. How much movement on the map there is being. You know,
I think Gen.G playing for real this time, guys.
You're gonna have to leash him and pull up towards that top side.
I think Gen.G playing for real this time.
Getting harassed on this camp. And this is what we saw in game 1, but from the other side, right?
I think,
this is what we saw
I think Gen.G is playing for real this time, guys.
He was on that Skarner, and it looks like Inspired. Yeah, he's
they're not messing around. We about to see
but
what's
still, that's really good for Inspired because he stole
really
one
going
camp
down.
from his weak side, right? That's the side of the map that you're not
This
actually
is a
supposed
true
to have access
test.
to. So the fact that he does actually get that is going to be really nice.
It said warm up over.
Well, there are pros and cons. One of the downsides, Lucio finds a nice little knock-up onto Chovy. Chovy's going to lose a lot of HP here.
Can you explain, like, lane swapping? Why do bot lanes go top and top goes bottom lane? What does it do? Is it for prio? So basically, from my understanding, they do lane swaps if they know that their ADC and support will lose the lane. So if the enemy team bot lane is projected to win, like it's a hard ADC matchup, then they will swap their ADC to go top.
Going after enemy blue buff here.
But no, there's no dive once again. FlyQuest are going to be uncontested. Keen going to be sitting pretty comfortable on the top
Going
side
up
of the map
against
as well.
Ash Nautilus, that's a pretty aggro, really good level 1.
He's level 3. That is a very hard dive.
Is the scoreline bugged? Why is FlyQuest up, baby?
No chip on him.
We out here.
FlyQuest are playing the lane
We doing big
very, very
teams,
well.
team.
They haven't created those
We
same
are
gold
doing big
advantages that they were able to get in the
teams.
last
Let me see if I
game.
can
But Chovy's
make
not going to
me
be having
smaller
fun
so
in
y'all
the
can
early
see
stages
better.
of this matchup. He is going
Y'all can see all this
very
information.
likely resolve secondary. Yes, of course he has resolved
I
secondary.
don't
So he
mean
has
to be in
second win.
y'all's
He has
face.
fleet. He has that G-shield.
2v2 here in the bottom lane, though, as Whippo down to 300 HP. The hands dropping the ignite on the FlyQuest top laner. And remember that Whippo had to already use the teleport for the lane swap scenario, so it's not so easy for him to go back and heal, get back into this lane in a better state, as Quad tries to keep the pressure on Chovy early. This is paramount that this never lets up.
Exactly. You have to be non-stop, getting every single auto attack in that you can, harassing this guy constantly, as Canyon is going to make this so difficult. They're going to go for the dive.
Here's the 3-minute bot lane dive.
Lehen's going to lead the way. Whippo trying to stay alive. He's barely hanging on as he flashes out. Paige trying to chase him down. It's first blood back over to the Ash. Lucio still wants to get one back, but he doesn't have the damage. The Riptide slows him down, and Gen.G get the first blood.
Nicely executed dive, and it's ultimately a misplay from Whippo. Chovy getting very low. Forced a flash in the 1v1.
Wait, guys, he is using the Cosmic Reaver skin.
How much he's grown, and I feel like Chovy is experiencing that development from Quad, but we've got to go back to the bot side of the map because Whippo took a bad trade against Paige.
No, the shaking is crazy aggro.
Losing about half his HP and wasn't able to get the level up. This was the go signal for Canyon, knowing that, hey, stuck underneath your tower, my spears are going to do a ton of damage, and even if he didn't connect them, the pressure was enough to secure first blood.
FlyQuest are looking to try to threaten a dive. If he continues to stay,
Oh, I forgot to post on
behind him.
Instagram
No
that
flash. He
we're
could look
live. Let me do that real
Letting
quick.
that recall run down.
Here we go.
Lucio wants to go for the dive. This will be pretty important here for FlyQuest. Knock up onto Chovy. Not enough damage
they
to take
didn't
him down.
get it.
Now Lucio's cougar food.
Oh,
Canyon shows up for a punish.
that's not good,
And
y'all.
Gen.G are looking scary in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah,
That's not
Canyon,
good.
right place, right time. Once again, gets down bot
We're
lane
not-
after Whippo took that bad trade
we're
the
not
video is talking
finishing
about.
these
And gets that kill
plays.
there. Then is there on the counter gank, and now Whippo getting pushed out.
Oh, Whippo went back for the Call the Meek. Pays just chasing him down. Shot after shot after shot. Whippo barely gets away.
Ash against Renekton, you're seeing some of the struggles that a
It is
Renekton can
not
have.
looking good
How
right
easily you can
now.
get kited. Gen.G looking a lot more confident here in this early game. A much bigger gold lead gained already, with Canyon securing an early kill too. Gen.G off to the races here in game 2.
This is massive for them, right? You know, it's actually FlyQuest that were up a significant amount of gold after the lane swap in game number 1. And now they are really on the back foot. They are not out of it just yet, of course. But here is this one more time. There was no ignite on Busio, and Quad is pretty low on mana, hasn't actually phased, so just doesn't have enough damage to actually get through it. With the fleet,
that's
plus
pretty
the
bad.
Q shield as well that's coming out there from Cassidy, is able to survive. Canyon shows up, cleans up a kill, and is definitely going to be feeling much better about his position this game.
And now let's look at the overall consequences, because when we get back into game, you're going to notice a 2-level difference between the two top laners. And we're both going to be struggling in a matchup that's typically winning for the Renekton early on. Canyon, along with the advantage that he's been able to gain early, secures the third grub buff. And FlyQuest, they're kind of forced to trade. I think wise at this point, when you don't have the same strength in your bot lane 2 versus 2. But you're seeing the difference and the power of Ash in the early game and what she's capable of.
I mean,
it's okay for now, but like we don't need to give an LCK top team
and we're talking about a Jax
any
that you already mentioned it
room.
back in draft, Isaac, will be a menace in the 1-3-1 as the game goes
You
on.
did
Exactly. I mean,
miss
Renekton, it's more about,
FlyQuest
you know,
picking
dominating the early game in the lane, you know,
and
being a
winning
bully,
game one.
and then showing
You
up to
did.
these team fights and being strong there. You know, we've seen Whippo play around this pick so well. It constantly gets banned against him because he uses the
It was
Steric
a legendary game, I'm
so
not gonna
well
lie
on
to you.
this champion to soak damage, to create space for his carries. But when you're put this far behind, you're going to get run over in the 1v1, and you're not going to get to those core items that you need to really be tanky enough in the 5v5.
Canyon trying to steal away the blue buff from the
Yo,
FlyQuest side. He's
Notorious
got backup
OZD,
from
thank you so
Paisley
much for the
in.
2 times and welcome to the Mother Redacted Trim Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. And thank you for supporting the
The
stream.
gobble from Inspired, assisted alongside the smite, means that no buff will be lost. And FlyQuest find themselves at about a
Seraphine game was pretty
1.5k goal
good.
deficit.
Hopefully
The biggest
they'll let
problem
it through
I find
again
for
and Quad
FlyQuest
can
is
play
that they
it
keep
again
trying to
for y'all.
return to standard lanes so that Whippo can lane into Keen. But Gen.G won't give it to them. They're constantly swapping pays around the map to match this Ashe into the Renekton, starving him of more experience, and Masu really can't bully Keen on this Ezreal.
Oh, Masu getting grabbed by the dredge line, but nicely used there with the arcane shift to
And
buffer
nice-
through the
nice
grab.
E.
As Chovy here in mid lane might just find himself on the receiving end of a snowball, but considering he's level 7, he can still buffer through that knockoff. But nice shockwave coming
Guys,
out from
please
Quad.
finish it.
Surely they get this kill. No way, Chovy just made him look foolish.
The magic shield on the Kassadin meant that he was able to tank up the damage. The null magic mantle in his inventory as well, doing so much work. FlyQuest just lacking the damage to finish off the kill.
And that was so close. He was down incredibly low, but not getting that kill is devastating. Kassadin now ahead of the Orianna. And this is not going to be good here for FlyQuest. We'll see if they can make something happen on bot side, but now Busio in trouble.
Busio already having to back away as he misses his grand entrance, gets locked up, loses half HP to the Fire of Pays. This early game is going beautifully for Gen.G, not just with the plays that they are making, but the way that they're responding to the attempts FlyQuest is bringing as Whippo going in against Keen, needs to try to lock him down here for Inspired to show up in time. That snowball needs to make its way into the Jax, but it ain't gonna collide in time as Canyon now shows up. Keen still feeling fine.
Never in my
Gen.G
life
are loving
have I
these
seen an
first 9
Ori
minutes
beat a
of play.
Cass.
Gen.G.
Dude, that's so bad. It just puts them behind so
hasn't
bad.
really expanded that much, but as Azale highlighted, you look at the bottom of your screen, and the gold is going to all the right people. A 30 CS lead for Keen with a 600
No, that's
gold
what
lead.
I was
That's 2
saying,
kills
Sai,
without him
like,
even having any.
sometimes,
Cannon with the gold lead over
like,
the Nunu,
these,
and crucially, Kassadin.
Foreign teams will
Exactly, and when you can get through these early
like
levels,
just sit back on
as a
game
Kassadin,
one
these kind of
and
matchups,
analyze their
you get to the
gameplay.
catalyst, you get to the tier,
And
you have a no magic
then
mantle, and all of a sudden you're not
game
running out of
2,
mana, and you
bro,
can't really
they
be
come
pressured
out
at a lane, and
guns
that's where things start to get
blazing.
very difficult for the Orianna, because you have more sustain, you have these shields that you can use on trades, and then as long as you have information
think
on
this
where
is
the FlyQuest
definitely a
numbers are, you can
different,
actually start getting aggressive, shifting in with the
um,
ultimate, starting to really
Gen.G.
take over in that 1v1, and just making it a nightmare
But I also
for
think
Quad.
those are like just super unlucky plays that should have put Quad ahead, but actually ended up
They
putting
really
them
don't have the
behind.
lockdown required as Keen.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything for the Jax here either, as Keen is about to win a 1 versus 2. Inspired again showing up just a little bit too late to really make a lot happen. Keen thinking about turning around, maybe trying to finish off Whippo there. As Inspired on the Nunu, there's no way to have any threat without help there onto the Jax. And meanwhile, since the enemy jungler's bottom lane, it means free grubs for Canyon up in the top side of the river. 6 grub game for Gen.G.
I mean, Inspired is forced to help his top laner push out this wave. Whippo is really struggling in the 1v1. He's the one that's paid the biggest price in terms of how the early game lane swap has panned out. And very wisely, Gen.G took advantage of the Ashe pick to just bully out Whippo. And I think already in this series, we're seeing the value of Ashe and how much advantage it gives you in the early game.
All right, Lehensen pays. Just keeping the pressure on here in the top lane. We still have 3 minutes left for Gen.G to use these early advantages they've built to mine some more money from turret plates. Whippo's going to try to get
The
a
Ashe
little bit
pick
back,
really
taking out
messes
this
up.
first plate down
I
here.
think
But
they're
as soon
like,
as Keen's back
why
in the
do they
lane,
want to
this
be us so
Lizard has to
bad?
get the
Like,
hell out of
why
town.
they
Yeah,
why
it's
they
time to
take
leave.
our
I mean, he's
Ashe,
down
bro?
30 CS at this point. You know,
Why
you
they
said
take
it
our
better, he
Ashe?
was the big loser
We
in
ain't
the
played
lane
none of
swaps.
those other
That
champions,
dive
but
put him
like
so far behind because there was no
they
real
took our
pressure being
Ashe,
put
they
on
banned our
Keen. You know, that's the
Seraphine. Like, do a
difficulty
salty run
in
back,
this
bro.
situation is Pays gets a first blood, dude. He gets a kill there. Chovy's
Yo,
now been put
thank you
ahead
so
as
much
well.
for the Twitch Prime and the 10 months of support, Lyra. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Good morning, Miles.
It was inspired.
No, like Kassadin literally only gets stronger.
Really been able to find any effect.
Oh, they found an effect, all right.
Kassadin literally only gets stronger.
Level 7. That's exactly what Gen.G wanted to see, as Canyon is now looking to repeat his success here on these Nidalee ganks. Keen flashing forward for the stun with a counter-strike, needs a little bit more damage to kill off Bwipo, but the Croc survives. Canyon will not be able to complete the job. Bwipo surviving on a knife's edge to get the first kill of the game for FlyQuest.
Right,
okay,
there we
a little
go.
bit of hope there,
there we
for
go.
FlyQuest
There we go.
surviving
There
in
we
that
go.
1v2 as Gen.G
All right, a
go
little
too
bit.
far.
I just
And
need a
Bwipo
little
keeps the
nibble of
minions
hope.
between
Just a
him and
little
Canyon
nibble.
the whole time. Canyon can never find an angle to
Just a
actually
little
get the
nibble
spear,
of hope.
even
I got
when
it.
Keen lands
We
the
need more
stun.
of that. We
And
do.
Bwipo holds his stun
We do
for
need more of
after
that.
the counter-strike is down, locks him up under
But
the
we got a
tower, gets the kill.
little bit.
Really well played
Just
by
a little
Bwipo.
bit of hope.
Rare fumble from Canyon. As he throws his Q, it hits the minion, and then he smites it. The idea being that he smites the minion first, then it goes through, and the Q is able to connect. But a bit of an execution error comes through from
Okay,
Canyon,
we're back.
and they're able
I don't
to,
think we all the way
Bwipo
back,
ultimately finds the
but we
outplay. Now, that is
are closer to being
insanely
back
good
than what we
for
were
Bwipo,
before.
because it immediately claws back a lot of the
True,
goal
Shadow.
deficit that he
True.
found himself in. It doesn't really change the game state, though, in that Chovy is about to hit level 11. All of chat is patiently looking at that clock, getting scared as that timer gets closer to level 16.
Yeah, I will say,
The thumbs up is crazy from both of them, bro.
We'll see if Bwipo can get out of this.
Lands with the dredge line. Bwipo in trouble. Arrow from downtown. The Renekton still in danger, trying to slice and dice his way out of trouble. But Canyon's got the kill secured. Gen.G claim one, but a teleport's ready to try to get something in response. Quad shows up, trying to put the damage into Pays, but he flashes back over the wall to get away. And the shockwave is an airball. Nothing else for FlyQuest yet, as Lehens is now the target, and Inspired cuts off his escape.
He tried. That was a Hail Mary. That was a Hail Mary of him trying to make a play happen. I respect it.
Flowers, it's a 1-for-1, but look at the mini-map.
He tried. The ulti was sad,
the dragon will
but
be conceded as
it was like we gotta get something. If it landed, that would have been legendary, but it was just too out of range. Yeah, if it did hit, that would have been huge. But he was just too far out of range.
Drake is
He knew his
nice,
team
but
was
they're
coming
gonna
and
be
he was
way
trying to
happier
make
about the
something
gold they
happen.
get onto the Kassadin here on the top side. He's gonna
It
get
was just
solo
a
gold
shot in
on
the
that
dark.
tower, and it's
I
a first
respect it.
tower going over to this
I
Kassadin
respect
that's
it.
already ahead of the pace. Now he's up
He flashed for that too, because yeah, that would have been like a really good play to get them back into the game.
Gold at the top of the screen.
That would have been
gold
a
worth of
really
plates for
big play.
FlyQuest.
I get it.
1,125
I
gold in
understand.
plates for Gen.G. Their early game has been incredible. There's your MasterCard lane economy snapshot.
Yeah, and we're stacking
it is
dragons.
just a solid
Kassadin free
of
farming should be
blue.
illegal.
Every
It
single member of
is
Gen.G
really sad.
ahead of their
He's
FlyQuest
level
counterpart.
11. He needs 5 levels, and then he's an unstoppable demon.
You look across the board, only
Hopefully,
Marsu's
guys,
journey force
we
is
gotta
finished,
look at the
which
big
means in terms
picture
of
here.
item spikes,
Okay, we
FlyQuest
gotta
is
look
in
at the
no
big
position to
picture.
force a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be
Kassadin
very
may be
difficult for
scaling.
FlyQuest, and when they do take that fight, if you
Kassadin
lose
may
it,
be
the game
scaling,
is
and he
likely to
may
get fully out
be
of reach.
about to
Gen.G
become
already
an
really running
unstoppable
away with
demon.
this one.
But
This
at the
was more
same time,
expectation for the
doesn't
series.
that mean
Game
we
one,
possibly could get a
FlyQuest showed up
Kassadin
looking
nerf?
amazing, but game 2, it's Gen.G who played the lane swap better, who
Isn't that what
created
that
the
means?
advantages, and have been slowly pushing that forward further and further and
We
further.
could
As
possibly
Chovy now
get
stacking
a
up the
Kassadin
row,
nerf.
already up to those 3 stacks.
The score right now
And
is
he's gonna have that
FlyQuest
Archangels pretty
1
soon as
to
well.
Gen.G 0.
Exactly. He's picking not just the scaling champion, but the super scaling build. He's heading straight for raid boss tier, and I don't see who on FlyQuest has the gear to clear him. He's just in such a good spot. Only 15.5 minutes into the game, and Gen.G has now gotten all 3 of the Baron Pit objectives in the early game uncontested.
I mean, the reality is the only person who's going to have a shot at doing it,
that was so close. If that hits quad, he is in some serious trouble, and he might still be. Chovy chasing after him there, but will not find enough damage for a kill.
Yeah, critically the arrow misses. He is going to be able to survive as a result. If we're going to see Inspired looking mid.
Finds a knock-up onto Pays, but Canyon's here to peel for his AD carry. Redemption summoned up, Inspired, just shot to pieces. Gen.G grabbing 1 kill already, and Canyon ain't gonna drop. Pays finding the DPS in this one, as Keen's ready to jump in to make it 3. A triple kill for the Gen.G marksman. Those arrows fly straight.
Pays with phenomenal footwork, dancing his way around the fight, dodging the knock-up from Busio, and then re-engaging off the back of the damage from the tower and Canyon. Gen.G putting their foot down and looking to crush the hopes of FlyQuest here in game 2.
Yeah, they're running away with this second game. It's looking like it's going to be a tied-up series. And let's
He
not kid
didn't
ourselves,
dodge the knockup,
There's no
yeah.
way Gen.G would ever go down without a fight, and we might see Whippo going down too.
I think it's more than a maybe, Mr. Azael. I think Whippo is out of there. They'll give the kill over to Chovy on the Kassadin. 2, 0, and 1 as we take another look at what happened with this play mid lane where Inspired went too far and learned the hard way.
Let's see him dodge
Inspired,
this
nice sidestep
said
on the spear,
knockup.
but tries to pull back, has taken so much damage from the tower. Canyon goes in, the flash
Oh,
comes back.
he
but
dodged
it's
the Rakan
Whippo,
knockup,
you know,
not the
arriving,
ball
he's not able to
knockup.
arrive, excuse me, from that top lane. It's Keen coming in with the TP. It wasn't able to be stopped. He arrives. There's no
Lord.
chance of the fight after that.
Oh,
Lucio
Lord.
couldn't
Too
hit
many
the
tower
knockup
shots.
on either the Ashe or the Canyon Nidalee. Wasn't able to even get the 1 kill.
The locket from Lahen's doing so much work as well as we turn our attention to live.
Chovy in a 1v2, and he doesn't seem pressured at all. Busio and Quad
Because he
without
has
the damage
a
to really
flash
threaten
every
this
2
guy.
seconds.
The arrow flies in from all the way up in the river, and now it's Busio under pressure. Shockwave hits both Gen.G players, but what's it gonna matter? They get the kill on the support, and they force the flash at a Quad as well. Gen.G, they made some overeager plays in game 1, but here in game 2, they are playing to their limits, and they are crushing FlyQuest.
I mean, they just have so much gold at this point, and the problem with the composition of Fly is it's not matching up well to what Gen.G have. They're losing in the isolated 1v1s. They don't have the damage to get the hook. Connects.
How does that hook connect if he's literally behind turret, dude?
Just keep firing. Unstoppable.
How does that
5-0 and
hook
2
connect?
here for the Ashe as Canyon throws the spear back over the wall. Whippo's coming in on the flank, looking to lock up Pays, who pops the cleanse, getting away from the Croc, trying to
Okay.
fight it out, but Whippo takes him down. 1 for 1 though, as Inspired is also going to drop with Lahen's falling. You can see an ultimate 2-for-1 trade for FlyQuest side as they still continue going forward, looking maybe for Canyon, but it ain't gonna happen.
I mean, FlyQuest, they're going down, but they're going down swinging. Masu, no way out.
No, not from that Kassadin. Chovy is on a rampage. 2 items fully completed. Seraph's fully stacked.
Do they
Farm at
ban
Chovy
Kassadin?
levels. It's feeling good.
The terrifying thing is Chovy doesn't even have the Malignance
Do
yet,
they ban
and that's only going to make things
Kassadin?
even worse for FlyQuest. The 3rd dragon of the game will be denied from FlyQuest. Soul Point will not be given to them as an option.
Is Kassadin like a
I feel
legitimate
like it's going
ban?
to take a genuine miracle for FlyQuest to turn this around, because the problem with FlyQuest is
Oh, they go in
they don't
Yone
have
next
anyone to
game.
match Chovy in the 1v1.
We
You could
at
argue that
least will
maybe Whippo
have
can hold Keen in the side lane, or
we
maybe
will
you
at
can
least
hold the
have blue
Kassadin,
side.
But that means that FlyQuest is forced to group because they have to keep the Orianna together. So you're always going to get split up on the sides. Gen.G can always force a skirmish, and in every skirmish scenario, FlyQuest always lose.
Exactly. I mean, it's so tough. If you can't win 5v5 and you can't win sides, you
He
can't win
did
League of
in
Legends.
Well, they're going for the 3v1 play against Keen, but he's buying enough time. Pay's arrow isn't going to hit the target. Keen is down. FlyQuest commit enough
I love that they
players
still
to
have
get the
this
kill on the
hustle.
Jax.
They still have this
love, though, that
drive,
Inspired is
and they're not
continuing
just
to force
laying
these
over
plays.
and
FlyQuest, you
tilt
can't just
playing.
sit back and wait for them to
They're
scale,
still
wait for them
trying.
to crush you through the side lanes.
They're
You've just gotta
they're
keep
not
looking for
done.
fights.
They're
Overload
not
one
done,
side,
and I
look
like
for a
that. I
pick,
like
do
that
it
hustle.
again and again and again
I like
and
that
again. It's
hustle.
your only
I may
chance
have
to win
given
this
up,
game.
but they
Even if
haven't,
it is that
and I like
1%
that. I'm
chance,
inspired,
they're gonna
and I
go
am no
for it.
longer
And
giving
the
up.
redemption
We're
rush here
still in
from-
this.
From Inspired,
We're
I
still
think
in
is
this.
actually really intelligent. It is making a big difference in some of these fights.
We're still in
I completely
this.
agree with you, Azael, especially given that now FlyQuest are pushed back to their tier 2 towers, and the bot lane, the tier 3, Gen.G, it's harder to cross map because
Good
now
morning,
they have to push
Astro.
deeper to be ready to punish that overstack on the side of FlyQuest. So you're completely right that the best case scenario for FlyQuest is just keep overstacking one side, wait for someone to overextend, and Keen will be an easier
Gen.G,
target to lock down for Chovy
FlyQuest
as he
has
finds
better
himself
team
2
fight
levels
later.
away from
Are they
that
going to
level
be able to
16.
team fight with
We are entering
Chovy,
the
who is
14th
4-0
day.
and 2
days
levels
remain
away?
until the end of days for FlyQuest
Yeah.
in this second game. If it's already difficult, it will become impossible once Chovy hits that spike. There's the malignance that you mentioned, Vedius.
I don't
going to
even
give him all
think
that
it would
extra ability
be
haste. All
possible
Gen.G has to do is enable
to play
him.
the
And we're
game.
just talking about one guy. Let's not forget Pays, 5-1 and 2 on the Ashe,
Yeah.
having an amazing game here so far. We've talked already in this game about the early power, the early presence this champion has, and it's night and day compared to the Jinx that was so inactive in game 1.
Absolutely, and this is what people have come to expect from Pays. This guy has leveled up time and time again. He is such an impressive player. FlyQuest looking for a potential fight, but aren't going to be able to find it. I mean, Pace has just been rock solid for this team. If you get him into a good spot, he is going to dominate the team fights. He's going to dominate the game. And Chovy knows that he's just going to run the side lanes here.
And every time you see Chovy jumping on someone, there's always an Ash arrow coming along with them to try to guarantee that he has the opportunity to get that
What do you
kill.
even do
He will not
versus
kill
that?
Whippo up there on the top side, but he takes him solo.
And he gets the Sterix pop, which is actually really big.
Oh, Busio jumps in through the Hex Gate, and immediately Lehens and Canyon are ready. The Rakan does escape, but this is just the confidence Gen.G are playing with. Look at the wards, man. It's a damn Christmas tree.
We are rooting for FlyQuest, Astro.
Sending gifts.
I mean, Gen.G are making a statement after game 1. They are absolutely dominating. Masu slightly oversteps, and Chovy sees an angle.
Chovy not afraid to continue going forward. Inspired the target down to about 1/4 HP. Heals up a little bit with the chomp. Redemption keeping him alive. Busio fires back going in with the quickness.
Like,
but
you can't
Chovy's
even
so
kill
tanky.
him.
Gen.G's so far ahead.
He's tanky,
Whippo's
he
gonna be
goes
your
in,
target
he
here
goes
next.
out.
The Shockwave doesn't do much. Pay's getting the kill on Whippo. Gen.G just cutting them down like flies. Another triple for Pays as Quad is the only one left standing. Gen.G 4-0. Baron's coming up next.
And Gen.G smothered the last flames of hope here for FlyQuest. Quad's gonna go down as well, you have to think. No.
Keen,
Okay, God bless.
He
wow, he got the turret though. Yo, Cappuccino, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you are having a beautiful day today on the on-stream celebration. How cute. Bro, Ash does not do that damage. When she's 8-1, she does. That's for sure.
Time's up for FlyQuest. Gen.G are just running.
Guys, it's level 16
right
Cassidon.
We look back at the fight, and it starts with Masu. I mean, it's unfair to say that he's overextended here, but he is. He can't even approach his tier 1 tower. Chovy's just playing with his food at this point. Look at how durable he is. With the amount of shielding coming out from the locket,
he's got engaged, he's got disengaged, he's got re-engaged.
He's the only one going to get hit by the shockwave. As good positioning there from Gen.G, and then they turn it into a cleanup. The only thing was the bit of a bait, as Flowers highlighted. The Ash arrow connects, and he thinks, oh, maybe this is a kill. But I mean, Whippo recognizes it's okay. It's best of 5. It's totally fine to drop a game here or there.
Yeah, I mean, Whippo definitely having a laugh, but Masu looking very different there.
Yeah, Masu looks upset, bro.
Really
and you over there, kiki kaka.
Felt like mostly it was decided before we ever really got to team fights, and that can be the
way more kills this game early than last game. Yeah, this game was played at a much faster pace, or at a much faster pace than what I think FlyQuest was ready for.
This series, and this one is essentially done, except for walking it to the Nexus for Gen.G.
How they go from NA or game 1 to this NA mentality? I don't think it has anything to do with NA. I think it has more to do with LCK. Something I've definitely noticed from like overseas teams where they kind of just tank game 1 and then game 2. It's like a whole different team.
You know, they're one of the only teams that will lose a game and actually pick red side over blue side, which is kind of almost blasphemy. But you know, will that change going to game 2?
For sure.
Ace putting some damage into Inspired here as Chovy is ready to approach from the flank. Level 17 Cassidon, fully ready, fully locked and loaded.
They're pros. They got to be able to adjust, especially at this stage. Oh, for sure.
He is fearless in this game.
I just hope that they know what to adjust to now, since this is game 2, and I hope we see the same FlyQuest that we saw in game 1 in game 3.
As the base continues to experience the siege. Level 14 now for Pays, pushing bot, pushing mid. The Baron power play nearing 3,000.
Adapter be removed. He said that?
Yes, the tier 3 turret in mid lane. Now about to fall. Gen.G forcing the issue. Lehens with a flash over the wall. Going in for the dredge line. Ain't gonna find it. Inspired.
Y'all think we will get a Cassidon nerf?
Here too. Mid lane inhibitor already down. Bottom lane, the next target. Keen just set it up
FlyQuest said, we got pocket picks. And Chovy said, I got pocket picks too, ho. He did.
And Gen.G will not be stopped. Busio drops next. And the remaining 3 FlyQuest players fall back to the last battle.
said, I got pocket boots too. Little hoe. Oh, that's crazy pace.
He continues
And he doesn't die.
And Chovy's dominating. Another dredge line misses, but it won't matter. Quad and Masu trying to stay alive, but a step outside of the fountain steps is certain death.
It's okay.
Gen.G clear the Nexus turrets.
It's okay. It's 1-1.
Head back into their base.
It's okay. It's 1-1.
Tied series. Gen.G take game 2.
A great punch back in game 2 here from Gen.G.
It's Chovy drinking out that cup,
really
like
utilizing some of the early game strengths here with
nice.
that Nidalee. Canyon was everywhere.
And then moving on.
Like
That's crazy to me personally.
Makes the dive happen bot, makes the plays happen top. He was everywhere.
It's now been one great game from FlyQuest, another great game from Gen.G, and don't y'all worry, there's more Worlds 2024 coming your way right after this.
F점을 쓰면은 앞점을 잘 쓸 수 있습니다. F 플레이어가 저쪽이 훨씬 더 잘하는 선수들이 많고
Period.
잘할 수밖에 없게 되는 거예요.
I agree.
个人是有点没法理解第一闪选手的心态，为什么会把闪电放在第一？
Talk about it.
취향은 존중하지만 F가 맞다. 바꾸세요.
Oh my gosh, Viper. Oh my gosh, Viper just said change it to F. Golly. Golly. That's my nonchalant dreadhead for real. He is never beating the dreadhead allegations. He is never beating the dreadhead allegations. That is crazy. He said change it to F. That is crazy. They got the nerve to say this, but they got eliminated. So T1 didn't get eliminated. So and Faker was the first one to say it. So you sound like a Flash with you sound like a player with Flash on D. That's what I think you that's what I think you sounded like. And they made it far, but I think it ends now. No! No, Fan Arton. We will be victorious. We will win. Yes, FlyQuest lost the second match. He really said change it to F and moved on. Okay. My bad, Viper. Gosh. He toxic. If FlyQuest wins, I will do something crazy. Like what? I need a way to enable Blippo while simultaneously keeping Canyon at bay. No, same, Capri. I definitely picked Gen.G in my pick'ems because I want the points, but I want FlyQuest to win. So I don't mind tanking those points just for FlyQuest to win. But at the same time, bro, my pick'ems are so freaking cooked. I predicted LNG to beat Weibo, and then I predicted HLE to beat BLG. Like, and then both of those teams decided they wanted to choke. Run away, run away. Chim, do a backflip if FlyQuest wins. I don't know how to do backflip. Can I do a cartwheel? I'm okay with only one of my pick'ems being correct. T1. No, literally same. I picked T1. I picked T1. What should I get for breakfast? Get pancakes. and eggs and sausage. Oh, period, littles. I said HLE was gonna win Worlds. I'm automatically out. Oh man. Yeah. I picked Gen.G to win Worlds. So if they lose today, not only are my pick'ems cooked, but my whole like pick'ems is cooked. Better run away, run away, run away. Dude, they play the same songs over and over and over again that like I've memorized these lyrics. That Cassidy pick was crazy. Do you even win something if you are top 1 or top 2? What do you mean? Pick'ems? I think so. I'm gonna have pricing for my. I have a pick'ems leaderboard for stream, and if you're top 3, you'll win a prize. What prize? Haven't decided, but you'll win a prize. How do you feel about the Exalted Jing skin? I'm upset. I am upset. As for heavy as the ground. See, like all of these songs are overplayed. They're overplaying them. And game 1 was the most phenomenal sighting I've ever had at Worlds. The Seraphine pick, like it was delicious. The second game, it was just so many unlucky plays back to back to back. I was a little bit confused why. I know he presses. I know Inspired presses his ulti for the shield, but why didn't he hold it for a longer and more damage?
It is Gen.G that wins game 2, and did the players get played? Because if you cast your
10
mind
seconds
back to
forward.
HLE,
I can refresh it. I'm watching on Twitch.
against the Nunu and failing here, the Kassadin. Nunu, Gen.G watched that game and said, "You are not playing me, FlyQuest."
They actually would have had that Kassadin ready, I think, if they were going to see the Nunu, which we ended up seeing in this game. But I would say I've also sufficiently come off the high of game 1.
I can see it.
Yeah, I think we're a little more level now.
I came off the high.
You can tell that FlyQuest was afraid of the Kassadin, so they tried multiple times early
Shall we
on to not
silence
let this
him?
guy get gold and end up backfiring.
Can we see it again?
Yeah, first here the dive from Busio, trying to pressure. Again,
Is it
the
this
Q from
one? I think
Kassadin
it's this
also
one.
with the magic shield. And then here, Inspired also trying to go for it. They have the
He
combo,
did.
but cancels the ultimate, and then he
That
barely
would have
gets
killed
out.
him,
Again,
yeah.
Both of these kills are into a mega scaling side laner. One of the most dangerous tools that we mentioned after the previous game that we thought Gen.G can use to just pull apart FlyQuest. So that's why FlyQuest are really scared
Now
of the
they gonna
Kassadin.
come
It's just
back.
that
Yeah,
then
exactly.
They ended up accelerating the Kassadin and giving a
Now
bunch
they
of
just
free
gonna come
money.
back and hit him
So it
harder.
got very scary very quickly.
And especially once he got that lead, you could see immediately like, all right, Chovy, you go off to a side lane. We're not going to deal with you anymore. You kind of just win out on your own up there. And when you already had this Jax that was off to a great
Yo,
lead as well,
Rencaro,
thanks to
thank you
those
so
early
much for the
lane spots,
follow. Hope you're
I
having a
think
good
you
day
just spelled
today.
absolute disaster for Fly, and that's why they kept kind of throwing everything in the kitchen sink, trying to make it work, but it just all fell apart for them.
Yeah, we were watching the game and we were thinking, oh, is this just Gen.G waking up? Is that reducing it too much?
I think it is reducing it a little bit. I would say that this was the snapback from game 1, and I'd say FlyQuest actually just played a lot worse. Like they put themselves under pressure in this game to slow down the Kassadin, and that actually to me made them play too fast. It wasn't just those dives. Whippo took some bad trades in the lane swap, which then made him get in dive range for the original dive that set him behind in the game as well. And then Gen.G did also play very well, but that was after they'd gotten the lead. Like the first 3 positive plays, I'd say, would be the dive onto Whippo and then the 2 dives onto Kassadin.
I think also just great adaptation in the draft coming through from Gen.G as well. They end up banning the Seraphine, and also then first picking the Ashe, which meant that they had a ton of control on that bottom side of the map, and then being able to set themselves up for great success.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
On what the lane swaps have been, because when we've seen them the last 2 games, it has been, hey, we're going to go, we've traditionally seen at World so far has been, I'm going to move my support down to that lane that you are
You guys think we're going to be blue side or red side? What do you think that FlyQuest is going to pick?
He's fully awake now. But you're not going to TP in. You're going to have your top laner TP in and 2v4 you'll hold off the dive. But instead now we're seeing that they're actually holding Keen in the lane, and he's just been able to pick up all this farm solo, so he's actually getting out to an early lead when it comes to that. And then he got to with for a huge amount of that early stage.
And just big props to Gen.G for being also such a creative
Sorry, I had to get that one
we
out.
mentioned earlier them pulling out the Twitch.
Yeah, I feel like they're
pulling
gonna
out the
pick red.
Cassidy here. Hadn't seen it since 2021 at Worlds.
Nasus.
It's great for Chovy this year as well in 2024. So
only Chovy's ever second Cassidy pick. So
Who won first game? First game was won by FlyQuest, and second game was just won by Gen.G. We're about to head into game 3.
That makes the draft just so much fun to follow.
I like it. I did request something, and I promise I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay.
I just wanted to pull up our reaction right after game 1. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to do that just because I wanted to talk about.
You got some good spin on that thing, Shock.
That's some serious wagging on that thing.
Listen,
figure wag.
So I wanted to talk about it because it kind of, I think, also
Yes, this is a best of 5.
felt after that game 1, right?
I think they will continue to ban Seraphine. She's too present in team fights. That's why I was confused as to why teams weren't picking her.
You get kind of knocked down just like we did a little bit, right? In terms of how that game went, because it wasn't really close.
Yeah.
And I want to approach the next game from that vantage point now, because do we think that game 1 was a fluke? Or do we think that the adaptations are going to push this into a lengthy best of 5?
So, do I think FlyQuest is now the favorite? No. Do I think that they have a chance of winning the series? I actually do. And I think that the result of that game
She's my favorite champion. I love her. It was so good. It was such a good game.
I don't think Cassidy Nidalee is good. I'll just go ahead and say that. It is good when you get 5 plates top lane because the rest of your map is snowballing and there's 2 failed dives on you. Yeah, it's going to be good.
Stop drafting Ezreal, please. Kid, can you say it a little bit louder? Because I don't think these teams have heard you. And I need them to.
Especially when you move to the blue
Yeah, I think they're going to ban the Ivern and Seraphine permanently.
You can't get rid of the
Ever since Inspired played it, it's been
There's a ton of
perma-banned.
adaptation come through. The fact you picked up that red side win is so crucial for FlyQuest in this series.
And I would like to bring it back to the gameplay
I'm
as
doing well,
You'll notice
Ara.
a
How are
very
you
big
doing?
difference in the gameplay from the FlyQuest side from game 1 to game 2.
Tegan, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 3 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Hope you're having a good day today. Hope you're enjoying these Worlds games.
I think locking in here
No more
through the
Ezreal.
next game,
Timmy,
looking
thank you so
forward
much for
in
the
this
follow.
series, I am kind of still filled with hope, but this entire time we've expected Gen.G to absolutely blast them. Okay, so
Yeah, and I'm a little bit hopeful for FlyQuest because it feels like the thought process is correct in game 2. The execution was slightly off. And I'm more nervous
Yeah,
when
this
I see
is a
teams who
crucial
don't have the
match
thought process
because
correct,
Gen.G
and
now
then are
has the
messing up on how they
momentum,
execute as well. So
and we
I
need to
think
see
FlyQuest are gonna come back
FlyQuest.
swinging in this game.
I really want to see them take this next
Believers who
game.
think FlyQuest is going to come back swinging. What do you think, Captain Flowers?
Thank you very much, Shocks.
I thought you were going to show when we were literally jumping.
Keep going.
All right, I don't know if Kobe's
We're
still
in
talking
there.
or I'm still talking, whatever. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for our 3rd game here in this best of 5. Gen.G has tied it up, but now here's the big difference. We're heading into the 3rd draft with FlyQuest on the blue side. This not only opens them up from Yone Aurora
I want to
jail,
see
but it also allows them to first
more
pick Ashe.
pocket
Exactly.
picks,
So it's so
more
interesting
fun
because Ashe has
little
become really, really important
random
throughout the quarterfinals.
picks.
But also,
That's what I'm trying to
just
see, bro.
really not sure what Gen.G is going to ban on
Yeah,
red side,
FlyQuest
because
chose blue
if I'm
side.
them, I think
Now
I
they
would
don't
way
have
rather
to
give over
forcefully
a
ban that
or an
Yone,
Aurora than I would
that
an
Aurora.
Ivern or
I
a
think that
Seraphine,
takes
all
up
these
2
picks you're
slots
less
of
familiar
Gen.G
with,
bans.
that FlyQuest really
But
specializes
Gen.G
in.
has
So
to
I'm
ban the
so
Seraphine and the
curious to see
Ivern.
what the
So
priority is for
something is
Gen.G. Do you
going
just
to
ban
get
on red side like
through.
you would against a normal team, where you
Something
have to
will
do
get through
Aurora and
in
Yone and then
this
+1,
game.
or do you maintain those off-meta bans
Wait, what do you mean,
that they've been
Taj?
using against FlyQuest? Because usually FlyQuest likes to stay on red.
Yeah, my anticipation is that FlyQuest is going to try and prioritize that Ashe, just so I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned away from the side of Gen.G. The Skarner priority is also pretty interesting to me. Game 1, we didn't really see it have a huge amount of impact, and I think that was a great demonstration of how Xin Zhao is supposed to work in Toscana. The fact that you're stronger early, you can fight better early, just makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
And if you can play to that strength, then you can really shut down the Toscana.
All right.
And I think that that's a way in which FlyQuest can look to try and find advantages in the draft.
A lot of people want NA to win this. Yeah, this would be the upset of the freaking world. Upset of the century.
I think that in game 2, Quad was able to successfully punish, get the flash out from Chovy, do a good job in the laning phase. But I think that if you give Chovy a winning matchup, he will just run away with it.
He will Chovy it for sure.
He will.
And FlyQuest has reported some peripheral issues to league officials, so that.
So yes, blue side always gets first pick. You always get to pick the very first champion when you're on blue side, which means the red side is going to always ban like the really good picks, the picks that are undeniably amazing. So that Yone, that Aurora. But FlyQuest has also shown that they're really good with inspired on Ivern and the Seraphine. The Seraphine is a huge pick. So those are 4 champions, and you only get 3 bans. So something is getting through to FlyQuest that we are going to get to play. Yeah, Gen.G has also liked to ban the quads Casio. So I'm very excited to see what they deprioritize and what they do prioritize. We got a little game delay though, not sure why.
And then it becomes a game of team fighting, which I think Gen.G is more than happy to have. I think FlyQuest need to draft in a way that gives them options where they either neutralize the other game or they can find
doesn't Cassiopeia
for me, what I want to
kind of
just winning 5v5. I feel like they've had
counter
big successes just
the
Cassidon.
The thing is, we also didn't know that Cassidon was going to get picked. It was last picked, while Quad first picked. So it was kind of unfortunate.
Bringing out Busio's backup mouse, so there was an issue with his mouse. They're going to have to actually replace that. So that is what we will be waiting for. Of course, he may need to make sure the settings and everything is good on the new mouse when they do bring that out.
There was literally no way for Quad to know that they were going to pick Cassidon. Even if Quad was last pick and they picked Cassidon, there was literally no way FlyQuest could have thought like, oh, he's going to pick Cassidon.
Just joined us. Spoiler alert. We're in game 3, and it is not a 2-0 series for Gen.G.
I'm seeing something building here.
Yeah, you may have had your expectations surprised, and you wouldn't be the only one. But FlyQuest, they
y'all a mess. What's going on, Marco? How you doing, fam?
From start to finish, they dominated game 1. It was a well-executed game plan. They secured early objectives. They won every single fight, and they only made a single mistake in the whole game. Where they were able to then bounce back and close down
Ali cosplay, yeah.
Flowers and I were joking about it.
I stand.
Where Gen.G suddenly said, "Hey, all right, time
I'm
to take
doing
the
well,
gloves
Marco.
off.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
And they came back swinging. So let's see how we see in game 3.
Okay, Ash ban.
Already, here's something to take note of. FlyQuest banning the Aurora.
Why did they ban the Aurora?
Gen.G's first ban is what we were talking about, the Ash.
Yep, so it is going to be the Ash, and now it gets really tricky because they have to drop something. So what are they going to drop?
Yeah, they have to drop.
I think is a super smart ban. I do think it is enchanters that are really working so well.
I wonder why they banned Aurora. I feel like they should have made Gen.G ban Aurora. Or at least save Aurora for last ban. Try and draw it out.
I think that they're not afraid to give the Yone because I think that Chovy will have an answer to it.
Yeah, I think it's smart. You know, make FlyQuest beat you on meta picks, and I think that is the path to success here for Gen.G. You know, if there is one,
might leave Yone open. JK.
Yone, so they are still worried about that Yone. So it is interesting. You know, I definitely agree with you.
Okay,
I would be more concerned about giving
are we going to
like
get that Seraphine and flex it support possibly? Could also flex it ADC.
But this also confirms
could also flex it mid. There's a lot of places that Seraphine could go.
Regardless, the Skarner's going to be locked in, kind of as we expected.
A lot of places that Seraphine could go. We could flex it for sure.
Still high on the FlyQuest side, and why shouldn't they be? 1-1 means that we're guaranteed 2 more games.
Yeah. And you can look at it, you know, kind of glass half
I think it's possible that they run the Seraphine back, but they do not have the Ashe anymore.
You have an opportunity to take down one of the very best teams in world. The point of
feel like Gen.G baiting for sure, yeah. Leaving it open. Like, go ahead, pick it.
And there's no better
because we're ready.
than against Gen.G.
And I mean, we've heard plenty in the past, specifically from Bwipo, about that, wanting to consider himself elite among the top laners in the world, measuring himself against what they can do, setting the bar with these guys who have established themselves with world titles, with top world's placements, and to go up against a team like this, that's your chance, exactly as you're saying. Gen.G gonna respond to that Skarner with a Sejuani in the jungle, so 2 big meatballs jungling in this 3rd game, and it will be Pays on the Ezreal.
Now, Pays doesn't have an extensive Ezreal
What are we
history.
doing? What are we doing?
He's got about 19 games across his career.
Okay, we got the
But I will
Kai'Sa
say,
pick.
we've seen LPL Ezreals, and I'll tell you now that LCK Ezreals really aren't that much different. So
it's not looking
I think they have to save.
certainly is not. The
I
Kai'Sa gonna
think
be
they
the
have to save
response, a very
mid pick
standard one.
for
Usually the
last
idea being that Ezreal
because of
can't punish
Kobe.
Kai'Sa's relatively weak early game.
I think
and you
they
get
have
to. A point
to.
Where once you get the static shiv, you have a lot of wave
They
clear
can't
available.
first pick mid
The
like that
denial
again.
with the Rakan pick as well, because you know how nicely it pairs up alongside means that FlyQuest likely looking for a lane swap once more because they don't want to have to play into the 2 versus 2. But you could argue that because of Ezreal's early game strength, maybe
So
they
we've
quite
got mid lane and top lane that we're giving prio, but that means that
I wonder if we'll see a return to something like the Cassante for him.
those are going to get banned out.
Sylas being hovered and locked in now for Chovy.
Sylas does like the
Sylas.
Rakan ultimate. You can also kind of have a get out of jail free card, an emergency panic button if you steal the Kai'Sa ulti. Skarner ulti also has some big playmaking potential there too.
So I'm really interested now, do Gen.G worry about something like a Tristana coming through, and are they going to be looking to ban that out? Because, you know, a lot of these kind of ADC matchups are one of the things that a lot of people are saying kept Sylas out of that meta, right? You know, that really could be a struggle for him in that mid lane.
Seraphine is now bad here because of the Sylas. True.
What champions are we going to pick that have ultimates that are going to be too
Because that means that they can just flip
The
it
Olaf
right
does
back on you.
suggest that Gen.G is thinking about a Cassante themselves, or at least something relatively tanky, and we know that it is one of Bwipo's go-to top lane picks.
This is also something that Bwipo plays into Renekton, something that they could be looking towards a standard pick like that. You know, Bwipo definitely comfortable playing these style of champs, but they have the same read that you do. As soon
I'm
as
glad
the
they
Olaf is
banned
banned,
him.
FlyQuest
I
says,
don't
you know
want
what?
to see no
You can't have
Cassante.
then.
Yeah, they know that Keen likes to play Cassante. They know that Gen.G likes to put him on the Cassante. Why not just take that out of the pool? I'm really curious too, because you're not only talking about the Tristana.
What are we about to cook up, y'all? What do y'all think we about to cook up? I feel like they're going to ban the cast.
And them kind of coming into this position of power in summer in the LCS. Quad on 80
Stop that
carries,
movement on,
inspired
oh,
on AP
they
junglers.
banned
That was like
Orianna.
the secret sauce. They were really good when that was the meta. Obviously,
Interesting.
Skarner doesn't fall into that like Lilia, Zyra brand bucket, but Quad definitely knows how to pilot those types of champs, but that's not going to be
I'd love Vex. I'm kind of traumatized from Vex. We had a NA mid laner run Vex and they went like 1 and 9.
Matchup here early on for Chovy on that Sylas. Again, it is one of those melee versus range matchups that you can struggle in the early levels on. FlyQuest really thinking through this final ban, and it is going to be Rel, so taking away some of the powerful engage that Lehens is very well known for.
Well, there's that Renekton that you talked about as well. Going to be locked in for Keen. Okay. A relatively safe blind.
Gen.G's
So our Bwipo now looks
team
responsive.
is
I've only seen the Urgot, I was
gonna say,
but I don't love it here.
Oh, Vladimir would be really interesting. There have been so much talk about this W Max Grasp Vladimir that had really been making the rounds in solo queue. But I think Urgot is more likely, and I wouldn't be shocked to see this locked in here. Bwipo wants to play his style.
We're getting Urgot.
To be it.
We're getting
Urgot.
Urgot.
We're
getting Urgot.
In these early levels.
Okay, so they saved.
Just because of how
They saved mid for last.
Now, I'd love to see something like a Kassadin response here. Coming out from Quad, I'm expecting something like the Cassio.
Oh, Zeri is another one of the big AD mids that he'd love to play, so I wouldn't be shocked. It's
Zeri mid.
It's not the Tristana that I was mentioning, but this is one of Quad's picks that FlyQuest really developed a tremendous amount of faith in him playing. It's also an ultimate that's not really that good to give
I would
over
have
there
liked
to Chovy.
the Vladimir. I think Vladimir would have been fun.
I think that is that Primo
Yeah,
one.
we're
Potentially
double
Skarner, you know,
ADC.
maybe situationally the Urgot. But I think FlyQuest have a really strong draft. I think they are very powerful in the 5v5. The Braum, though, great answer against the double AD carry. And even Urgot that kind of acts almost like a pseudo AD carry in some ways. To be able to block so much of that damage, protect Pays, and make him a nightmare to get to.
The thing that I'm looking at for the Zeri, though, when we think of all the times that Zeri has dominated and run the meta, she often does
I'm doing well, Noel. How are you doing?
Think back to your Lulus. Think back to your Yumis. And while Rakan does offer the ability to buffer up a little bit, it's not on the same level. So it's up to Quad to pilot this not just correctly, but without help.
They keep switching
Gen.G have an incredibly powerful top side with the Sejuani pairing nicely alongside both the Sylas and the Renekton. And the concern for me comes from the fact that
ever crave food that you know is absolutely horrible for you, but you still want it because like it's good food?
But I do have concerns around
y'all ever do that?
Backline threat is there really on to Paze's Ezreal?
Yes,
I feel like he's going to be given
sis.
so much space.
I am craving McDonald's right now, and I like know that's probably the worst thing to put into my body, but baby, I want some freaking McDonald's, dude, or some buffalo wings, man.
Can you just kill frontline? Can you kite back and play in that way? Because if you can burst someone
you have
down,
a stomach virus? Do you know where you got it from, kid?
Over here that are in this melee with Urgot, who gets an ultimate.
I believe it's usually the salt that you're craving. I just want, like I guess so, like the salty fries. But I'm also craving like a. I know Burger King has like honey mustard chicken wraps.
Zeri here, which has been kind of been taking the meta by storm,
I think I'm going to Burger King
this
today.
particular champion combo.
Yeah, ever since the range nerfs to Fleet Footwork,
I think I'm going to Burger
King. I want to make sure that I can stay in lane.
What do you think about Zeri? I've never gotten the hang of her, honestly.
To becoming that late game monster.
Girl, I just had an internal battle about that. Like, it's so tough. It's so tough.
Against Gen.G.
Our McDonald's have fried chicken though. They don't have the snack wraps anymore. I miss the snack wraps. Grasp Zeri. So like a lot of the mid laners have been taking grasp on champions in mid lanes just so that they get like a little tankier. I love the snack grabs, right, Angie?
Gen.G, the highest accolade they've achieved has
They were
been the
so
World
good.
Semifinals, which when you think about him as a player...
What's your favorite chicken sandwich?
And the MSI title.
I mean, yes, of course. I mean, that's the thing, right? Of course, securing that MSI title this year was supposed to be the beginning of the golden road.
I think the Chick-fil-A one is kind of classic. I do think the Popeyes one is pretty good. I think you can find some good like chicken sandwiches at like actual restaurants though.
Surely this is the freest world.
Have you tried Jollibee? I have.
Uh,
All they have to do is knock out FlyQuest. They have a winning matchup against T1 pretty much.
I have tried Jollibee. I'm not too much of a fan of like the food and the chicken there, but I am in love. And hear me when I say this, Mark. I am so in love with the mango pineapple pies from Jollibee. Oh my gosh, whoever made those, whoever was the first person to be like, yo, we should put out mango pineapple pies, I want to give them a kiss on their freaking forehead. They what? They what? Oh, is it peach mango? My bad. The peach mango pies? All I know is it's bussin'.
I mean, there's definitely massive expectations for them. You know, a lot of people look at Chovy as
Bojangles better than Popeyes. I miss Bojangles. We used to have Bojangles when I used to live in North Carolina, but there's no Bojangles. There's Bojangles in Georgia. There was a Bojangles where I used to live.
They're saying, all right, are you going to win Worlds or not, bro? Like, it's kind of crazy how high those expectations become. And if they do indeed win Worlds,
I thought she was going to say the mango pineapple drink from Wendy's. No, but the strawberry lemonade is good at Wendy's. But let me put you on game. Let me put you on game. I don't know if y'all have ever tried it, but when you go to those Coca-Cola freestyle things, there is ginger ale. Now, ginger ale is already one of my favorite like carbonated drinks that I don't drink regularly, but if I do want a carbonated drink, I want ginger ale. They have a vanilla ginger ale, and baby, the vanilla ginger ale is so good. Hear me out. KFC spicy chicken sandwich is so good. Honestly, I'm not gonna fight you on that. I'm not gonna fight you on that because KFC has kind of rebranded their chicken. I used to say never go to KFC, always go to Popeyes. Popeyes is so much better. But y'all, KFC no longer got them fatty finger wedges. They now have good, cute little fries. that are breaded with their chicken like seasoning, and they're very crispy and good. But also their chicken is better now. So maybe I go get some KFC today.
Sometimes how the goalposts have
Maybe I go
shifted
get some
for success
KFC
for
today.
Chovy.
Yeah,
Because for a long
KFC
time,
switched
like,
it
oh,
up,
you're really
and it's
But
good.
you haven't won LCK.
And it's good
and then
now.
he wins LCK a bunch. You're like, well,
Have you
you're
had
really
Choco
good, but you
Mallow
haven't won
pies,
MSI.
melted marshmallow and chocolate? By the way, it's also
really good,
heaven.
and
I
you've
have
won
not.
MSI, but have
I'm
you
not the
won
biggest
Worlds?
lover of chocolate.
Yeah, I mean, you're
I can
completely
only
right,
have it when
and
I'm
it's
like
an
really
unfortunate
craving
reality
it.
of
But yeah, I've never
right?
tried
You gotta
those.
remember they're the most dominant region internationally. For the longest
Why are they pausing? We haven't
and you're also in the
been
home of Faker,
updated
right?
on that
and
yet.
So whenever the conversation comes up, like, oh, Chovy, the best.
I'm gonna end up
mid
at
laner, maybe
Checkers
the
down the
best
street
player
at this
in the world
point.
right now.
Checkers.
At the back, someone's gonna shout, "Hey, but what about Faker? He literally won
Checkers
Worlds
also
last year."
has some
And it's
good
just gonna be
fries
like,
and some good chicken.
okay,
What's
I
going
see
on,
your
party
argument.
babe? How are you doing today,
But,
love?
like, it doesn't matter. It's fascinating, the kind of duality, because everyone acknowledges and respects Chovy for the player that he is.
I
There
love
is no
KFC's
person that
Nashville
you'll run into, and
tenders,
if you
but it
ask
was
them, how do you
limited.
rate
I don't
Chovy,
think I've ever
he's
had
somewhere in the
those.
top 3.
Not too much on the
in terms of
wedges.
player
They were a
quality,
classic.
regardless.
Yeah, they were classically disgusting.
Ultimately, it's just a matter of time where people are saying, like, surely
I
he'll
agree.
win
I
the World
agree.
Championship, but
They were
because
classic
that single title is
for
missing
being
from his
gross.
case, there will
Yep,
always
yep,
be
yep,
that
yep, yep,
small
yep, yep.
asterisk that
I
looms
agree.
over his head
I'm glad
where,
we're on the
like,
same page.
that title
I am
of
glad we are
best
on the
is
same
always going to be
page.
somewhat under the bait.
And, you know, we're talking about Chovy and the LCK and the quality of that region and how it's just
man.
always dominated in general. But even against North
Okay,
America
Popeyes tenders are
specifically,
also really good.
believe the
Y'all, you know what I
number
haven't had
coming
yet?
into this
Canes.
Worlds
Oh my
of
gosh.
all-time games, North America
Why does this always happen?
versus Korea. It's
All
like
of y'all
15 to
under the jail,
85
not under
favoring
it.
Korea.
Not
So we'll
under
see.
it.
More about the quality of games than the quantity.
Well, we
They were
definitely
15.
didn't have
Dude,
really
yes.
good.
I've been
Really
talking about
good games.
Canes
Well,
since
hey,
I
those
moved here.
85
Because,
games, those
dude,
were
what
like
is up with
no name
Bucio's
brands. Those were
cam?
nice games.
Well,
Who cares
FlyQuest
about those
added
games?
Is he
another
good?
one to the
Oh
total
boy,
here
look
to
like he's
kick
about
off
to
the
take off for
series.
space, brother.
We'll see if game number 3
I do
can
think
be
Canes is a
another
little bit
talent
overhyped,
there on that
but I
long,
also
long road
think
to
Canes is
redemption for
still
North
good.
America
Yes, yes,
against
yes.
Korea
Okay,
at
so
international
Suki,
competition.
we on the same page
FlyQuest,
there.
they've got control
We
of
on the
mid
same
lane here
page
nice
there.
and early.
There
As
are a
Guapo
lot of
crashed the
people who
wave
are
into
like, oh my
Chovy's
gosh, Canes
turret,
is the
but
best
it lands
chicken
and
you'll ever have in your life, and
early
the sauce
push
is so
bottom
good.
lane.
And
As Whippo with that Urgot, very, very deadly in
It's
the 1v1
good.
top side, so controlling that push as well.
And I really
It's
want to see
good.
what
Let's calm
Inspired
down.
can get done, because you have the push in
It's
mid, you have
whack.
the push in top, and you know that gives him some more freedom
I think
to
we're
move
being
around the
a
map
little
here.
bit dramatic.
Quad slowly
now.
chipping away on Chovy.
I really
Did take
want
one
chicken
power
right now,
shot,
girl.
really that's only
No,
returned him. He has taken,
same.
but bot
The
lane
sauce
has
is
been
good.
all Gen.G
The
pushing in.
fries.
You can
Now, when
see
I
their
used to
second assist
live
wave. They're
at
looking for a dive here. This
UGA,
would be
when I was in
devastating if
college,
FlyQuest died.
Masu and
dude,
Busio,
we get this
they gotta play
3-minute
this one
tower
right.
dive
Canyon going in.
every
They've already
game.
popped the heal at the very start from Gen.G. Busio taking a ton of damage here. Canyon's getting locked up. Lahenzi's another turret shot as Whippo goes
Can we
forward.
finish here?
Canyon's still trying to
They're
get away.
so low.
The Urgot not gonna get a kill on anybody as now Whippo's in danger.
Block
He
one, block
shifts
one.
forward.
Wait,
Busio
this
has
is you, Masu. This is you, Masu. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Yes. 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 Oh my gosh. That's an amazing early game. We have been set up for success. We have the tools for success. We just need to use them. We just need to use them. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. Oh my gosh, it looked really bad. We had the double brawn passive on both Busio and Masu. They were one tick away from both getting stunned, but Lahenz was taking too much turret shots. Too much turret shots. Whippo comes in, putting out the damage. Pays, repositioning to make sure that he hits Whippo. Masu and Busio said no. We gon' front line. Busio then says, actually, you're dying. Double kill on the ADC. We're taking your cheeks. We're taking your cheeks. Period. Period. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, Whippo. Absolutely beautiful. Oh my God. Delicious. Delicious. Holy moly. That was so good.
Fantastic
that was so
TP
good.
from Whippo supporting the team.
That was
that
so
is the
good.
fate that they have in this NA talent bot lane
Oh
here.
my
Masu
gosh.
and Busio. The team knows if we get Masu in a position,
Oh
he
my
can win
God.
us games. They have that
Okay.
confidence in him, and Whippo is
Since we're
willing
still
to make
on the fried
sacrifices to his
chicken
own game to
topic,
enable this young AD
Publix
carry.
fried chicken. Now, I've never eaten the sub subs or the chicken from Publix, but I have heard that Publix
now gonna be caught.
does have them cooking up in the back.
That's the other
They do.
consequence of that
They do.
failed play
I've
from
definitely
Canyon.
heard about it.
Inspired has
Now,
been full
we
wearing
don't
the
have
whole time.
Publix in California,
This
so
man,
I
for those
can't.
that don't know, loves
I
clearing
can't say I'm gonna go get one, but I'll be in Atlanta on Tuesday. So
if you try and make that
Public sub,
play, you aren't able to execute. Inspired
Public
is
sub.
gonna punish
Do I
you
need
for
to
it.
go live in Publix and eat a Public sub for the first time on stream?
Big advantages here so far for FlyQuest. You can see though Chovy
I think I might have to do
with
it.
Quad in mid lane.
I
Getting
think
a little
I
bit
might have to
dicey
do it.
as they both are getting a bit
I'll
low
go
on
live
health.
on like
You also
TikTok
have
or
to
something.
wonder, could this TP get punished?
What happened to your live on
from
TikTok?
Whippo?
It's up.
If he gets ganked
We live
without
on
that
TikTok.
TP, if you die without that TP, all of a sudden plates go over. All of a sudden you lose all the minions.
Let me go get
The
a
wave
pub
becomes
sub for
very
lunch.
difficult.
No, like
So
we
Canyon
are such
still has an
foodies in this stream. All we do is talk about food,
but he
bro.
also knows Inspired is ahead of him, and if Inspired is there when he goes for that
All we
gank,
do is talk
another
about
play goes
food.
bad in the early game, Gen.G could be in a lot of trouble.
Look at the blue buff right now. Bit of an invade coming out from Canyon when his top laner just reset. I think his goal there was just to get a bit of information. Yeah.
Jersey Mike's. I was thinking about getting a Jersey Mike's subs today, but I think I'm gonna get like some type of fried chicken after this conversation.
Is already here to the play. Chovy has the power, but they dive bot.
Bottom lane pays at 200 HP. Masu.
All we need is a W or a Q, an ISO Q or. Big Masu. Big Masu. That's not little Masu. That's big Masu right there.
A crucial set of sequences happened on the map.
Okay.
Gen.G gained the advantage on the growth. They did so by bringing Lehens up.
Talk about rookie, by the way. Talking about rookie.
And they rightly do it.
Rookie needs 3 kills. Rookie that.
Names. They just saw an Ezreal that
Rookie
should have
that.
died.
Whippo in trouble as Canyon trying to make his presence known up here on the top side.
Oof.
Whippo's locked up, beat down.
You know, that's fine. They need 2. They need 2. They need 2.
Punish now on Whippo.
Big Masu, not the little one. Come on with it.
Keen is
Come
going to
on
get
with
this
it.
wave in. He's going to get likely at least one of these
Period,
turret plates. And he's going to
DRW.
be in a pretty big advantage
We gonna
off of
take
that.
them cheeks.
Inspired making his way back towards the top side. Should be able to tick over to level 6 as a result of this. Busio making his way towards mid as
Masu
well.
is locked in. Yes, yes, Josh.
Neutral objective trades, but Inspired
I want to
not really
date
been in a
Quad
position
for
to play
real.
that dragon just yet. He has to cover the top side of the map. He's going to catch that whole wave. And as you rightly said, Azel, the top side of the map now a big advantage for Gen.G, with Masu finding himself with a 1.1k gold lead.
Yep, that was always the risk when you TP down the bot. You die without that teleport, you are in
I
trouble.
think you should
So Bubbo
also
sacrifices for the
always
team,
reach for
but
the
it's not nearly as
stars
dire
and
as it was in that last game. The situation that he was in was so much more
you
difficult,
know,
and especially against a Jax who really does scale incredibly well.
You should-
Bubbo's still in it, and Masu has been set up for success. This
Uh,
young Canadian AD carry trying
chase
to
your
make his name
dreams.
known on the international scene. Has talked so much
And
about
fly high,
how the
yeah.
support of his family has really meant the
Yeah.
world to him. You know, he comes here, he has
What's the
so
score right
much
now? 1-1.
backing from his family. They're always watching the games. They're always sending him supporting messages, calling him after the games, and he wears that necklace as a reminder
Come
of
on,
his
Star
uncle, of his family,
Walking.
of their home.
3-1, 1,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, despite the fact that, like we've already touched on, no neutral objectives to the name just yet. 2 minutes until
Gotta
we
be,
get the
gotta
next
be.
set of grubs. The first
I will
Drake
never
needed
tell
from Drake
anyone not to
doesn't have a
chase
lot
their
of individual
dreams.
value itself, and it looks like neither one of the teams are super concerned with it right now. Canyon is on this bottom part of the map. He is level 6.
I saw
However, it
someone
looks
make
like
a
he's gonna go ahead
candied
and take his
Chipotle
recall here
burrito.
for a
Pissed me
purchase.
off immediately.
Lucio
No,
will
that
move to the bot side. We've
that
out some of this vision.
that makes me upset.
Inspired. Also
Y'all see
hanging
how
around,
people be
farming
making
grubs
like
himself.
fried watermelon or candied watermelon? I'm just sitting there like, bro, can't you just enjoy the thing as the thing?
Carries with very similar stories, but of course along different timelines. It's a big ultimate connects from Pace.
Like, why can't
Dragon's
you
still
just-
available. Canyon on the bot side of the map, likely taking over to level 7. Oh no, not quite enough
Oh, there
experience.
was a candied
May set
fried
up for the
chicken?
objective,
Like,
given the pressure that he has on
why
bot.
can't you just
Could
eat the
be
fried
looking for a
chicken?
dive.
I think it's round 2
Like,
here,
if
and
you
this
want
time
to put
there's-
something on the
Bubbo's still
fried
having
chicken,
that
just dip
teleport,
it in
you know,
some
so they
freaking
do have to be
sauce,
careful
bro.
about that. If they overcommit, the same play could happen.
1v1 in the mid lane though. Quad firing back on Chovy,
Fried
who has
watermelon
some quick
OD.
sidesteps to get
Save
away from
that
some of those Zeri
for the
Qs.
state fairs.
still wants to
That's
keep
a
it moving
fair for
forward,
the
blocking
reason. I mean, like, I'll try a bite just to say that I try it, but like eating the whole thing, no, bro.
Had a real meaningful impact on the game.
I knew it was gonna go too far once I saw people deep frying Oreos. I remember, I think it was about 6 years ago, I went to a pumpkin patch and they said we got fried Oreos. And I said, you got fried?
Claiming the first 3 grubs. You definitely do
You got
not
fried
want to
what?
give 6 over. But
And
Masu now,
once
with the shift
they
completed,
said
so
that,
strong at this point in the game.
I was like, yep.
And it's going to be his turn to
We gonna
pay
get
Whippo
out of
back to be
control
able to
real
have a
quick.
big impact on
Okay,
some
but
of these
deep fried Oreos are valid. It was just a gateway. It was just a gateway.
Pay's gonna be sticking around on
I
bot.
knew
His
that was
base
gonna
delayed. He
be
does have an experience
somebody was
advantage over
putting
Masu,
their foot in
thanks
the
to being
door.
able to push in that
They was
extra
gonna
wave, which
kick it
he's not
open
gonna be
once they
caught
got
by
it in.
anyone. TP committed now, bot lane from Whippo. He's not going to be able to get much of that farm, but a nice trade comes in from Quad means
Okay,
that
Quad, we got a
Chovy
little
gonna be delayed in terms of
damage.
contest for the grubs. This means
Fried
that FlyQuest
Oreos are
should
good
have
though.
advantage
Cavities
on
for
this
life, but
objective.
absolutely
However,
delicious.
teleports
Y'all
are
fell
now
for it.
unleashed, and Chovy does have his cooldown ready to
Y'all
fire
fell for
as
it.
soon as he gets back to the base.
Don't hate me, but I hate
Join the fight
Oreos.
in that 4-second
I do
moment's
too.
notice. Masu clearing out the ward.
I'm not the biggest chocolate fan.
Making their way
I'm really
up
not.
This topside river as well. Gen.G ready to commit.
I
to the
think
second set of
Oreos would be
grubs
good to
as Quad
me
continues
if
backing away
I
from
took
Paze,
off
and
one of the
Whippo
tops
wants to keep
of the
bot lane pushing.
cookies.
They're not going to contest.
And then
Whippo
it's
has no
like an
TP. He
even
actually did go
layer
down towards bot
of
with that teleport,
icing
so
to
they're just making
cookie.
the call. We give up the grubs.
I think
we
then
trade
it would
for
be good.
flakes. And
But
that is risky business, but if you can deny them from getting to those
I
towers,
think
then, hey,
Oreo
you can really pay
flavored
off, 'cause the
things
grubs
are good.
only
So like an
potential
Oreo
power. If you're
milkshake
getting shoved in those lanes, they
or
don't do
like
a lot
Oreo
for you.
ice cream, that's good.
FlyQuest is hovering around
But
the area
just
here a
me
little
sitting
bit,
there
but they
eating
are
some
not going to go
Oreos,
any further forward. Inspired Busio's feet never touch water. As that's 6 grubs for Gen.G.
Why
Very
Canyon
nice
getting every
early
objective for
control over
free?
the objectives here for the LCK team.
6 void grubs.
I am surprised
Dragon.
that Inspired base there to complete his item rather than try and contest. But I guess the logic is, against Renekton this early on, it's not worth it. And given that Whip already TP'd to the bot side of the map, Renekton versus
You need
our
them
double AD
most
carries
stuffed
at this point in the
Johns.
game. No, we're good,
Oh,
we're fine.
man.
But conceding so many objectives
People in
the early
Texas
game is
deep
dangerous
fry
thing to do
butter,
against
literal
Gen.G.
butter.
It really is, right? And
No,
if
they
they
don't.
get access
I
to
don't
those
believe
towers,
you.
they are going to punish you. Chovy's
I
going
don't
to be playing
believe
heavily
you.
through sides on
Because
the
what's the
side list,
point?
so that is a
Why are you
concern.
deep frying butter?
As, Whippo will get jumped on, but should be able to walk it out. And I think the thing is
I
for
don't believe
FlyQuest,
you.
their read is we outscale.
Whippo gets tagged by the stolen ulti. Chovy going in, trying to get the execute threshold. Remember, it's 25%. But they don't do the damage in time, despite the true shot barrage from Paze making a connection there on the Whippo.
They do. I've
He had
seen
to
the
use flash
videos.
to live, though.
Yeah, Whippo will be pushed out. FlyQuest read again. If they think they outscale, they're just saying,
There's
you know
no
what,
way.
we'll sit back. Yeah, you can have the grubs, but we're just going to keep farming on the double AD carry.
But
and
like,
we'll get to a
why?
point where
Once
you
you
can't
deep
contest
fry
us
it,
in
what
the
do you do?
5v5. The
You just
question
eat the
is,
butter
was
stick?
their read right? Because Gen.G does have
Thoughts
some
on
powerful
golden
skins
Oreos?
themselves, and of
I don't
course,
think I've
are
ever tried them.
masters in that
I've
5v5.
never craved an
It's
Oreo.
awkward lane assignments right now for FlyQuest. They've got
Never
Masu in the mid
in
lane
a day of
against
my
Chovy
life.
with a 2-level discrepancy. They've sent Quad up to fight Keen. It's Renekton, who is doing fine in the 1v1 because of how safe Zeri is, but Whippo really needs to base. So a lot of the cover from
I've heard from
FlyQuest
Hell's
has to go
Kitchen,
towards
Southern
bot side of
people
the map
deep
to
fry
help them push out
everything.
that wave.
I'm
Now with
Southern.
Paze and Lands pushing in bot,
I'm from the
you've got
South.
Masu pushing in mid.
And I
The risk
can
is, though, because
confirm
Kai'Sa's at
I've
short range,
never
that
seen
while you'd ideally
deep fried
love to be
butter.
trading plates,
And
it's a
like,
dangerous thing to
my
do
family
against a
country.
Sylas and a Sejuani.
The other thing I'm looking
They
at
love
here,
a
we've got
fish
less
fry,
than
they
1
love a
minute
chicken
now
fry.
until the Herald spawns. FlyQuest having already given away the first 3 neutral objectives with that first Drake and all
Those
6
Blackpink and
grubs.
Lady Gaga
How much are
Oreos
they
were nasty.
really
What
willing
flavor
to
were
give?
they?
You talk about grubs being a down payment, an investment, something that you have to make later actions for it to pay off. You're almost always going to get value from a Herald.
Exactly, and the
I
grubs
don't
amp
even
the power of
know
the
the
Herald. You drive it in,
possibilities.
you have 6 grubs. You're going to get 12 Void Mites popping out of that thing. It's a
Crazy.
clown car, and it feels like you get so much damage down on the tower every
What is
single
y'all's
time.
favorite
FlyQuest
dish
are basing
that
now,
your family
it's gonna be
cooks
a
at
little bit
like
late if
a
they wanna actually
gathering?
contest
So like
here.
if
We'll
you having a
see if they are
cookout,
going to be looking
if you
for
having
it.
like
You can see
a
Quad has no
Thanksgiving
teleport, he's just
dinner,
right
a
back to
Christmas
base now. So
dinner.
again, I think they're
What
just
is y'all's
content
favorite
to
dish
keep
that your
farming,
family
keep
cooks?
playing
Like
it
you're
slow,
always looking
maintain the
forward.
status quo, and that is for now a 2.4K gold lead.
Texas is
Black
Narnia.
Cleaver being finished on Whippo is a nice spike, but no TP available on him.
What's wrong
Rakan
Waffle House.
But Inspired sets aside
Crab legs. Can you speak on it? Yes. Crab legs. I feel like mac and cheese can go either way. Like there can be some banger mac and cheese, but there can also be some bush mac and cheese. There's no way Gen.G is getting every single objective on this rift.
It makes it more difficult for them to actually
There's no way.
It's pretty interesting. And he's going to be a lot tankier. It's
Lasagna.
450 health plus all the grass procs he's gotten. Maybe you can check how many
Collard greens.
And I also
Yes.
want to point out that we're talking about Whippo hitting that black cleaver.
Is stride breaker normal for Zeri? To be honest, I don't know what Quad is cooking right now, baby. Anyone eat snake here? I've never had snake, but I have had crocodile. Or was it alligator? Might have been alligator.
The gold is now not even 100 apart, still favoring King.
I mean, Quad has 2,400 health right now, so quite a lot.
Is
as
Quad
much as Silas,
cooking,
but you're
or
playing
is
an
he
AD
cooked?
carry. So he's not going to be the easiest to burst down. I think he's going to be
I made a
posturing
big
aggressively, trying
ziti
to
this past
utilize that
weekend
extra
for the
health
boyfriend
to
and
be
I.
baiting them
Was
in
it
onto trying to make them
delicious?
overcommit and then to try to kite them out in the fight.
I'm from
We'll have to
Florida
see
and
if
I
that
haven't
is
had
going to be
gator.
able to work,
It really
but
just tastes like
likewise, again,
chicken.
they are masters of
It's
playing
just,
towards what they believe their win
it
conditions
gives
are.
very much
If they think they
chicken.
outscale, it doesn't matter. You're not going to bait them into fights that they don't 100% believe they're going to win.
I don't think I've ever had a steak in
Sure, we
Texas.
might win this one. Maybe it's 55-45. But guess what? In 10 minutes, it's going to be 70-30, and we'll fight you then.
Really?
The second Drake of the game goes FlyQuest's way, so they will not allow Gen.G to continue stacking
How do they
towards
catch the
soul, but
gator? Do they like hire Lana Del
this
Rey's
always
husband?
tops the rankings, all the
I
tier
think
lists of what matters the most.
I don't know
and when
what
you
they
have
do,
two
actually.
AD carries, having a slowing
In
chain
Fly we
lightning
trust,
is
true.
going to be massive for kiting out these team fights. So FlyQuest working towards that. On the other side, though, Gen.G, it's also an amazing poke tool to have the Hex Soul, and you know Pays will be delivering the Mystic shots.
Whippo, crucially, secures first tire of the game. Remember that he was at a pretty massive deficit early on. He's been able to close the experience gap. He's significantly
We're
closed
doing
the gold
good
gap,
in
giving
terms of
himself an
CS right
advantage.
now,
And now FlyQuest
except
are
for
at a
top
3K
lane.
gold lead.
Yeah.
Securing that second dragon did a lot, mainly because it just slows down Gen.G's ability to basically snowball the game. And we're getting closer to those fights where,
It's
as
pretty
Dylan and I
good,
already
Holy.
talked about it in the draft, it's an interesting
Ooh,
situation where I have some
tamales.
concerns around FlyQuest's ability to
sounds
gain access
yummy.
to the backline. However, both teams are going to be looking to play a front-to-back composition. And when you have three melees into double AD carry, that's a good situation for both an Urgot and the AD carries to be playing.
I mean, it's 4 melees into double AD carry, right? It gets
True.
even harder, and there's a black cleaver that Urgot
So
purchased up, which
when
I think
I
is so
run
smart.
Stride
Shredding
Breaker
the
on
armor
Jinx,
for your AD carries,
I
applying
don't
that
want
to
to hear
everyone. You also have to
nobody
remember,
saying
you want to be pretty
nothing.
tanky here, but guess what? You're minus 20%
I don't want
HP
nobody
because the
typing
Urgot
nothing
ultimate.
to
So I think what FlyQuest is going to do in every
Okay.
single fight is they're going to Urgot ultimate one person,
That's
hit
all
that
I'm
on the front
saying.
line, try to get that kill, and then utilize the fear beyond death, that fear
I
that
want
comes out on
nobody.
all these melee champions to buy space and take over the fight. That is going to be the
basically
key
we're
thing.
1-1
And
right
the
now in
question
this
is,
best of
can
5,
FlyQuest
Zachary.
get that first fight to set up for success in the rest of the 5v5?
Well, Gen.G is going to get their first turret of the game here in the bottom lane. Canyon came down to apply enough pressure to force Whippo to step back so that Keen is able to secure the turret.
Okay.
But now it's Keen under pressure. FlyQuest going in for the fight. Whippo will lead the charge.
No
as
way he's winning
Inspired
this.
on the approach right next to Busio. Keen
No way
doing a
he's
good
winning
job
this.
kiting these guys out for now. But his goal is only to buy time. There is no escape here for the Crocodile.
Nice.
And Quad gets the fourth kill for
They
FlyQuest.
do get
but
mid
the trade
turret.
in mid lane is there. It's the Rift
Ooh,
Herald.
I really wish
Summoned
that
up by
hit.
Gen.G. They use it to force the tier 1 turret down, and Lehens drives it back into the tier 2. Now
Dang.
Inspired and Busio show up to
I
force
really
Lehens
wish that hit
back.
the
So
side.
ultimately, Gen.G do
How
close the
Strybreaker
goal
works
gap
on Jinx,
despite FlyQuest
I don't know,
getting
but
picked on
we
the
building
bottom
Strybreaker
lane.
on
TP
whoever,
up at the
so
top side now, as Chovy could be in trouble. Whippo moving in, still moving towards
I
this guy,
don't think
slows him
he
down with
kills
a
here.
grenade, and now trying to get that extra little bit of space. Disdain with the flash. Whippo
If he had
finds
ulti,
Chovy,
then
but
yes.
where's the rest of the damage? Busio wants to go in,
Yeah.
but he will not get his man. Inspired still hanging around here. Farsight trinket
Ooh,
from
we
Gen.G
might be
to
overforcing. We
stop
might be
the FlyQuest
overforcing. We might be
jungler. Canyon's
overforcing.
showing up, and another TP is
We
coming
might
in
be
from Gen.G.
overforcing. We might be
Inspired
overforcing.
is way too far
We
forward,
might be
and
overforcing.
surely
We
he
might be
dies.
overforcing.
Gen.G
We
with
might
a
be
beautiful
overforcing.
punch back.
An overstep from FlyQuest as Whippo finds a great trade onto Chovy, but ultimately it's a net gain for Gen.G. They might even be looking for more as FlyQuest is forced to retreat. Sejuani ultimate is not available as it was used on the Skarner, but FlyQuest, they got a single pick onto Keen in the bot lane. Gen.G got a tower top, a tower mid, and then got a kill back
If
themselves.
I know we're
That
overforcing,
3K gold lead that FlyQuest
they
had is now only
have to
1,000.
know they're
And to make
overforcing.
matters worse, not only was it the trade of flashes, I think the initial play from Whippo is good, but Busio spent his flash and his ignite to try to follow up there.
Wait, but are we overforcing?
TP coming through.
We might have been overforcing.
To try to time that ultimate maybe on the TP, but he mistimed it. He wasn't able to connect onto Chovy, wasn't able to get it on Keen. So it's a swing and a miss.
Are you speaking objectively, kids, or are you speaking about objectives?
And are punished for it. Gen.G, we saw this in game number 1 as well. You
objectively
or
about
the map,
objectives?
and they will close that gold lead.
The way in which Gen.G play on their side lanes is...
How you feeling about FlyQuest in this matchup? I feel like we are losing a lot on the map. Like, yes, we have kills, but
Chovy keeping pressure.
they're still like
a slight level advantage over
keeping
Quad,
up.
which means that contesting this dragon, maybe FlyQuest just say we'll concede it, maybe look to cross map that tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, FlyQuest also, you got to look at the item power spikes. Not fully completed second item for Quad yet compared to Chovy, who is at the mark. Down to the bottom lane, Chovy going in with the stolen lightning crash. Quad with a sidestep away from multiple ultis as Busio counterattacks with the quickness, but Gen.G's still got more men. Inspired wants to go in and find some sort of an angle here for the ulti.
Okay.
He only gets Canyon, another knockup, but the Gen.G
Where's our damage?
way too tanky. Inspired's gonna die again if he's not careful as Keen kills Whippo down in the corner. Lahen's still retreating. He's got the unbreakable, but how
Okay, Masu. Okay, Masu.
Chovy keeps running. Canyon regenerating with the Warmogs now. And that
But I really need to know, like, where's our damage?
Now feels the pressure. They've got to continue backing away. Keen can't join because he doesn't have a teleport, but Gen.G's feeling confident.
It's good kiting there from Gen.G. Canyon has regen.
Does anybody know where our damage is?
Low, but so difficult to reach that Ezreal. Not going to be enough to kill Quad there.
Does anybody know?
But narrowly, Quad was able to escape. They do turn around. They do get 1 kill. But at the end of the day, you commit a lot. You just kill Lahens. Gen.G will take the dragon.
Oh, Kaisa.
And again, I think come out ahead.
I think she needs that Nashor's Tooth.
Lockdown on the side of FlyQuest.
Kill his damage, and why can't we find her? Truly.
Surprisingly limited, which means that in these extended fights where FlyQuest can keep hitting, there's worlds where
First
they can
item
win
Stride
out on the
Breaker,
fight,
I swear.
burst down that single target,
And then second item Hurricane. Like, we still are not building damage.
To allow the AD carries to do the damage needed. Dragon secured there for Gen.G.
And now Whippo
I think
has
they can
that
win,
second
yeah.
item, and this is one that has become synonymous with his gameplay. It
At
is
least
the
we
Sterix. He plays so heavily around this. If you ever listen to FlyQuest comms, he talks all about the Sterix cooldown, about
We killed one person, but it wasn't Sedge. I thought it was Sedge.
Lahen's in danger as Busio jumps over the wall to knock him up a little bit.
I think it was
Lahen's
Braum.
can easily just regroup with Chovy, right back over that terrain, get himself to safety.
And Masu is
No,
going to
it
be
wasn't
going
Braum.
the AP route here. This is standard for what he plays. It is going to give
I don't know
them
who
a
died.
lot
Somebody
more range, a
died
lot
during
more
that
ability to
fight.
poke and prod and harass back
It's
here.
NA Winning
As we'll
Worlds,
watch this
they
fight one
are
more time.
putting up an amazing fight against the one of the top seeds of LCK. We're going up against Gen.G, and they are putting up an amazing fight.
Against each other, and I believe that he'd already had the
Absolutely insane fight.
Oh no.
No, I think he got caught. I think he got caught before he had actually
Yeah,
been.
also, good morning, IoT.
Yes, Keen.
I guess it's, what, 10:30 for you?
Exactly. There. So just the itemization difference.
Whip died?
Keen also
So
doing
one
a
of
great
our
job
players
playing
died?
around
No,
those
no, no, no.
shotgun knees,
Somebody on their
avoiding
team
the extra
died.
angles. Whippo is critically at the Urgot breakpoint. Remember that the cooldowns for each individual knee
Braum
are
died.
at their
Yeah,
lowest
yeah, yeah,
value
yeah.
once you hit level 13. It's 2.5 seconds per leg, so very easy to get those back up and have a lot of extra damage in these fights. 1,500 gold lead still for FlyQuest. Yes, Baron is on the map, but now we got to see the pressure here on Canyon as Busio's trying to lock him up, but he's just so damn tanky.
Yeah, and they're not going to overcommit to chasing him in. You can see critical item now completed as well there for Busio.
In terms of scaling,
Scales is going to be a big deal when you look over and you think,
I
okay,
think
what
we
is the
take
main
the
engage?
scaling.
It's really Canyon looking
The
for
scaling,
an ulti here, as Keen may go in, but Masu is close enough. He could get back down here.
Win.
Yeah, if Whippo can stop Keen, okay, I was going to say if Masu gets close enough for a plasma mark, you killer instinct in, all of a sudden it becomes a 2v1, but it ain't going to happen. Keen knows better.
Pays. There's a 1.2k gold
Masu has
difference
W
between
upgrade
AD carries,
now.
But in terms of itemization, they're pretty much even. A little bit more AP damage is going to come through from Masu, but
Maybe the damage is the
it's a
friends we
scary
meet
spot
along
for
the
this
way.
Ezreal. Once he completes the Shojin,
You're
its
funny.
Q basically doesn't have a cooldown anymore.
Yeah,
It's
those
pretty
W's?
much- It's
Good.
Basically
If
playing
it's on your
Earth.
team. Not as funny when it's on the other team.
Yeah, enemy team, it becomes very, very threatening. Well, you guys talked a little bit about, we've seen the LPL 80 carry performances here so far at Worlds, and just the damage charts at the end of the fights once Ezreal hits these power spikes.
Close.
It's incredible. He's always the largest bar on that graph.
Exactly. I mean, when these Ezreals are positioning really well, using the shift perfectly, getting that bonus damage in, as they're going to look for a pick on Bwipo. If he goes forward, he's probably dead.
Yeah, Bwipo's in some danger here, flashing out, but Keen's ready to flash follow. Bwipo getting stunned up, chain CC'd by Canyon there with a glacial prison.
CC'd for at least 7 years.
Steric's Gage won't keep him alive in that one. And Quad's here, but now he's got to be a little bit careful himself. Tries to throw the zap over to continue getting a little bit more
that W didn't land.
Masu just barely not going to land the Void Seeker. It expires at the very tip of the range. +1 for Gen.G.
That feels kind of bad, dude. Like getting stun locked for at least like what was that, like 5 seconds?
Too close to Silas and had to actually back off
It's
before
kind
the
of
TP
tough.
could get interrupted or something like that. I didn't actually see on the minimap, but very late TP. Masu was close to actually connecting with that W, and if he had, maybe they pile in and try to actually get that kill. But
what is the Zeri
Bwipo
build?
Getting punished in the side lanes here has been a problem for him at times.
Keen level 16 now, the highest level in the game. This Renekton is going to be an incredibly difficult front line.
I had answers.
FlyQuest, you're seeing how they're conceding a lot more on the map. These objectives are
I
getting
wish I
harder
had
to
answers.
Gen.G are doing a good job of manipulating
I'm doing
the
well,
sideways
Polito.
once again.
How are you doing?
Chovy has the push in top once more. They still hold on to their mid and top tower. And FlyQuest, it feels like the pressure is continuing to mount.
Back to what we were talking about.
When you find this out, let us know,
when
Bessie. No,
got
truly.
that double kill in the bot lane. Canyon's behind him. Canyon coming in. Gen.G making their move. Inspired's going to be the target here, but he tries to force the enemy
we got a
front line
flank.
back. The Skarner's locked up in the front. He's going to get beat down. The Steric's ain't going to matter yet. Again, he drags two back. Into the back line goes Chovy. Inspired flashing away to barely stay alive, but now Bwipo's going to be in danger as well. The first kill is going over to the stolen ulti, and Chovy puts Bwipo in the grinder. Now Pay's got to be careful. There goes your Void Seeker. Pay's still getting away for now. Masu trying to fire a few more of these off. Quad and the rest of FlyQuest
Pray for a miracle, y'all. Pray for a miracle. Because we're down in numbers and we still fighting. Skarner's not even there. We're fighting a 3v5.
There's your use of that cleanse from the McHales. As again, Gen.G continue to check.
Okay, Masu. Okay, Masu. Skarner's here. Skarner's here. Path forward. Path forward. Yes. Passive procs. Double kill on the Masu. Triple kill on the Masu.
Oh, ye of little faith. Believe in Masu.
Big Masu. Big Masu. Y'all, he wasting y'all time. He wasting y'all time. Go get that Baron, bro. Go get that Baron. Go get that Baron. He wasting y'all time.
They're going to go straight for it here. Bwipo is chasing for the
He
kill.
wasting
He
y'all
has his
time.
ulti up in a second. He'll see if
Bwipo,
he
please
can
take that
find
man
Chovy.
cheeks.
But it's
Please take
Masu,
that
the
man
Canadian
cheeks.
sniper,
Please take that
stepping
man
up
cheeks. Whip,
and
whip.
getting the triple.
And Bwipo
Whip,
even
whip.
finds Chovy.
Please take that man
He damages him
cheeks.
with the grenade over the wall. Chovy's death is going to be
Big Bwipo.
It is going
Big
to
Bwipo.
be delayed. And
Let's go.
just found
Let's go.
It felt like FlyQuest didn't have the damage to win the fight, but Gen.G kept going.
That's what I
They
like to
forced the
see.
fight. They kept chasing after, and it was at this point, Inspired, thanks
That's
to the
what I like to
X-Gate,
see.
rejoins the fray.
Bro, that was a
Slashes forward.
3v5.
The front line reappears,
That was a
and
3v5.
now FlyQuest come
Skarner
right
was
front
on the
of that.
way.
Masu,
When
look at this
Skarner get
speed
there,
forward,
oh my gosh, when I
going in
saw
biz,
the
flashing
passive
forward, getting a
procs
second kill,
for
picks the
Kaisa,
perfect
like
targets,
everybody
gets
had
in
like
the
2 or
back
3
line,
hits.
playing with the confidence. It's Masu taking over the fight against
Oh my
Gen.G.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
Just loving it. You can even see some surprise there
Let's
on his
go.
face.
Let's
Not even
go.
believing
Let's go.
what's going
No,
on for
truly,
this
Nurse
team now.
Joy.
As
Truly.
the Drake is alive, FlyQuest is going to take this one without a contest to tie these up at 2-2, and they've got the Baron for another 2 minutes.
I mean, you see
Let's go,
now
bro.
why they have so much
Let's
faith
go,
in
bro.
Masu.
Let's
why
go,
they
bro.
put
Come
the
on,
resources
FlyQuest,
into
bring
him,
it
why
freaking
Bwipo
home.
is willing
Bring
to
it
give up
freaking
his lane
home.
to TP bot to protect this guy
Oh
because
my
he can
gosh.
step
Oh
up
my
when it
gosh.
matters most. He can carry the game.
7-0-1 with a 700 gold
Rookie,
bounty
by the way.
on Masu. Ginsu's,
Rookie, by the way.
Nashor's, Static Shiv, and an unbroken armband. He has
Rookie,
all
by
the
the way.
tools he needs, and his team is
Yeah,
ready
they just
to play
literally
around
have
it.
to protect Masu.
Gen.G
I need everyone forming a formation. Okay,
prioritized
ladies,
the
now let's
fights
get
and the
in
kills
formation
over
in
the
front of
objectives.
Masu.
Dragon
We
during
need
that
to
fight was about 30
protect
seconds
the
off,
Masu.
and they chased with nothing
So
left,
for real.
no ultis, all the engaged tools were gone. They invested everything to get that kill.
I need them to get in formation.
Now Inspired looking once again.
Inspired's got to be careful.
Slay trick or you get eliminated.
But now the state of the game is very different.
Let's
it is
go.
a 5,500 gold lead for North America's #1 seed. It is a 5-man push through the top lane towards the tier 2. Keen waiting on the flank, but Busio's marking him, making sure the Renekton does not have
How
a
many
path
letters
into
in
carries
Masu
on
8?
FlyQuest. Quad, 3-item power spike now as well with his Blade of the Ruin King completed
It may
on the
just be
Zeri.
8.
FlyQuest push continues
just be
as
8.
Canyon, Pays, and Lahins will back away from the tier 2, while Chovy takes a tier 2 over in the mid lane. Gen.G is applying split pressure. They're making FlyQuest answer Chovy as they continue pushing down the top
Had
lane.
to leave for a while. How are the
turrets
games
to
going?
4.
It
Babes,
is
we
unbelievable.
just got a
that
triple
once
kill
again,
on Masu. We just got a
FlyQuest,
full
a team
ace
that no one had
and
any
Baron
expectations of,
and
are
Dragon.
forcing these gods from the
You tell
LCK
me
to have
how
to
the
take
game is
a
going.
knee. The
You tell
pressure
me.
that they are exerting, the team fighting that they are
You let me
demonstrating.
know how the
They are
game
going
going.
toe to toe with one of the best teams in the world. 6K is the gold lead.
Yeah.
The Baron will wear
We
off.
cooking.
And now we return to a state where FlyQuest must find one more fight, and if they can, they will bring Gen.G to match point.
Not me losing my cursor mid-fight. No, literally, like, I would be shaking. Shaking, my brethren and sister.
So Gen.G will be able to much more
Shaking.
easily clear these waves. Look at Keem, split pushing up in the top lane. That tier 2 turret is barely standing on FlyQuest's side, so he'll almost certainly be able to knock this one down. You're already seeing the early recall coming out from Whippo, and now a TP onto the last remaining cannon minion as FlyQuest is sending more men to approach
Why
from the
is
side.
Whippo's cam
Inspired should be
shaking?
the
Can
first one there,
somebody
as Whippo
help
should
them?
make it so that Keen cannot find an escape. He tries to run into the alcove, but a nice use of the Scryer's trinket to make it so Keen doesn't have a chance to teleport away in time. Masu waiting on the tanks to lead the way first, and immediately Inspire just slams Keen right back into the wall. They put the money where the money belongs, and Masu gets kill number 8.
Masu grabs another kill. This one only cost
Okay,
him the teleport
now
here.
Masu got all
Thankfully
these kills
for Keen,
now.
he didn't use
He
flash,
can't
didn't use
die.
teleport. No big waste of
He
resources
cannot
there.
die.
But it's going to come down to
If
these next
Masu
spikes
gives
here.
that
and Gen.G
1,000 gold
is up
over to the
against it.
Silas or the Ezreal, oh,
7K, 6K, sorry.
Oh.
The gold lead for FlyQuest now. A minute and a half until both neutral objectives spawn. A nice pick
Oh.
found by FlyQuest, but not really going to convert into much for either side outside of another kill. The Void Staff finish from Masu means that his poke from the W is going to be that much more scary. And it's a valuable tool at the start of these fights because we've only mainly been seeing like the all-ins, but now poke from the Ezreal, poke from the Kai'Sa is going to be crucial to how these fights kick off.
Absolutely, and when you look over at
Masu
the
almost
Gen.G
full build,
frontliners, they don't
working on
look
getting
all
that
tanky. It's
Zhonya's for the
double
last
rocket, it's a
item, which will be
Warmogs.
really good if
Yes,
they
that is
do
great
try
if it's
to
gonna be poke,
all
but in an
focus
extended
him.
fight, in a
He does
committed
have that
fight
Seeker's
against
arm
double
guard
AD
so that
carries with this
he
Black
does have a
Cleaver
little
from
bit of
Whippo amping
stasis
them.
in his
You
back
are not gonna
pocket,
be able to
a
stand up
one-time
that long.
use. We're grouping up in the bot lane.
5-man push. Here in
We've
the
got
bottom
all
lane.
5.
Tier 2
We're
turret
taking
in their
down
sights.
turrets. We're
And
clearing
Gen.G
out
nowhere
wards.
to be found.
Very easy,
Fly,
very
knock it
quick.
down and extend the gold lead to 7,500. 45 seconds on the timers for Baron and Dragon both as Lehen steps forward and tries to get the smallest amounts of vision for Gen.G inside their own blue side jungle. Masu going to continue poking with these Void Seekers. Once it gets to an objective standoff, Canyon will need to be the one to eat those. He's the one with the Warmogs.
I kind of feel like winning all your stage games in Worlds is bad because you have a smaller read on the meta. The being 3-0 is bad here, I believe, whereas FlyQuest played all games, so they have a better read. I agree to some extent, for sure. Because I remember some of the players saying that they wish they didn't go 3-0 because that way they get to play more against these teams. You get to read how they play, see what their strategies are. So yeah, I agree.
They contest, and here we
With
go.
the flash disdain, Canyon's gonna be your target here in the front.
Oh, they
But a nice
tanky.
counter-attack coming out from Chovy. Beautiful stolen Scar ulti. Isn't enough. Masu's low. Killer Instinct to give him the shield.
He's on Masu.
Backline of Whipple's already gonna be killed. Top for top.
Good peel. Good peel. Bucio said, and you shall not pass.
Yeah, and
Bucio was on Masu's forehead, just like Keen was.
Gen.G win the fight off the back of that Chovy ultimate. Inspired tried to get one of his own, but it was only on Lehens. It's Chovy who makes the difference.
Chovy stepping up when Gen.G need him to win a fight down 7,000 gold is absolutely insane. Gen.G secure soul point.
Quad pushing out mid here is going to be able to get this tier 2, so the gold lead does extend.
Nice.
But soul point for Gen.G with the most powerful soul in the game. FlyQuest tried to go aggressive on that play, but
Ain't nobody on Baron
shutting them
Pays.
down with the big two-man ulti really made it difficult.
This is a great
they're
opportunity.
tanky
I mean, good
AF.
awareness from Gen.G.
I
They
mean,
realize that they haven't
Kaisa
actually
is a
committed
tank
to a base
shredder,
yet.
but it's
Keen is
just
still at death timer, and Chovy
it's
hasn't
a lot.
reset. So there's a window where FlyQuest can actually force the Baron, but they choose not to. Let's look back at this fight.
Yeah,
It starts off with an
watch how they-
initiation from Bwipo, who flashes in to get the knockback. He connects onto the front line. The way in which Gen.G want to play this, Pays dishing out good damage, and it's just that front-to-back team fight. But a huge ultimate comes in from Chovy to split the fight up, giving Keen access onto the back line. And while Bwipo is left isolated, the same is said for Keen.
So that's what happened. I was confused. I was like, why is Skarner ulting and walking towards them?
But Pays was close enough so Lehens could jump
It
to
was
safety.
Silas,
The
silly
bomb,
Billy.
however, down to 1/3 HP. There is no Warmogs on this Gen.G
was
support. So
Silas.
FlyQuest will, if nothing else, have control over the topside river to secure vision for the Baron.
Masu now on true 6 items here. FlyQuest starting up the Baron.
I think Debonair Mouse.
True shot barrage.
We're getting a TP behind us.
Inspired. Baron down to 60%. Keen is on the flank, and FlyQuest do not know. They've got to be careful about this one as they continue DPS here with the Baron. Canyon and Keen gonna step
Masu's
up.
alone.
Masu's already under pressure.
Is he a flash? No flash.
Keen's gonna get bursted into the front line on the other side.
Oh,
and Masu's
but it
staying
doesn't
alive.
matter
He's
because
still
he's got
fighting,
damage.
still
He's got peel. We've got damage. We've got peel. We're pathing forwards. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. No, we still in this. We just blasted that man to the moon. We just blasted him to the moon. Pays just went up to space.
They're back with the Baron.
Back to space, back to base. At the same time. At the same time.
Beating Goliath.
Okay.
An impressive fight once again.
Now pause
through
that.
from FlyQuest as they dance with the dangerous Baron, but they
Now
succeed and come out on top.
This Zhonya's
Now
from
pause
Masu
that.
was
Gen.G.
insane. Everything went wrong
Pause
for him at the start
that.
of this fight. He has no vision on Keen around the corner here. Look at the reaction time to get the Zhonya's off.
Oh
when he has
my
no
gosh.
cleanse, he's able to get it off. They stun him up, and then he
I was terrified when Keen was on Masu. He had no flash, no cleanse.
Gen.G take the game.
Such a crucial difference in the target focus. Had both Pays
It
and
was
Chovy
Red Buff
were
that
focusing
killed
Bucio,
Quad.
whereas the rest of FlyQuest turned their attention to the top side. Bwipo connects the knockback, sends Pays to space, brings him back down to reality, where the rest of FlyQuest are ready to send him back to base.
And you can see the look on Bucio's face. That has to be the stress of that play where he was exploded at the very beginning.
No, because like, what the frick happened, dude? Genuinely, what the frick happened?
The love of competition as FlyQuest with a 5-man push. Now
All right, y'all, let's close this out. Let's close this out for real. Let's close this out. Let's close this out. Let's close this out. Let's push on. Let's push on.
Turret's already down. FlyQuest forcing the issue, but a true shot barrage over the top of 4 is going to try to hold the line for Gen.G. They continue backing away. FlyQuest took a couple of hits, but they claim the inhibitor.
Good push.
Gen.G are not just bleeding, they are falling apart as FlyQuest with a 10k gold lead here in game 3 are resetting to set up
no,
for the
like
Dragon.
you're saying that the Kyle kid, but I feel like with this display of Masu, like his paycheck gotta be increasing.
To be a 3-0,
his paycheck gotta be increasing like tenfold, right?
Into an incredible turnaround upset for FlyQuest.
Right?
It's just a brilliant performance.
Like that man just doubled his paycheck, right?
But
as a rookie.
It is not a win just yet. The Nexus must fall, and they have to prevent Gen.G. from turning this game around by getting Soul, by getting into a better position.
All eyes on Chovy for the Gen.G fans. Remember, when Gen.G won the fight in mid lane, it was Chovy's stolen Skarner ultimate.
Masu said, get your money up, not your funny up, ho. For real. I'm sitting pretty at 11-0-3 with the thou. Shut down gold. Pressing on to the Gen.G Nexus. Taking out inhibitors. Left and right. Getting objectives.
15 seconds until the Drake spawns, and FlyQuest will move in position to bring this game to 3 Drakes to 3.
And look at the map. There's no vision at all for Gen.G.
Gil
They have
Bill?
no way to
How you doing,
contest this
fam? What's going on,
whatsoever.
Leo?
They can't get out there, so they're going
Good
to have
morning.
to give up this dragon
It
here.
has to increase
give up
because
their shot
LCK
at
and
this
LPL will
over
come
now
knocking
and hope
for
that they can
him.
hold the line in their base. But FlyQuest crossing the
And
T's,
now
dotting the I's,
we are
getting
at
everything they want to try to close out this game.
The circumstances of the fight are a matter
I'm just
of
a rookie.
which
10
frontline
times
falls
your
first.
pay.
In the previous
Okay.
fight, we saw the target focus being thrown
And
onto
he said he
Lucio.
got no
The
album
Silas
out.
ultimate, Ezreal's damage,
Yeah, his
a lot
money's
of it
so
thrown onto
tall
this
that his
Rakan,
Barbie's gotta
who was
climb
happy to lose his
and
life so that on the other
stop.
side,
Yes.
shut down. In this battle of front to back,
We need to lock in Kaisa next game if they don't ban her. No, like Masu on it.
First. And when you have double
Masu
80
on
carries with
it.
Urgot on top of that, it just becomes a matter of time before these double 80 carries start to win out.
And that's why Gen.G have to play so perfectly around cooldowns, so perfectly about that E from the Braum to utilize these spells, to buy time,
you guys
to buy
think,
space.
Never
because
mind,
if
never
you
mind,
just
never
run
mind.
straight in and you fight to the death, FlyQuest wins every single time. Gen.G have to outsmart, have to outplay
Oh,
if they are to
man.
come back in this game.
Crazy, crazy.
Double Sterix,
Don't say
double unending despair on the 2 meatballs for FlyQuest. They are built to just endure forever.
You know
And it's
exactly
really-
what
so
was
when
next,
you have
Andre.
these
You know
items here that give
exactly.
you that drain tank, it can be so much healing in a long fight with the unending despair. 4 melee champions around you, you absorb all of that extra life.
I
It
wanted to
becomes so
finish
much
the
more difficult to
song,
knock
bro. I wanted to finish the song.
FlyQuest was one of great debate.
Yes, sir.
Did they deserve to be in the quarterfinals,
Oh,
knocking out
man.
brother in arms to qualify for the top 8?
Crazy.
It was,
I love it when I
Azariah,
get
you
read
talked
the
about
filth
it on
by
the
chat.
desk.
I do.
It's frustrating
I
because
do.
people are always going to have that caveat. Oh,
Against
they made top 8,
Gen.G. Against
anyone really to
Gen.G.
get there. Well, there is no room for question here. This has been nothing but a spectacular
Who won last game?
performance from
Gen.G
FlyQuest.
won last
And
game.
regardless of the results
FlyQuest
of
won the
today's
first game.
series, North
If
America
FlyQuest
should
wins
stand
this game,
proud as
we
FlyQuest have upset the
are
apple cart and done what no one thought they could.
Absolutely.
at game
and when you
point.
think about the fact
Match
that they pushed
point,
HLE
series
to the
point.
brink as well, almost able to take that best of 3, it becomes that much more impressive. FlyQuest
I feel
now
like they gonna bring
trying to
out
close
all
in
the
on this
stops
final
for the
inhibitor. You
last
see
win,
Supers coming in bot,
right?
Supers coming in mid. That is going to be
Oh,
the
absolutely,
moment
Jay.
where FlyQuest can try to pounce.
Yes,
There's 1 minute left
Fing,
until the bot lane inhibitor
did.
respawns. 2 left on the mid lane inhibitor timer.
I really want to go
Tons of
because I really
damage
like the
from Hayes
album.
onto
She didn't
Inspired.
play any of the new
Mystic
album
shots bringing
songs.
him low as Bwipo buffers through some of the CC. Mikhail's to try to get him further back. Gen.G doing a great job forcing FlyQuest away. Bwipo barely getting away from that last Mystic shot that would have triggered another Winter's Bite and could have potentially allowed Gen.G to chase further.
They do get
I'm
the
rooting for
teleport though from
FlyQuest.
Chovy critically, so now they go back, they regen up, and it's going to get harder.
That's 3 ultis gone. Canyon ulti, Pade's ulti, Lahen's ulti. The
Hayes
TP
is
comes
online,
back
online.
in.
I
FlyQuest are
just
ready to
don't know
fight.
how
FlyQuest
he's
keeping it
2
going.
and
3rd
4.
inhibitor turret under pressure. The wave is being cleared out as the super minions
You know,
pressure the bottom lane and the mid lane
we
together.
can win
FlyQuest
with
backing
minions
away.
like
The
we did
Baron
before.
spawns in
I
5
won't be
seconds.
mad at that.
Exactly, and they're just going to go right in onto the Baron. Their supers
I won't
still
be
moving
mad
up
at
mid lane
Wingman's
here. It's going
winning.
to get very difficult. FlyQuest can just 2-man this while the rest of them look to
I
block
really
out
do think
Gen.G
that
from
FlyQuest
responding.
paid
Masu does
minions.
a ton of damage to this objective. All by his
FlyQuest always
lonesome.
got minions
Canyon
on
will
their
lead the
side.
charge for Gen.G. Chovy has lost a good chunk of HP here in the approach. The FlyQuest squad just trying to buy a little bit of time to secure the Baron. But
Okay,
Bwipo
let's
might
go.
die. Quad going
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's game. We are up 2-0. Quadra kill.
to the absolute limit.
Oh, that would have been huge if that was a penta. That would have been huge if it was a penta. Oh my gosh, we're up 2-0 versus Gen.G. And A. And freaking A. Oh my gosh, dude. We are 1 win away from semifinals. 1 win.
If it happens,
Holy moly! What is going on?
It's already
Gen freaking G.
The fact that they've already won 2.
Gen freaking G.
They're 46-3 on the year.
Oh my
They
god.
lost twice to KT, once to HLE. That's
Do y'all know how long it's been since NA has been to
I've never
semifinals?
seen anything like this. This is unbelievable by FlyQuest.
When was the last time NA was in
Teams have been close
semifinals?
to big upsets before. It is not complete yet. I want to take a moment to talk
2018.
about Masu.
Okay.
Because
2018
Masu has a very long
was the
career
last
ahead of
time
him.
we made it to
That
semifinals,
a
which was the
magnificent Kai'Sa
furthest
performance. Got
NA
so
has
fed
ever
so
made it.
early on, and the confidence
The
he has
furthest
to play
NA has
at
ever made
19
it.
years old. On the world stage, his first Worlds, the same year he had his first MSI. This
My
is a
God.
kid that has such
Oh my
a
god.
bright future
Oh my
ahead
god.
of him.
I gotta post something
11 kill, deathless Kai'Sa. I think the FlyQuest
on
drafts
Insta.
continue to be innovative. Even
Make
though
sure
the
everyone
Urgot didn't
knows
look good
what's at
early, it got
stakes.
good late. Look at these
I'm about to
accolades
just scream at my
already from
phone
such
for
a
the
young
next
player.
3
And by the way,
seconds.
FlyQuest was the youngest team.
Yes,
in
Seraphine
World
won
Swiss.
to the point where they're
Okay, so they're
banning it now.
already hitting these extreme levels despite being such a young team.
I mean, I haven't seen a Kai'Sa deliver a shellacking for a rookie like that before since like 2018 Jackie Love when he won Worlds. This is such an insane performance from Masu. He's playing out of his mind at the moment.
It's crazy, and I know we want to talk about FlyQuest only, right? And I want to as well, but I do want to take the Gen.G perspective for just a second, right?
Yeah.
Because last year at the World Championship, they went undefeated in the Swiss stage, and they got knocked out, right?
Yes.
When nobody expected them in the quarterfinals. Pays, although he escaped the flame there,
Oh my
has
gosh.
sometimes
This is
been
insane.
said that he
Yes.
wasn't stepping up. The finals
This is
is a good
insane.
example
This
in
is
LCK.
insane. This is the
Like,
most
their
insane.
mental is wobbling.
And Shocks, I was memeing on Thursday when we talked about biggest storylines at Worlds because the storyline for Chovy, his whole career is he's the greatest player to not accomplish X. It used to be greatest player to not win the LCK. He won 4. Greatest player to not internationally. He won at MSI. And then I kind of did a shitpost and said, now he's greatest player to still not win Worlds as FlyQuest beats him. And it's actually possible that it could happen here. So the nerves are actually very real for Chovy right now.
FlyQuest,
Like-
it's not a shitpost
Because
anymore.
remember,
baby.
this
Never
is
mind.
all the stakes are on this game. If you lose, if Gen.G loses, they're out of the tournament. They're eliminated. That's it. That's the end of their world's
It
run.
was Masu who was able to grab a double kill, and when we look at this, I do want to look at.
Oh my gosh, I would have loved that pentakill for Quad,
Yeah, I mean,
but
look, they tried to
personally,
get this
I
play, but it was a
think
great
that his
TP
name
coming
being
through from
Quad,
Whippo
getting a
to cover this. He was
quadra
actually
is
going
a
for that push up to
pentakill,
tier 2 on
so
top,
I
like,
think
to
that we
get
should
some of the
just
creeps,
give
but
that
here,
to
He
him.
stepped forward, Pace thinks he has that
Right?
opportunity, but he arcane shifts.
Basically, we
into
say he got
all
a
members of Fly,
penta.
and Whippo's not in range, and then even burning
That's
the
like the
barrier here
equivalent,
means that
right?
Masu picks up the double kill off of the Q, and
It's like a
great
Gen
start
getting
for
a
him
quadra,
that
right?
sets him up to be the carry in this game.
They protect their teammates. They step up in front of him.
Holy
and they
moly,
take
y'all.
those
DFT,
kills,
thank
and
you so
then
much for the
they
follow.
snowball
Dude,
with it. You know,
what
it's not
is
just
going
getting some
on?
early
What
money
is
there.
going on, dude?
We gotta say also, right?
We
First
are
came out, we were
witnessing
like,
history.
I'm not sure.
I wasn't sure.
You're giving the ult to the
History.
Silas, so, I mean, what do we say now? We shut up, I guess.
I guess. I mean, I thought this was, to me, like
I never thought I would be able to see NA not only take down one of the top LCK teams, but NA make it to semifinals. Yo, thank you so much for the 100 bitty bitty bits ping. Aisha, thank you so much for the follow.
You get that AoE, but you also get a big slow.
Oh my gosh. Close it out, FlyQuest.
Then you get the runes
Close it out, FlyQuest. Holy moly.
It meant that you have so much that just keeps this melee tank kind of front line in check from Gen.G and works out perfectly for keeping this Kai'Sa safe.
And when it comes to kind of the Baron type,
Thank you for the 4 bitty bitty bits. Let's go
a
quad.
lot of things, right? We had the
Oh my
Whippo flip
gosh.
because this felt like the whole time like still a game that they could lose if Gen.G made some magic, right?
It always did. I'm trying to cast my mind back because there were so many incredibly close fights, and this is where it was actually looking
This
really
is happening.
scary here. But
It's
notice how
happening in
Masu
real
just kites
time.
out the back of these fights so often. Whippo gets caught here.
Let's see what's
they end up
Twitter.
losing him. but FlyQuest never really lost their heads throughout this whole sequence.
Yeah, I think the crucial part of some of these fights was
Let's see what Twitter is saying.
Because you've got the stun, you've got that removal of the shield, but so often he just can't
Turned
get through.
out into fate.
This area. They've actually
Or
bought
faith.
enough time now for the Skarner to come back in
Oh
and
my
even
gosh, what's happening?
but getting in towards the back line, then using that little old forward here just to get himself into position to follow up, finish off the back line, flashing forward with Quad, dealing that AoE in such a small corridor. It was a perfect turnaround from FlyQuest on all that time.
Every time they cut to FlyQuest after each team fight, the players look in disbelief that they won. Oh my
we always say
gosh.
it's the LCK teams, it's the LPL teams that have the presence of minds in these team fights, playing them out. But it's FlyQuest, they're outplaying them.
It is, and they showed a lot
It's
of
insane.
confidence and calmness in this game. But I'm also going to say I'm quite scared of Game 4 and weirdly less scared of Game 5 because of the way we saw Game 1 and 2 play out. Game 1, FlyQuest shocked everybody. Game 2, I think
You have an iPhone or a Samsung? I have an iPhone, but if Samsung want to sponsor your girl,
this game they played much more controlled, but just based off of the way I feel, with how good it feels to have them win against Gen.G, I can imagine
19-year-old Masu, first year playing, by the way.
Calm down to play at the max level before game
First year
4.
playing, by the way.
They got the win in Game 1 on red side. You can see there, Gen.G
Is Masu the Michael Jordan of
I think
LCS?
Gen.G will be able to go back towards, hey, we can drop Aurora, we can look for a little bit more flexibility.
This is the best series, hands down. This is the best series of Worlds by so freaking far. It's insane.
It's crazy. We thought when the brick got taken out of the golden road, we
By
thought it was going to
so
end there.
far.
It was just going to be that. FlyQuest is looking to take out the entire road for Gen.G. And for the side of FlyQuest, like, I cannot
Yeah, they played
even
Seraphine in the
imagine
first game.
how insanely you're going to flip out. And
Kobe.
you're going to flip out if it was to
Oh,
happen.
your
How
name
did
is
they
Gen.G.
flip?
That's cute.
But I actually want to look at those cams that we just had on the FlyQuest members. Did you see Masu? He was locked in, focused. Nobody's shaking over there. Everybody's focused. They're talking about the strategy for the next game. They are not freaking out like we are freaking out.
That's good.
FlyQuest do believe. They believe in themselves
that they're
As
better.
to be able to pull it
do
out.
we need it?
No, but like we used it.
It's used up.
I'm already maxed
You know
out.
what?
Right? This thing's empty. I can't
think
wait.
it's LCK fans who
Does
actually
Gen.G
need
wait,
a little
does
bit of this.
Gen.G need this?
A little bit of copium right
I
now.
did not
For the
today.
LCK fans.
I would. I would.
Dude.
Okay, tell me then. FlyQuest again on red. What's the killing blow? You
We
can't.
can't spoil their spice, okay?
It's true.
There's more spice to come. We know.
All right.
They've been
Yeah.
talking so much. They have so many
FlyQuest
deep
has
picks
been-
that they haven't shown.
All right, and they're
Dude,
cutting me
I
off
want a
also from
freaking
production.
quad
I
or
can't give any of the
Masu
secrets.
jersey.
FlyQuest on match point.
I
We'll be right back.
those jerseys are about to sell like freaking
Too good.
butter. Holy moly. They are about to sell. Oh my god. Are they gonna take down Gen.G? This is what we asked for. This is what we asked for. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Time to panic. Oh my gosh. FlyQuest single-handedly winning this game for NA. Holy moly. This is insane. No, I love how all of NA is up right now cheering for FlyQuest. Like, FlyQuest, you've got the whole world behind you right now. You got all of NA, all of your country behind you right now, rooting for you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like literally my whole entire feed right now. Ooh, not Team Liquid looking a bit better than Gen.G, it seems. Savage. Team Liquid and Gen.G ain't do nothing to you to deserve that low blow. Ain't did nothing to you. Everybody's up, bro. Everybody's up watching. North America, one game away from the greatest upset in Worlds history. Oh my gosh. We're at freaking match point. Everybody's up rallying behind them, bro. Everybody's up rallying behind them. And now all they have to do is finish the freaking drill. Yeah, EU is out of Worlds. They can do it. They can do it. This was scripted. Remember in Heavy is the Crown, Masu takes out Chovy in the music video? Just saying. I'm dead. I'm dead. NA has never won Worlds. They've never made it past semifinals. Oh my, no, like literally, cool, literally. Oh my gosh, pancakes and sausage. May I please have some? This is insane. This is insane, dude. This is insane.
This fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, Cheryl? How are you doing? Not the biggest Gen.G hater. This is your first time watching NA, and if NA wins, legendary. We're gonna need you here every year. We're gonna need you here every year. FlyQuest said if we get 100K followers, we will beat Gen.G. Bye, FlyQuest. Bye, FlyQuest. Y'all really trying it. Y'all really farming. Oh my gosh, they play too much. NA versus TQ finals? What do you mean? Who is TQ? I do, kid. They got a follow out of me, so. I did not pick FlyQuest for pick'ems, but I did that strategically because I feel like if I would have picked them, they'd be losing right now. All of the teams that I picked lost except for T1. This is crazy, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final quarterfinal here at Worlds 2024. We are already into the draft. Let's go ahead and see what's going down. Gen.G back on the blue side for the third time in this series. They will ban out the Ivern, the Skarner, and the Seraphine, while FlyQuest responds with Yone, Aurora, and Jax. First
them banning the Seraphine, like,
isn't surprising for anyone.
I don't like the Ezreal, guys. I really don't like the Ezreal.
Will the Ashe dominance continue in this series? Ashe has looked so strong thus far.
I really don't like the Ezreal, guys.
To try to upset the balance here. What have they got?
Do y'all believe in the Ezreal?
They are at match point with who pretty much everyone considered to be the best team in the world coming into it.
I don't know if I like this. I mean, I know we had slightly different opinions
I
on
don't
game
like
2
this.
draft, but
They
right
get
now,
Ashe, they get Nidalee.
they've prioritized the Ezreal and the Orianna.
They're literally running back the same comp
I don't expect Gen.G
that
to
they
pick
did
this early,
before.
but perhaps the idea from FlyQuest is they'll even look to ban it on the second rotation.
One difference though, Jax is banned
Like this
out,
is
right?
literally the second
That is a
game.
pretty big difference here. You know, Renekton
We've
is
seen
up, so
this
they could go
before.
Renekton Nidalee if they do want to go that angle. The Nidalee is locked in. We touched on this before. Over 81% win rate for Canyon. This is one of the only junglers in the world who gets the pro play Nidalee pass. This guy can make it work. He is outstanding on it. And it's going to be the Tristana. So this was actually banned by FlyQuest in the second phase against them. And that's when we ended up having, you know, these kind of different
Guys, I
wrinkles
really
in the
don't like
draft.
this.
But instead, it's going to be double AD carry here for Gen.G. But pairing with the Nidalee means they do need some frontline. They do need some support to actually create space for these carries.
We've seen Rel fall to the wayside. It's been banned quite a few times by FlyQuest. Wouldn't be surprised to see it banned
FlyQuest,
again
what are
here
y'all
as
cooking, bro?
Lucio locks in the Rakan. But so far, an identical draft to what FlyQuest.
Oh yeah, like this is the same comp that they were playing in the second game,
Earlier,
which
we
is
saw
the
them come
game
up
that
with
they
the
lost.
Nunu and the Renekton. Perhaps those will be where we see big shifts. Of course, with the Jax gone, maybe they want to run back the Renekton again. You guys know very well how comfortable Bwipo is on the champion.
Yeah.
But the question is, how will they round out this draft? I'm not expecting something like a Sejuani. Maybe they want to go for something a little more aggressive, but you want something that can kind of keep up.
What are we
with
gonna
Nidalee in
pick for
terms of
top
clear
and
speed.
jungle?
I mean, that's the point that we were making about the Nunu the first time we saw this matchup, is Nunu's not afraid of all the invading that Nidalee likes to do, of the high tempo that she can create, stealing away camps, getting there faster. The Xin Zhao gonna be the first ban from Gen.G. Remember, this was Inspired's pick in the game one when FlyQuest first shocked everyone, took their first win in the series. Gen.G still paying respects back towards him in the jungle.
Absolutely, and I think rightfully so. It did look really, really strong for Inspired. He performed very well on the pick. And Nautilus is going to be that ban, so they are really trying to lock down some of these engaged supports that could cause problems here for Masu, for Quad
They still
as
have
well
like
on these
Leona.
carries, trying to make sure that they have the protection for them.
And remember, Nautilus is another one of those champions that Gen.G
I love
had
Masu with
in
his
the
little
game to win
glasses.
that they got.
It looks so cute with his little
Do you
glasses.
go jungle on 4
What's up,
here,
Fluffy?
For Inspired, or do they just go towards the Renekton?
Yeah,
as a
Bwipo
denial,
is
right? You know,
European.
or are you willing to, if Olaf isn't banned out, are you
Yo,
willing to leave
Fluffy,
the Renekton up
you've
and
missed
say,
the
"You take
greatest
Renekton,
series
I'm gonna
of
take
all
Olaf and just
of
beat you."
Worlds.
I really like these bans from
FlyQuest
Gen.G.
versus
Really
Gen.G.
trying to pinch
FlyQuest is
Inspired's
up
ball. I
2
think from their
games.
perspective, they'd be
It's
happy
2 to 1
play
right
to the
now.
Nunu again. But it looks like the Renekton
You've
priority
missed
is gonna
the
come through for
greatest
Bwipo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense.
series.
In my opinion, it is Bwipo's best champion. It is a lot of comfort, and it's also a denial. You know, to me, it was either you take this or you are willing to hard counterpick it. So I do like the denial. We'll have to find out now where Keen wants to go, because
Nope,
Renekton
Fluffy.
taken away. We have the Jax banned.
We've literally seen this
Just
game.
like a Cassante or something like that. 'cause
We've
they need
literally
some
seen this
frontline.
game.
Especially for the Ashe, you have to have some champions that are going to create space for
Tell
that
the truth,
Ashe.
do you have
So you don't
FlyQuest
just
winning
get
in your
ran
pick'ems? I
down
do not.
by this Rakan Orianna combo.
I picked
plus the
against
Renekton.
them so that they would win.
All right, time's running out. What will be the
Because
fourth
all of my
pick here
pick'ems
for
have
Gen.G?
lost.
Okay.
Oh,
We're gonna
Guy for
see
Lahen.
either top lane or support.
Probably
Maokai.
support. Probably support coming in here, and it should be the Keen Sante coming through. Famous for this pick. The guy is a monster on it. Definitely one of his best champs, if not his best champ.
Who are we getting for
I think
jungle?
he is
Cook up.
very,
Cook
very
up.
strong
Cook
on
up
it.
Inspired.
Also, Lahen's just known for his.
If they pick
I mean, this
Nunu
is the
again,
Singed
I'm
support guy,
gonna
right?
lose my
We've seen
mind.
him bring out the Maokai before. He's going to be bringing
I'm
out again,
gonna
primarily with
lose
the role of
my
providing an extra
mind.
utility for his team.
And now, you know, you have to see how the early game is going to go for FlyQuest, because when you look towards the picks here for Gen.G, really the only setup that they have for the Nidalee Spear is the Maokai, right? Which makes you believe they're going to be targeting down that bot lane.
The way they banned out Inspired is
very
crazy.
Weak early 2v2 here that has been
Or
drafted
jungle
for FlyQuest,
bans.
which makes you really think, okay, is it a lane swap? And if it is a lane swap, can you avoid giving over that intel to Gen.G to try to dodge these lanes that could be problematic?
One of the big problems I feel FlyQuest ran into in Game 2 was that Bwipo kept running into Pays. The Ashe into the Renekton matchup was doing so much damage to Bwipo. And I think that they need to do a good job of kind of getting him out of that matchup as quickly as they can.
All
The early
FlyQuest
swap
has
is
to
gonna be
do
incredibly important.
is win
You
this
talked about it.
game,
We're
and we
expecting
will
it to
see
come through
them in
FlyQuest
Paris.
to try and avoid this Ashe lane for the Ezreal.
We also have to remember, you know, in that
All we gotta
second
do.
game, you know, when
Ellie,
Gen.G
thank you so
didn't
much for the
really run
Twitch
over them,
Prime
Bwipo
and the
also took this really
3
bad trade, got
months
chunked low,
of
and then he
support.
got
Hope you're having a
back
beautiful day
to
today.
5 was really what set him so far behind. Because when you are
Thank you
playing
so
this
much
standard
for
lane swap
supporting the
setup,
stream.
where your top laner is going
Guys,
top and actually
after this
laning
game,
with the AD
in
carry to get experience and then
approximately
keeping bot,
30
if you die on
minutes
that dive,
time,
your game is
we will
toast,
either
because
be
you have
the
no teleport to get
happiest
back, you're gonna
we've
lose
ever
flames, you're
been
gonna
in
lose
our
experience, and
lives,
you're gonna fall
or we
so
go to game
far
5.
behind.
There's only 2 options.
All right,
Okay,
boys.
we are
Game
either
number 4,
literally
match
so
point
happy we
for
cannot
FlyQuest.
breathe,
I don't think
or we go to game
anybody
5.
was expecting us to be in this position coming into this
That's
series today.
not
The
bad.
odds
Those are
seem
not
so
2 bad
overwhelmingly
options.
in Gen.G's
Now, if we
favor,
go to
but
game
FlyQuest has
5,
just responded
the options
to
get
this
worse.
Absolute massive challenge beautifully.
And I don't think
The
there
options
was a
get
single serious
a lot
prediction
worse.
for FlyQuest.
Okay, so let's
I think
pray
there's absolutely none.
we win it right
And
here.
If they are able to pull this off, I do
Let's
think
pray
it would
we
be
in
the
it
single
right
greatest
here.
upset in
Yo,
League of
thank you
Legends
so
history.
much, Twilight, for the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Term Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
Situation, right? The closest one would be the G2 RNG series back from 2018.
Or TLIG.
Yeah, right. And it's always about the context, because it's always these situations where you're going up against a reigning champion of something versus an
is going to
underdog
taste so good
who is
today.
not expected to really do that well at the tournament. And yeah, I mean, Gen.G, the reigning MSI champions, while the second seed from the LCK after the Swiss stage, people looked at them and said, perhaps this team really is the stronger version. They just lost a single best of 5.
Yeah.
But FlyQuest, they're poking holes in Gen.G's drafts. They're finding creative angles, and quite frankly, they are.
Why everyone vote for
executing better on a
Gen.G?
lot of the team
Gen.G
fights,
is
which
one
has
of the
been
top
their biggest
seeds
strength throughout
in
the year.
Korea.
Absolutely, and that's one of the
And it
things
is
where
very often that
you know, as the
NA
LCS kind of
loses
representatives here, have never
internationally.
really had that. It's always
Like I
felt
said,
if you
we've
get into a
never
good
made it to
position against
semis
the
in the
LCK or against
past.
the LPL, you're just going to get outplayed
what,
in the team fight,
6
right?
years,
And
8
watching
years?
some of these fights, it really does feel like Quad
It's
and
been
Masu
since
are stepping up, and Busio
2018.
and Inspired and Bwipo are all playing to a level where you're like, you know what? If the game is
It's
even,
been
maybe we
6
just win. And I think that is a
years.
feeling that I haven't really had before.
Chovy immediately jumping in on Quad, seeing Busio show up to apply some pressure here to the mid lane. Chovy losing the flash at level 1.
I think the important thing to remember is FlyQuest. Oh, Bwipo, that is not a good trade, my friend.
No, sir.
Oh,
that is a very bad trade.
He was trying to give up his health to get experience. So he's trying to stay in range of that XP, and that's why he was that far up. But it does make it pretty dicey. We can see, though, we have the knowledge that Canyon is down on bot lane. There is a ward that's down there as well, so FlyQuest also has that info. So I don't actually think that they are worried right now.
Are we going to get a 3-minute dive on the bot
You
lane?
can barely see it on the minimap. That does spot him out.
Okay, recall game 2. That was the one that Gen.G won. These 2 FlyQuest players were on the exact same champions in that game, and Bwipo taking bad trades early on, sacrificing too much HP, is what enabled Gen.G, who were also playing the Nidalee for Canyon in that game, to facilitate dives, to get early leads.
No
and
tea, no
snowball that
shade, but
game.
why is Bwipo
Now,
always getting
immediately,
camped?
Busio again going to claim another flash from a Gen.G carry.
I mean, how about this play? And now Lehens, he's going to have to flash, or he's
You
in
mean
trouble.
like top or
Lehens,
bot?
victim of the Arctic assault, as Inspired, just trying to make sure that
We've burned just about everyone's flash. Maokai, Ash, Triss.
Exactly, 3 minutes in, 3 flashes for
That's good.
FlyQuest outplaying
That's
Gen.G
an
on the
average
map.
of
They got
a
the
flash a
conversion
minute.
lanes as well. It's Masu laning against Keen's Cassante. He's just having a free farm down there. We can see that Pace is getting sent down towards bot now, and Chovy is getting pressured here by Quad. Chovy, of course, up CS as he always seems to be, but FlyQuest got to be really happy with how these lanes are going. You can see the wave is going to push towards Masu, but we'll see if they do want to
Yo,
try
Jay,
to
thank you for the 100 bitty bitty bits. Appreciate you, love.
He's been involved in all of these early plays. The Rakan showcasing how valuable of a pick it can be in the early game. Nice TP coming through.
Yeah, no, I kind of noticed that too, Holy. Like everything that FlyQuest has done, they're trying to
A
do.
relatively calm early game.
Like they're
No
trying
significant
to
advantages gained
copy
either
us.
side. Standard lanes have now been returned to.
And we talked about it a little earlier in the series, but again, I just want to praise Busio for this
Okay, now relax.
growth as a player
But did
since
I
the last time we
lie?
saw him on the international stage back at MSI. MSI was the first time a North American team was eliminated in play-ins at an international event, and it was FlyQuest. That's a tough pill to have to swallow. Busio had a really rough tournament, and now he's bouncing back here in Worlds, having some amazing plays. Masu has carried so many performances here for this team, and they're both North American
that's a lot of
players.
damage.
North America has always had this stigma of too many imports. Where's the NA talent? It's right there in FlyQuest's bottom lane duo, and they are both playing an amazing series.
It absolutely is. And when you put it in the context of This is a team that got knocked out in plans at MSI and is now one game from taking away Gen.G's
I remember Masu
semifinal
crying
slot,
on
from
stage.
knocking out a heavy tournament favorites. You have to look at how
And
much
I knew
they
that
have
was going to
improved
change
and how
him
hard they have worked
because
to be able
nobody
to
likes
get
getting
where they
eliminated.
are.
Nobody likes losing. Nobody likes being sad.
Just goes to show
And
the
look at
kind of
him now.
pressure that's
Over
falling
here
onto the
dropping
shoulders of
11
Gen.G.
kills, 0
If we
deaths
look back to
in a
MSI,
game against
not even BLG
freaking
pushed them to 5 games.
Gen.G.
It was only top esports at that tournament. They won most of their series 3-1. And now they find themselves with their backs against the wall. Their composition gives them some decent early game strengths. Once again, getting their hands on the Ashe. Nidalee is a jungler for Canyon, is someone that, I mean, just look at the farm.
Chim, do I
already
order
in the
sushi or
jungle.
McDonald's today?
Canyon has
Fluffy,
been
I was
running around the map,
literally thinking the same
camps away
thing.
from
I've been
Inspired.
craving
He's about to
McDonald's
tick
and I
over to
went for
level
sushi yesterday,
6.
but I was craving like the
It's
fries and
downside
the
of this matchup for Inspired.
honey
It
mustard
absolutely is.
snack
I mean,
wrap.
Canyon is just farming up a storm.
Babes, I think those are two amazing options.
That is where the gold advantage is coming from, but it is slight. And the concern is, look at the gold there on Pays. Look at the farm on Pays.
You
He
are
lost his
of
flash
no
early. He's been
help. I
running
am
around the
so
map trying
sorry.
to find
I
good lane
think I'm
assignments,
gonna
and he
order
is
either
really falling
McDonald's
very
or
far behind.
Cane's today.
Inspired and Busio both getting tagged there by the Scryer's Bloom critically lets them know that FlyQuest is looking at the mid lane.
The chicken Big Mac ain't it, Skip? Really?
And Tristana's a champion that just has such amazing self-heal capabilities.
What is
with
bad
the rocket
about
shot,
it?
With the Buster shot, it's hard to make a play if you
The
don't catch her
fries.
completely
The fries
by
gonna hit
surprise.
every time.
Canyon level 6 in this Nidalee, no troubles at all. Securing
James,
the first
there's
set
a
of props.
Cane's in,
Gen.G
I think,
going to get 2 of those
Kennesaw.
immediately for themselves, as you can see Whippo come down to try to
But it's
take a
just
look at
like,
what's going
think
on.
of a
Masu will force
Zaxby's
Keen all the way back to
is
the wave
like
down here in the bottom
the
lane.
quickest
Still
way
got a bit of
to
respect
explain
to
it. It's just
Santé,
like
which is
fried
close
chicken
to the turret,
tenders,
but it's not nearly as big of a deal when he's
chicken
not level 6.
sandwiches,
And
fries, and they're known for their
they're just going to
sauces.
trade these early neutral objectives, go after the dragon. Inspired, you guys already mentioned he's
What
a
about
level and a
KFC?
half behind
I mean,
Canyon's
yeah,
Nidalee. He
I
does
could
not want
KFC as well.
It's a really good trade from Inspired. Right place,
Adam
right
Morals,
time.
I no longer
You don't
eat
wanna
McDonald's.
concede
I just
all
want the
objectives. We've seen that
fries.
from,
Hey, thank you
FlyQuest
so
in
much
game
for
2,
the
and that's one of the
subscription
big
and the Twitch
adaptations
Prime
we
and
are
welcome
seeing here
to
in
the
this
Mother
game.
Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a
Again,
beautiful
though,
day
you see
today.
Pays matching into this
Wait, you
Renekton.
live in
He's having a bit
Georgia?
of a
I used to
rough
live in
time,
Georgia.
but ultimately he's
I
still in
just
a
moved to
fine position,
California in
has the
April.
level advantage, hasn't died
And
early.
yes, there are 3 Canes in Georgia.
Knockback. Masu going to be forced to use that
Can you
first
tell I
summer
like
try to get away.
Canes?
Keen's coming in for the 1v2.
Oh
He
my
knocks
god.
him back. He knocks him down.
Can we
The
nerf Cassante?
Keen steps up.
A massive play from Keen as
Can
he's
we nerf
able to just
Cassante for
find
that?
a massive play. Masu doesn't even commit the flash, realizing that there's probably no way that he can get out of this situation. And Keen's Cassante is recognized for a reason, and he secures first blood for Gen.G.
I mean, that is just
Can we
absolutely
nerf him now?
massive there for Gen.G. A huge outplay here.
Look at
from
how he
Keen,
just
who
runs
has
at
the
them.
Q3 charged up. They don't respect it. He uses the shift to harass him aggressively. Then the Pathmaker into the Q3, ultimate of the tower. Masu realizes, you know what? I'm actually just dead. Flash is there on Keen. He has too many dashes when he is in the all-out. The Flash would not do anything for him, so he elects to hold on to it. But that over-aggressive shift
Like, is
punished
that not
expertly by Keen.
busted?
How many times have I seen players, usually it's top laners, disrespect Cassante with his 3rd in Tofo strike primed, with all outs cooldown available close to his turret? It
I
is
wonder
one of
if
the
the balanced
deadliest
team
combos in League of
watches
Legends.
Worlds
Cassante, he's
and they're like,
what the copy pasta was made from. He's already doing great work for Gen.G on the Rift, but it's important to always add that caveat of the overall gold state.
No,
and
they don't
the
play
reality
either.
is, even with that kill, Pays finds himself
Bestie,
about 550 gold behind. As
please,
Elle was talking about it earlier,
please.
the experience and gold deficit that Pays has found himself in is a pretty significant one.
Absolutely, and a lot of that credit, is deserved by Busio.
They're gonna
who
nerf
moved around the map with that
Cassante by
pressure on.
1 attack
They were able
damage.
to get a lot done with him.
That's the
Inspired
nerf we're gonna
Whippo
see.
Trying to put on pressure where they can.
1 attack damage.
Canyon has maintained his about 500 gold advantage, but is not growing larger at the very least. Therefore, Inspired. We'll see how Whippo does hang on now.
Okay,
in
also
this
fair.
1v1, because
Gun-ho.
despite the farm advantage, he's actually down gold, and Keen has a really good buy.
Oh, is 1
after that
AD too
1v2
much?
kill.
Do we need to do
Keen's feeling
0.5?
great about his current place in the game, as Inspired showing up here after Chovy. Arctic Assault flash to lock up the Gen.G mid, and Chovy with a late flash wastes a summoner spell to still be dead.
Chovy caught completely off guard there with a great gank from Inspired. Canyon wants to try and contest this crab, but he doesn't have a mid laner to help him. Bwipo comes down. Another objective, a small one, albeit secure for FlyQuest.
And
Question: Can Sejuani never be slowed?
Chovy would make, wasting the flash with no health remaining. He knows he is one game away
Like literally
from
ever?
his world's dream ending for this year.
And he's been in this position many times before, by
She
the way.
can,
The
once you
expectations for
remove the
Chovy are not
passive.
new. He's been regarded as
Okay,
a top-tier
gotcha.
talent for many years. And even last year, falling short in the quarterfinals to
Gotcha,
BLG.
gotcha. Damage reduction
GEN.G are
and
trying to
slow.
eradicate the history.
We were talking about it earlier, right? We're talking about how Gen.G has been so domestically dominant, but internationally, they've never hit the level that they aspired to. They've gotten to the second highest step, but never
Gotcha,
that
gotcha,
final
gotcha,
step,
gotcha.
never the world finals, never the world title. And now being
It's
this
like
close,
Malzahar shield,
we'll
gotta
see
get rid of
if
it.
they can bring it to a game 5 against FlyQuest as Bwipo tries to flash away, going into dominance here in a 1v4. But surely Gen.G just get it done. Bwipo can't stay alive.
Why
but
didn't he keep
Hands
running?
Dancing with death there, but does stay alive. Now Gen.G are just gonna drill through
You
this
can see the
turret.
passive is like a
You look
blue
at the
diamond
minimap,
above
there's
her
not
character.
a lot that FlyQuest can cross-map for. They don't have a wave stacked up for the top lane tower plate. They will be able to get the grubs, but it's just kind of a small advantage gained as, crucially, FaZe's goal difference is going to be reduced significantly. Getting the kills, getting the plates. Now that lead that Mazu had built has all but dissipated.
It is, but they are going to be trying to trade back on this top side, giving the local gold here all towards Masu, farming up some of these plates. But it is going to be first tower
Why
here.
is Masu's camera
down
like
on that
freezing
bottom
every
side
2
for
seconds?
Gen.G, and
All of
establishing themselves
FlyQuest,
a nice
honestly.
early gold lead, just above 1,000 gold in their favor.
Big early lead there in the bottom lane for the LCK squad. 1,000 gold lead in total just for Keen over Bwipo on this Renekton. We already saw Keen.
Love how they started this game off by trashing Fly, but now they're like, Gen.G has never done well.
You have to expect him to be an utter terror once these fights
Bandwagoners.
between the full team start breaking out.
Absolutely. I mean, Keen on this champion with that gold
How does
lead
this man have a
can take
1K
over
gold
a
lead?
game. And FlyQuest, I think, are going to do what FlyQuest sometimes does best: slow down the pace of the game, play towards their win conditions, look towards some of the really powerful scaling that they do have. You have these really
Preacher, thank you for the
difficult-to-kill
follow. Hope you're having a good
carries
day
in the
today.
late game. You've got great engage, you've got good frontline. I think they can feel comfortable to slow it down, to play it a little bit more reserved, and try to avoid some of this
It is
early
crazy,
game power
Fluffy. I'm gonna
that
have to
Keen
ask you to
Canyon
leave.
are gonna have.
FaZe flashing away.
gonna have to ask you to leave.
Quad with the threat with the shockwave, but now
We need
Gen.G
the
coming
dub.
right back in. Quad's gonna get locked up after flash
Oh,
away
he
to try to
doesn't have
survive.
bolts.
Canyon on the chase. Quad's about to die. 50 HP remaining, but an ice shield keeps him alive. Keen coming in with the all-out. Busio flashes back over the wall. FlyQuest somehow live, but Gen.G
That's really good that they
easily
lived,
win the
but
fight. They're gonna
still.
use that tempo to put more damage into the tier 1 turret over here in mid. Keen overstepping his bounds a little bit here. Has to try to step back away.
How is the
Busio's still
turret
hanging
not
around too with
attacking
about
him?
300 HP. TP coming in from FlyQuest to reinforce the turret after losing 2 plates.
And look at the map pressure that Gen.G has as well. They're keeping top pushed in. There was no wave for Bwipo to really push in on the bot side, and they collapse in mid for losing nothing. They get themselves more plates too. A clean collapse that should have really resulted in a kill. I think it was a bit of a misclick from Keen. I think he wanted to hit
Yeah,
Quad,
thank God
but he
he
ended up
didn't
hitting
die.
Busio. Ultimately, though, they get what they wanted.
Now Chovy and Canyon together up here hanging around this top side. Masu on the Ezreal is very evasive, but man, if they ever catch him, he'll just pop instantly.
Can they
Looking
stop
at the
glazing
items online here,
LCK
you
for
can
2
see
seconds?
first items
2
completed for a couple of different players.
seconds.
Leandri's there for Canyon. Yes, Inspired has his first item fully completed as well. It is the Locket. This is an advantage of playing a tank jungler versus
Only
a carry. You just get to buy
LCK
the
team
thrift
all
store
glaze
stuff,
is
much cheaper
T1.
price point.
And I think that's a
But when you
valid
also look at
glaze.
the mid lane, Quad is
I don't
3/4
think
of the lane
glazing
to a
T1
fully
is
stacked
glazing.
Seraph's
I think
Embrace.
that's
That'll be a
just
big
speaking
power spike
facts.
once he can get those last 80 or so stacks.
Certainly will be.
Isn't that right,
We turn
Smolder?
our attention now to the Rift Herald, though, as Gen.G's already setting up for it. You can see the vision control they have around the top
See?
side river. Chovy keeping the push in the top wave. Cassante on the bot lane. His TP is about to be available.
See, but that comment
So
right
he
there
has
is
another way that he can
glazing.
catch and push out. The problem for FlyQuest is there's just like
But
there's
isn't
not
it
really any
valid?
big points of pressure that they have access to right now. It's difficult to send Orianna off to a side lane. They're keeping Masu over there, whereas Gen.G have already brought FaZe
Genho,
over.
you're
And the threat of
no.
that arrow onto Quad is something that he always has to be cautious
No,
of. Now
ma'am.
they moved him up towards the top side. They do have
No,
that
ma'am.
top tower available to him, but the risk of
Who kills Cassante?
collapse from Gen.G is something you have to
I
respect.
don't think anyone does.
MasterCard lane economy snapshot showing that yes, it's a small lead.
I don't
for
think
Quad
anyone
and
does.
For Busio, but the big story being told.
T1 lost to a winless team, by the way, in LTK. T1 in semifinals, by the way.
And then Canyon naturally just using the pace of the Nidalee, the tempo this champion.
Is that winless team in LCK? In semifinals?
Now the target for Gen.G, and FlyQuest can't really contest it. They just got to back away. So Gen.G is going to enjoy another neutral objective.
Yeah, they are, and I think that is kind of the advantage that they have earned for themselves with some of this early
Just
game
wanted
power.
to see where we were at.
Nice Scryer's trinket there does actually spot out that FlyQuest were trying
But
to
like they can't keep getting away with
waiting
this.
in that side brush,
Who
hoping
gonna
that
check
Chovy would
them?
push, but not going to be able to find a play.
Drops the Herald immediately.
Why not?
They know that the mid tower is very low. There's
Who
no
gonna check
way
them?
for Masu to really contest with. And there should be another objective secured for Gen.G.
Herald should just knock it over by itself. Kaboom! All right, needs one more auto attack to do it. Oh wow!
Have you fused with Smolder?
Masu saves
Just
the
a
day.
little
The
bit.
turret has literally 20 HP out of 5,000.
Calculated.
It's a Shockwave top lane.
Quad in trouble though. Inspired shows up to try to block it for him. Chovy flashing over, making the outplay to guarantee they get their man. But now Inspired and Busio
Hey,
are
can
still
we
looking to lock
literally
up the
never play this
Gen.G
comp
mid.
again?
Masu's there for a little bit of extra damage. Chovy doing everything he can to kite it out, but it ain't gonna matter. Inspired secures the kill. Canyon with a flash away from the grand entrance from Busio. FlyQuest make it an even trade mid for mid.
And at the end of the day, they got more summoners, actually, because they forced the flash off Chovy and
I do
Canyon.
agree with that,
Quad
Holy.
didn't
I
have
think
it,
if
so it's just that
FlyQuest
flash
can
there,
beat
traded by
Gen.G like
Inspired.
this,
Nice punch
they
back
can
here
win
by
worlds.
FlyQuest, but
I
again,
really
it's
do.
the map play from Gen.G. They are the masters of macro. They play the map so incredibly well. So meanwhile, they're pushing in bot, they're pushing in mid, they're shoving these waves, and they're constantly taxing your resources elsewhere.
Quad gets spotted on a wards. He's thinking about heading back to top lane. Bit of indecision as the collapse comes through from Gen.G. A nice shockwave to buy himself some time. The flash comes in from Inspired to help keep his mid laner alive. It's a really good ultimate, but then the flash follow through from Chovy as he sidesteps that Ezreal ult. It's unfortunate for Masu that he can't get the kill here. Chovy going to throw out the ulti to create space between him and Masu.
I mean, no matter where he hops to, there's a FlyQuest member there to take his seat.
Burn there, but just didn't quite have enough damage to actually finish him off. And Chovy, at the very least, does deny the kill from the Ezreal, but Inspired getting a little bit of gold back.
I do,
It's important for
Fluffy.
him to stay relevant
I do
in this
indeed.
game. You know, Canyon obviously maintains a very
We have the
large farm
screenshot.
advantage.
Locked and loaded.
Lens can get away from this. Inspired and Quad chasing after the Maokai, who used the flash to buy a little bit of extra time, but now it means there should be no way for him to get away from this. Quad will keep on chasing. Ball delivery complete as the enemy support is down. And again, we talked about it back in draft, boys. That's the main engage for Gen.G. Without that setup, there's not really a way for them to safely approach for something like this Dragon. Meanwhile, an arrow flies out. Keen going all out underneath the turret, but Whippo's looking to outplay here with the Dominus. It's a 3v1, but Whippo gets away for now.
It's a 4v1.
Canyon, the backup, the spear connects. Whippo with a flash away, and the TP is going to be way too late. Quad around the shockwave, but a beautiful use of the stasis from Canyon.
That was really good. We're really watching top of the line gameplay right now, dude. The reaction time, like that man knew it was coming. That was so
He
good.
doesn't land that on Whippo. I don't think they can actually go for the dive, but of
Like,
course
that was
he
actually
does
so good.
because he is Canyon.
We're not done yet. Inspired, having to get away now. Dashing out of the river, throwing back the Glacial Prison. Looking to lock up Pays, who uses the cleanse to
We're
turn
watching
escape.
real
Masu's still
gameplay,
firing
y'all.
back. FlyQuest is down 3.
We're watching real gameplay.
They've got to be very careful.
It's not that
about
little
these fights
jokey
they
joke
take
mess no
because
more.
Gen.G are at a point of comfort.
Gen.G continue to demonstrate their mastery over macro as they lose Lahens and immediately, without hesitation, turn their attention to the top side of the map. Whippo thinking that he can just catch this wave, does a good
Yo,
job
dang,
of surviving
thank you so
the initial
much
dive.
for the
3
Twitch
minutes wasn't enough.
Prime,
Gen.G
and
had
welcome
committed
to
4
the
to
Mother
top side.
Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
That spear
And thank you
was
for
crucial.
supporting
You
the
look at minimap,
stream.
Canyon already making his way up. The
Hello,
Asher, the
hello.
TP commitment, just this level of awareness of where Gen.G can play on the map.
Yo, thank you for
To
the
very
follow
least
as
get
well,
something back.
dang.
The Dragon was masterful.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really big, but Whippo played well to clear out the wave. If he didn't get attacked by that spear, I think you can just walk out the back and Quad can come in and actually TP in and save the wave, and Whippo knows that one hurts because not only does he go down, It's the flash, it's the TP, it's the ulti from Quad. It's them losing the tower either way.
Yo, be outspoken, coming in with a 52 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, my love.
It's 3 turrets.
Hope you're having a good day today.
For Gen.G, that is a huge part of this 3,000 gold lead they've built so far for themselves. Now Keen, yeah, he's far forward in the enemy jungle, but more importantly, he's Cassante. He has to commit the flash to get out, but he still stays alive and doesn't even lose a meaningful amount of health.
Gen.G,
Oh,
you just turn your attention to the
this
minimap
game
and
is
you look at how
insane.
much blue there is. FlyQuest barely have access into the river as the mid is being
52,
pushed in, top is
52
being
on the
pushed
track,
in.
bruh.
Hens is continuing to extend his
52.
vision line forward. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Keen with a full level over Bwipo is this immovable object. And who's at his side? Canyon. They're literally playing through every single part of the map right now, which usually shouldn't be possible, but they know how strong they are.
Yeah, you're talking about a full level lead in top. It's a 2-level lead in the jungle. Whippo's
dude, Hayes is eating with these freaking Ash ults, man.
Arrows nailing Bwipo.
Honestly,
trying to look for some sort of a counterplay on
I
top
think these
side,
ults
but
are a
they
little
just
bit
can't find
too
it.
good.
And Gen.G are punishing Bwipo time and time and time again.
I think these ults a little bit
from Gen.G.
on
FlyQuest. Let's see if they
point.
can find anything here. Inspired's gonna wrap around a little bit. Interrupts Keen, but he can go all out, just immediately using that as the escape lever. Inspired continuing to try to lock up the Gen.G top laner. Masu behind him here for the chase. Glacial Prison finds the mark, but it finds the mark in the middle of the minion wave, which makes it that much harder to find. Your maximum DPS with the Ezreal and Mystic shots just colliding with this trash instead of finding the target you want in the Cassante.
Yeah.
You can see that FlyQuest is just
Yeah,
kind
we're
of
gonna have to
fishing
do some
at this point.
investigation
There aren't many
after
plays for
this
them
game.
available on the map. They see if they can try and punish Keen, but
They got
don't
Vanguard
quite have
on
the
these
damage to
PCs, right?
convert it into much. And
They got
the game,
Vanguard.
similar to game 2, is very quickly snowballing out of control.
It really is. And I mean, they may not have a Kassadin, they may not have a Jax, but Chovy is playing through the side lane
Interesting.
constantly on this Tristana. And Keen, utilizing the massive advantage that he has built for himself, is just a brick wall that can constantly push in waves, constantly create avenues of attack for
No,
Keen.
literally
And when we look at
Firestorm.
game 2, where Gen.G won,
Always.
it looked like they were doing a lot to FlyQuest of what FlyQuest did to them in the previous game in game number 1 with the 80 carry domination, with snowballing through that early game. And now when we look at game number 4 and compare it to game number 3, it was FlyQuest's top and jungle in the previous game that were the vast majority of the lead. And now here in this latest episode, it's Gen.G again, suplexing that and taking the lead.
It's not over though, y'all.
It absolutely is. You know, the bright spot for Fly, though, is that
We gotta
both of
stay
their
positive.
carries are
It's not
pretty
over.
close to
Fly
where
won
the
game
Gen.G
3,
carries
so
are, and we'll
FlyQuest
see
only
if they
needs
can
one
find
more
Keen
win
now.
to close
They're
out this
committing a
series.
lot for a Cassante here. Bwipo and Inspired chasing after him. Keen still trying to get away. Gen.G bringing in a TP.
All right, they're gonna have
Cassante
3.
still not even taking any meaningful damage at all. Continuing to push forward.
Missed.
Arrow doesn't hit the
Okay,
target.
he
Choke's
turned
gonna
off the
flash
hacks.
back away. All out from Keen. Quad's under pressure on Bwipo's about to die. FlyQuest chased too far. Gen.G are ready to punish, and they want even more. Beautiful engage from Kanan to keep on following it up. Quad barely trying to get away. He's got 200 HP remaining, and the Nidalee says no. It's nothing but a black and white screen for the FlyQuest solo laners, and Gen.G want to take us to a game point.
FlyQuest kept fishing, but they did not like what took the
No,
bait. The rest
they
of
better
Gen.G were
not
quick
ever
to
lock in these champions
as
ever
Chovy
again, bro.
TPs
I'm
in
so
and
for
buys
real.
time for the arrival
Like,
of
how do you
Canyon.
lose on this
FlyQuest
comp
fall under the
and
dragon
then
to
run it
Gen.G.
right the frick
And
back,
gentlemen,
bro?
I feel like we're going to Silver Screen.
How?
I think so too. Gen.G are just playing this game out so
How?
incredibly well. FlyQuest are going to keep looking for opportunities, but the opportunities
Yeah,
are
we
going to
need a
get
miracle.
fewer and further between.
It feels like Gen.G are doing just a perfect job of not allowing FlyQuest any meaningful way to fire back.
That's what I'm thinking,
Anytime
Death Ray.
FlyQuest looks for something, Gen.G's ready to respond. An Ash Arrow from across the map, a teleport to show up and protect somebody, a 4th dude when 3 dudes can't get the dive done. Gen.G is prepared here in this 4th game.
I mean, they just can't kill Keen, right? You know, he's stacking so
I don't
much
know,
armor, so Masu's
Cardinal.
not gonna
I really
do it.
don't know.
Bwipo's not going to do it. You're relying on Quad, but at this point in the game, there's just no way. And Oriana can't get it done. Maybe at 4, 5, 6 items, can he threaten
Y'all think they
Keen,
just
but
doing it for the drama
just
right
takes
now?
no damage at this point.
Massive, massive difference in power between these top
Y'all think they got paid to go to game 5?
Finally getting a little bit of MR here too. You can see the Negatron cloak with the additional cloth armor and inventory. This should be the Jack show. And honestly, that's all he's gonna need with what you're talking about with the Orianna being this only AP threat. He's so far ahead of Whippo on the Renekton.
And I mean, FlyQuest's only hope in this game is if it goes really, really, really long, right? You know, they need to get to this point in the game.
They just want to play Silver
has
Scraps.
Magic Ben, where he has a Death Gap,
Silver
where he has
Scrapes.
all these items in the AP
Silver
behind
Scrapes.
that Magic Ben, and where Masu and him can actually threaten the front line, because that is feeling like that is a good 20 minutes off. And I don't think Gen.G is going to give you that time.
This is the clinical precision that we're used to seeing from Gen.G. Little room for FlyQuest to come back, and crucially, we think back to FlyQuest's team fights.
Canyon is on our necks, dude.
And Gen.G have denied them any sort of option to get those
On
in this
our
game. It's not been
necks.
about the 5v5, it's the skirmishes, the 3v3s, the 2v2s, the fights that happen before the objectives even spawn. Perhaps a Baron could be FlyQuest's way back in.
Whippo looking for the flank on Pays. Dominus pop with the arrow to immediately try to stop the FlyQuest top laner. Sterix Gage to keep him alive. Keen's ready to keep on pushing forward here with the Pathmaker going in, looking for a little bit more damage onto Quad. Whippo's gonna be dropped first. Quad's gonna go right with them. Whippo and Quad, the solo laners down. A double kill for Chovy as Gen.G do not stop here. They keep chasing the remaining FlyQuest players with Keen leading the charge. FlyQuest disengaged successfully, but Gen.G run this rift.
FlyQuest look for an avenue of attack, but at this point the wallet difference is just too big. The idea from Whippo there, providing a gate for Busio to get onto the back line. The Shockwave combo connects, but it just doesn't do enough damage. Another Baron begun by Gen.G.
FlyQuest knows they can't afford to give this one away, but what else is even gonna happen? Chovy and Gen.G chasing after FlyQuest, killing Masu, burying Busio, and just making Inspired head home alone.
And Gen.G just landed the knockout punch in this game number 4 with the Baron. That has to be it. Gen.G running away with this one, playing the map so incredibly well, knowing their limits in these fights, knowing how to extend the advantage to impossible lengths.
Understand?
Here we go again.
Oh my gosh, we're literally doing a top esports versus T1 right now. We're literally doing the same thing top esports did yesterday.
Canyon's unstoppable, and
this is literally the same exact play.
Can't get anywhere close. Keen is a
this is precisely that play.
Don't have any siege equipment. Inspired's trying to escape as Chovy jumps over the wall, but now FlyQuest is in an even rougher spot. Busio wants to make space for his team, but a third and Topo strike knocks back two. FlyQuest still trying to run, but Gen.G's stronger. Gen.G's faster. Gen.G's better.
Hey,
the Titans from the
no,
LCK
they're not.
refuse to go
no,
quietly
they're not
into
better.
the night. FlyQuest have put up a valiant fight, but just look at the decimation. Good target focus there from Gen.G.
Now
Immediately peeling for
is in a gameplay.
The Shockwave does connect onto Chovy and Canyon.
That was in A.
It barely tickles them.
That looks
With
familiar.
the damage done, FlyQuest have nothing left but to retreat.
Exactly, and I mean FlyQuest.
Okay,
they know
we need
it was always going to be a
Masu no
long
longer
shot
on
in the position
Ezreal,
of this
bro.
game, but you've
We
got to
do
look
not
for those
need
slim
Ezreal on,
opportunities.
or
This
we do
is
not
the
need
world.
Masu on
You
Ezreal.
don't get another series if
Okay,
you lose this
he
one.
is not Elk.
Got to leave it all out on the rift, and that's what they're trying to do.
He is not
here.
Elk.
Gen.G though
He
just
is
far
not,
too strong in this fourth game.
Who else was tearing
and
it
really
up on
starts to
Ezreal?
become about
It was
how
Pays,
are
right?
you feeling going into game number 5? What are the picks going to be? What is the draft
He's not
going
Elk.
to look like?
He's not Pays.
FlyQuest likely will be going back
We don't
to the
need
blue
him
side here,
on Ezreal.
which we have seen so much success on in Worlds.
More.
The Hens using the blast
Okay.
gun to get away as
We gotta stick to our guns.
Just trying to get any sort of a pick
Not
they
the
can.
hate
Just
quad.
trying to slow this down any way they can. It's only 26 minutes on the
Not
clock.
the hate
but
quad
it is
with
a
a
12,000
heart. I know you
Gen.G's side
lying.
as they continue pushing up here in the top lane. Chovy between his
Do
own
people ever
rapid
play
fire
Enchanters
and
in
the
Worlds?
buff from
We've had a
Canyons in Italy is
Lulu,
an
we've had a
absolute
Lux,
machine
we've
gun
had a
on this
Seraphine.
Tristana.
Granted, the
DPS
Seraphine
is
was
out of
mid,
control. He's
but
got the quick blades.
so
He's got
yes,
the armor penetration with a mortal
it's
reminder,
mainly
and he's got
engaged
the rest of
champs
Gen.G
for
beside
support,
him.
but we
FlyQuest
have
going in
seen
for their
it.
final Hail Mary. True shot barrage over the wall. Lehan's tanking up as Chovy gets back away. Inspired down to 300 HP, and Whippo does nothing. Shockwave on 2 won't matter. Inspired's about to bleed out. Chovy's dominating, and Keen won't stop.
Look how Keen
Double
is.
kill. Back over
Keen
to
was
Chovy.
under the tower that entire
FlyQuest
fight,
are gonna have to be
and
ready
he's
for
not
game
dead.
5,
Keen
'cause
was
Gen.G
out of
are
the
ready to clean
entire
this up.
during the entire fight, he was under tower, taking turret shots.
With everything they've got to defend the last two Nexus turrets, but Gen.G is far too powerful.
All right, guys, this is fine. This is fine. I feel like we knew this was gonna happen. I feel like we knew this was gonna happen, and that's fine. Okay. We're going for game 5. We're going for game 5. It's fine.
We are going to game 5. Everything on the line
in the
for
next
these two
50
teams.
minutes.
It's all gonna come down
in approximately
to
1 hour.
You all know the drill. You all know the tune.
We will either be the happiest of our lives, or we are going to be the most depressed individuals of our lives. La 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 la. We're going to silver freaking scrapes, bro. Silver freaking scrapes. FlyQuest just has to win this next game. We just need one game. We just need one game. We just need one. Is anything available to DoorDash? Like, I'd love to DoorDash some chicken tendies right now. It is also 8:30 a.m. Like, I feel like no chicken tendies are available for purchase. Popeyes 10 a.m. KFC 10 a.m. Jollibee 9 a.m. Hey, I'm taking L's. I'm taking L's left and right. But you know where I'm not gonna take an L? In this freaking FlyQuest versus Gen.G game, okay? This next game, we just have to win. It's just one more. It's just one more. It's just one more. What's going on, Giga Chad? How are you doing, my love? We are going into the 5th game of this Gen.G versus FlyQuest series, dude. One more. No, like, literally, can they never pick Ezreal, Orianna, Renekton, Rakan ever again? Ever again. No, that was crazy, huh? Where's Worlds this year? So right now, quarterfinals and semifinals are being held in Paris. Swiss stage was held in Berlin, and finals will be held in London. I will be heading over to Paris for semifinals next week. I'm gonna go get my bust down braids done before I head over there. So I'll be leaving to Atlanta to get my braids, and then I'll head to Paris right after. Riot Games has flew your girl out to Paris. They booked my flight, first class, by the way. First class with the bed in the plane. Tight beat. They are flying me out to Paris and London, and we're gonna turn up as semifinals and finals. I'm so excited, and I would be even more excited if I not only get to see T1, but I get to see FlyQuest there in person. You know what's crazy? You know what's the bad part about this? Let's say FlyQuest wins this next game. It'll be FlyQuest versus T1. It'll be FlyQuest versus T1 in the semifinals. Do y'all know that? It'll be FlyQuest versus T1. And then I will have to go through turmoil and pain again. Find me a cute French honey, please. And I'll like, where the French hotties at? You know what I'm saying? Where they at? Where they at?
Does nothing.
Period, Daniel. Yo, Gen.G, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Eternal Squad. I hope you're having a blessed day today. You now have my emotes.
2023, we're not that far in the future yet, and well, they have to look into the near future,
but like he won last year. He can't win every year, right?
One of the biggest disappointments for the LCK ever, and some of the biggest NA-phoria on the other side possible for FlyQuest.
And Gen.G had to pull out some trump cards, you know, the King Sante, the Canyon Nidalee. They're pulling out all the stops here, Shocks, and we wouldn't want it any other way but being pushed
go, bro.
to an epic
One more game, y'all. This is it.
5.
This is for all the marbles. This is for all the marbles. This is for all the marbles.
For so many people, and he just dominates on it this whole game. He had an early camp advantage on Inspired Sejuani, and he just had tempo the entire time. It was actually incredible to watch.
And Inspired did some good things in the early stages. Like, he burned a couple of these flashes very early, but FlyQuest never really got to capitalize on it.
This is for
and while he was burning
all
these flashes, Gen.G
the
were
marbles.
getting this Nidalee, those extra bits of farm, getting this Nidalee into a position
You've been talking about these braids for 2 weeks. I sure have.
In this fight, Chad,
and I cannot wait.
Like,
y'all not going to be able to say nothing to me.
Jumping on always has it.
Canyon has
I'm gonna get on stream and I'm gonna whack the camera with the braids.
Also remember back to MSI, he's the one really driving this meta. This is why he is the jungle GOAT. He can pull it out and just control the map. It's so nice how they set it up for Gen.G's game plan as well. It's not, you know, just individual play, but then
that man still got baguettes, bro.
Ash arrows to get these picks on side lanes.
The man still got baguettes.
Pushing FlyQuest around and making openings for themselves.
I wish we were synced because
how about
then we
this energy though?
Yeah, and I think it's so interesting because right before I asked, we've been so many times at a game 5 where we couldn't help but dance and shake, but it was when our team pushed it to 5. It's just the momentum is so different.
And it's the weird thing about emotions
Dude,
versus
I have
logic.
chills.
Because emotionally it feels worse to lose game 4 going into game 5, which is why I'm having a hard time getting super hyped. But logically, it is better for FlyQuest. It is much better for FlyQuest to have lost that game. They've won their blue side game already. They're going to be able to get it back again, and it does give them an upper hand at the start of this final draft.
And that's the thing, if you look at it, apart from that one red side game, every game that has been a victory this series has been on this blue side. It's opened up picks like the Ashe. It's opened up the lack of counter pick for people like Keen as well. So I think it makes things significantly easier being on that blue side, but we'll have to see because my word, has this been down to the tooth and nail fighting.
True. They just had on different jerseys.
Really big in getting them off the
There's one person with Gen.G and one person with FlyQuest.
The game for them. Keen, we're gonna take another
what
look
if we lock in
at
Kog'Maw?
that Kasante pick that he is so famous for. The
I
key
think
here is that
maybe
both Masu and
lock
Lucio use their key spells right before in front of the tower. That
Seraphine,
is the knockup from
or
Rakan
Ashe,
and the arcane shift from
as
Ezreal.
we did previously.
And so Keen says, you cannot use both of your dashes right in front of my tower. He punishes immediately and shows them why his name is synonymous with this champ.
And that's what I was going to say. This is the champion he has so often made his name on in the LCK, taking over on this pick. And you're seeing the moment you mess up, he will pounce. He understands so much about how this champion operates, the damage it can output, and how it can take you down.
Oh my God. I know we have vested interest. I mean, you guys as LCS representatives have, of course, but for neutrals, I mean, we're getting such an amazing best of 5. You can see it there.
Yeah, no, this series is definitely the series of worlds.
Bring back, you need to
the
hop
most
again,
insane,
bring it back.
most fun to watch. There's been fun picks. We haven't been seeing the same champs over and over again.
Or is it going to be G2 versus RNG?
That's exactly what I said before we got on the desk. What is it?
Was that going to be a question to me? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
G2 versus RNG, obviously. I don't need any more of the hopium.
This is it, guys.
I'm trying to not have a headache right now because the energy in this stadium is crazy. They're actually going to blow
Wait, why are you livid,
Mix? I've got some hopium for you, though.
Okay.
Chovy this series. Has he been overpowering or not?
I think he's been pretty invisible. I mean, the fact you saw this Sylas come through, he had 18k damage, didn't really do anything particularly much. Even this game, yes, he had some moments, but this game was about Keen and Canyon taking off, and I think there's been moments where he's shown, but like,
I think he hates
Chovy's not CSing great. Quad has had good matchups into him, and yes, he has some decent KDA, but like, you look at that damage percent, It is other people that are on this team that are really stepping up to make sure they come through. And
I don't
for
think he likes
someone that is
Chovy.
supposed to be
I'll be right
the
back.
best
I'm gonna go
mid
pee real
laner in the
quick.
world, for someone that has continuously stepped up for Gen.G, for someone that we saw raise that title at MSI, this is not a championship winning performance.
And against Quad, their friendship, them coming up together, the fact that this should be a done deal, but the fact that Quad is saying, no, even in lane, I will go toe-to-toe with you. I will hold my ground in this series. That is such an insane story.
It absolutely is. I love the guts that FlyQuest has had this entire series and their ability to bounce back after a loss. If we're actually going to get a little hopium here, they got smashed even harder in Game 2 than they did in that Game 4, and they bounced back in Game 3. So I think they believe they can do it, even though they know how formidable these guys walking out are right now. This has been the best team in the world all year.
I want to see what FlyQuest can do on blue side, not being locked into Yone Aurora bans here. The draft, we've been talking up this draft so much between these two teams. We know they are both creative. We know they both can still pull out surprise picks.
2,191 days ago, it was that Cloud9 set aside a Freak of Freaks. LPL hadn't won Worlds yet. Jovi's debut year was at Griffin. Bwipo was a rookie, and now they could do it. Chat, I mean, what would it mean?
It would mean absolutely everything. It would be massive for the LCS because FlyQuest is the representative, but they have spoken themselves about how they are only able to be this good because of the competition they faced within the region. They have confidence.
Right.
They have.
I got FlyQuest winning.
I do. Stage, and if anyone's gonna do it, it's got to be them.
And you know who is on that Freak of Freaks lineup? Keen. Same man that is sitting there right now.
Hey,
this could be another one of those moments where the LCK just cannot match up against North America.
FlyQuest. And we still have a minute. We're not even done yet, but we've used up all the hopium. It's unbelievable. I have to say, also just kind of the manner in which they're playing.
FlyQuest.
Gen.G, the stress is so
yeah,
high.
get in the zone, Masu.
Coming into
Take
this
your
matchup
time,
the way
baby.
they have.
Take your time, baby.
Being knocked down a peg for the summer finals and saying that is not going to happen again. Our eye is on the prize because if this roster can't win Worlds, who can? Well, you're about to fly out in the quarterfinals.
Kangaroo.
Time for FlyQuest to channel some KT energy. How about that?
I love it. I also have to say on the side of Gen.G, it could be a career-defining game for Chovy. If he wins, people will forget about it. But if he loses, falling short 2 years in a row in the quarterfinals of Worlds while coming in as the best player in the world would be disaster.
It's the year of the duck, baby. It's finally arrived.
And I was going to say, for Gen.G, like, the stumble in finals,
Year of the duck.
I was trying to get shaken off. Oh, well, they beat Hanwha again. You don't get a second chance here. This is it. This defines your entire year for Gen.G and is the potential for FlyQuest to have the biggest upset we have ever seen in League of Legends history.
Emily had a really good quote that she said yesterday when she was on the desk. This is why we watch Worlds. I think it is very applicable to this moment right now.
Absolutely. This is why we watch Worlds, and this is why we're going to watch that Game 5 and hope that
Is there a game delay or something? Why are we not in Champ Select?
Welcome back, one and all, to the final game in the final quarterfinal of Worlds 2024.
They did pick Seraphine mid earlier. They did indeed.
No one expected FlyQuest to be able to push Gen.G, a team that has experienced utter dominance for the rest of the year, to this level. But here we are. It is the edge for both teams. One goes to semifinals, and one has a long flight home.
I mean, it
Let's
is
go.
so much
Champion
pressure
select
in these final
of
moments.
game
The stories that will be told
5.
about these teams will be defined completely by this game.
It's an interesting parallel because you gentlemen, it could be a misfit situation where you fell just short, or it could be a G2 situation where you can ride that glory home. It's fascinating to see is the Nidalee taken away.
Are they going to leave
Canyon,
Yone open? This is a scary time.
We have the Nidalee targeted towards Canyon. We have the
No way they leave Yone open.
We have the general ban of the
Hey, FlyQuest. No way y'all leave Yone open for Chovy.
Although it is unusual because, again, it's FlyQuest.
No shot, right?
Blue.
Now the question is, what do you ban here? Are you going to leave Yone up? Are you going to continue banning Jax?
No shot, right?
A bit in this series. Are you willing to take the Yone? You know, that becomes the question. Gen.G, do you ban out Skarner? Do you ban out Yone? Do you ban out Seraphine or Amumu even? Okay, so it is actually Amumu. So
Seraphine is open. What if we pick Kaisa, Yone, Seraphine right here?
Yone to deny it from Chovy, or is it okay to take Skarner?
That is the biggest question right here. Gen.G is saying, you can't play Yone. You won't play it. We'll take it. Will FlyQuest. They do.
They took it. They took it. I think that's better than giving it to him. I think that's better than giving it to him. I think it's better than giving it to him.
They've already banned away the Amumu. They're locking in the Skarner, and they've paired it up alongside the Smolder as an answer. We saw this in the Swiss stage as a means to deal with the Yone because of the scaling power of the Smolder. But if you can get ahead early, you can quickly shut that Smolder down and its ability to farm up into the late game.
Now this is going to be so interesting here. Quad is a player that has made his career playing control mages. That is what he is known for. He has really not.
I don't think he can play the Yone like them either.
He has played it only 3 times his entire career. Fiddlesticks in game 5 against Gen.G.
I mean, we used to see this when he
Inspired,
played on
you will
back
always
in the day.
be famous.
There was a rare pocket pick available for Inspired, and they needed an AP jungler, so they bring it out here in game 5. Kalista for Marsu. FlyQuest are throwing everything into game 5.
I think Inspired was just like, yo, bro, click the random button, lock it in.
This team knows
I think that's what just happened.
Fear. And I hope all of you at home can hear the crowd here in Paris roaring.
I think that's what happened.
With Let's Go FlyQuest, inspired by the underdog story.
Seraphine isn't it now?
North America's first
yeah,
seed
we need some tankiness to round this out. We got to pick our top and our support.
The last Fiddlesticks was in 2022 Worlds, and the last 3 Fiddlesticks played at Worlds were all piloted by this man, Inspired. Has played it 6 times in his career. This would be the 7th, sporting a 3-3 win rate.
Okay, so on the other side, the last pick for Gen.G before the second half of the ban, they will put Keen back on the Rumble.
Or are
the big
they
difference
cooked?
Here is because it's right before the second half of bans, they will ban out the Galio that Whippo answered with in the first game.
Exactly, and it wasn't even just the Galio.
What if
it was
it's
also the
Fiddlestick
Seraphine
support?
that really allowed them to absorb these equalizers very easily. The big Seraphine shields, the Galio shield on the ulti absorbs so much of that AoE damage here. And now they're not going to have those easy answers.
Now, FlyQuest needs some form of engage. Things like Renata, Rel, Alistair, all very valuable.
The thing is with Fiddlesticks, the reason why I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Fiddlesticks was because Fiddlesticks is so dominant in solo queue because of the lack of wards, the lack of communications. But we are playing against the top LCK team today, right? Well, one of the top LCK teams.
Exactly, and that's why I don't think you can go
Their communication is unmatched. Their warding is flawless. They know what they're doing. They know how to pilot their champions. I don't know.
So that Yone and Fiddle can follow up afterwards.
I don't know if we're going to be able to get those spheres. This is a dodge. I don't think it works that way.
Pick for him, but we'll see what direction they go, especially in the event of a lane swap.
I freaking love it. This is a dodge.
Oh, 6 for Pays.
I think that's hilarious.
Domestically, few teams will let him have.
This is a champion that, remember, was all over the
I
bans
think that is
earlier on in the
hilarious.
tournament.
Oops.
And now it is locked in for Pays and Gen.G.
And it's another champion that has some of that mobility. You can use the satchel to try to disengage, to try to create that space. But there are these clear targets here for FlyQuest, for their engage. Will he go for it? Set against Rumble top.
I think that's just a cheeky hover, surely.
Set.
All right, Masu, we already saw the fiddles,
I think he's going to lock it.
Locked in. FlyQuest in Game 5 of the quarterfinals against Gen.G are playing 2 picks that have not yet been played in Worlds 24.
This is incredible to see, and if FlyQuest can pull it off,
Oh my gosh, they're really
not
cooking.
only would the upset be one of the most
They're really
incredible
cooking.
of all time, if not the most incredible of all time, they would do it in such a unique fashion, in their own style,
Oh my
playing their
gosh.
own game.
What am I supposed to think about a set?
I don't even know what to say.
You're supposed to think, hell yeah.
The Maokai going to be the final lock-in for Lahens, going towards the bot side of the map. So much utility on the side.
I don't know. I like the set pick, honestly.
Ultimate, the root,
they're pulling out all the freaking stops, man.
Of Rumble +6. The team fight.
They're pulling out all the freaking stops.
Gen.G is very real. But that doesn't mean that
FlyQuest is pulling out all the stops. We got a Fiddlesticks jungle, a set top lane, and then on the other side we got Smolder and Ziggs for Gen.G. This is a game 5. Whoever wins goes to semifinals. Whoever loses is eliminated. You don't want to miss this.
Or from China. And now FlyQuest is saying,
this
you know what?
Is
how about
insane,
not?
bro.
This is a FlyQuest draft.
Inspired said Halloween is coming up soon, bro.
FlyQuest has the potential to do what so many thought was unthinkable.
CLG in 2016.
Let's freaking go FlyQuest. Come on, bro.
And
Come on, FlyQuest.
In 2019.
Come on, FlyQuest.
Upsets come to fruition and reignite
for real,
bro.
For real, bro.
For North American fans. Here in 2024, after so many years, FlyQuest are on the precipice, using their own style of bringing that faith back once more.
The first set top at Worlds since
Odie.
2021 has not been played in years alongside that Fiddlesticks. This is not something Gen.G will have prepared for. This is not something Gen.G will be familiar with. But you look on the other side, Rumble, Skarner, 2 of the most common champions in the whole tournament. The question is, does that give FlyQuest enough of an edge, knowing the matchups better than your opponents will?
It's so fascinating because this is the style of comp that you'd be seeing in them domestically.
This is
the playoffs type of Gen.G that we saw.
This is for all the freaking marbles in less than 40 minutes. We will be either elated, jumping out of our seats, having the best Sunday of our lives, or we will be
exhaust for Lehans.
depressed.
That'll be very useful against the Fiddlesticks.
Sad,
inspired also with
crying,
a summoner spellbook, though. That's something we don't see a lot of these days. We'll have to keep an eye
honestly
on
falling
when
apart.
he changes those spells and what they become.
It isn't something you see a lot of, and something that I have actually seen in the past.
But right
watching
now,
some Fiddlesticks one tricks is
all
for
we
key
can do
fights. They can go over to cleanse. You can cleanse exhaust.
That's all we can do.
That's a good idea.
It's out of our hands.
You can actually play, in a way that is pretty surprising.
It's all on them.
One of the biggest things about this champion
is
you need to maintain
cameras must be overheating.
You have to be surprising your
the way that they are,
you will always be getting reacted
freezing, bro.
If you are, on vision, if you are on wards. So controlling space, controlling fog is massively important, and we'll see if they can do that against Gen.G, who is known as one of, if not the best macro teams in the world, is an expert at stopping that sort of play.
Well, here we go. We're getting into it. The laning phase. Nice knockback. Exhaust already expended.
Exhaust.
Masu hit with that summoner spell means FlyQuest will just accept that as a win. No lane swap, importantly, in this 5th and final game.
Quad.
Azale, I'm gonna rely
I ain't
on
never
your
seen you play
expertise here.
Yone.
Do you know
But
much about
today,
the set Rumble
I need
matchup
you
top
to
lane?
Yone.
I mean, set is just really difficult for a lot of melee matchups because you can walk forward. The E and the passive autos do so much damage.
Really do.
It is very difficult to deal with them, in these early levels.
No,
I do
literally,
think Rumble
Maddie,
will
this
struggle
is
if you get these
hard,
committed
bro.
trades. For Rumble, it's going to be about keeping distance, using the electro harpoon to slow
These
down
players
when he
are giving off is
forward,
making the
and just
cameras
looking to
malfunction.
scale, looking to
No,
not
like
get caught
actually,
into
just
a
might
full-on
be.
team fight.
That wave is a bit of a horrible spot for quads.
Yeah,
all the minions are just at slightly awkward HP, which means he's going to lose a lot of farm there. This is kind of the idea behind the Smolder. You can easily stack up against the Yone, and you can just kind of bully him out of the laning phase. At a certain point, it will be possible for Quad to win out on the 1v1 trades, but in this early phase, he's just going to have to accept the futility of the matchup.
Exactly, and remember, it's not just the last hits for the stacks. Every time Chovy hits Quad with that snot, it's another one of these stacks. It's more acceleration towards those critical breakpoints for making sure the Smolder can become that insurance policy Gen.G needs it to be.
And Chovy is just making this a nightmare for Quad.
Yeah,
he is playing past the minions as far as he can up, without getting hit by the tower. Every single time you're going for a minion, you're getting auto, and then you're getting queued. When you back off and you're limited in where you can go, you're going to get hit by the W. It is very difficult for Quad in this position because he needs to get as much.
All right, log back in, log back in.
He's falling extremely behind. And
if they managed to win versus Chovy Smolder, it would actually be the greatest upset in history.
At his best,
we need
dominating a lane.
We
and
need
this is
it.
what he needs to do. We've talked so much about how Chovy considered the best player to never win Worlds, considered potentially the best player in the world right now, but always coming up short in these big moments. He's got to step up now when it matters.
Look at the potential dive in top lane. That is a mega stacked wave, and Inspired has made his way back
Our
towards the
team
bot
fight
side
is
of the
lit,
map.
right?
Yeah, Whippo,
Isn't
though,
our team
respecting
fight
the
lit?
potential of that, he's not contesting the wave. He knows it's pushing towards him, so you don't need to step up in that spot. You bounce the wave, it'll stack and
very
push to you,
lit.
so stay under your tower. And Set is notoriously hard to dive because of the Haymaker. You absorb all that damage, you put it right back around on them. And so they can't look for it. They only really could have gone for that play if Whippo overextended.
So is theirs?
Right, Whippo happy to just fall back here as Keen
their
gets
team
the
fight
wave
is lit.
shoved in. Whippo is also down in farm about the same
Their
amount as Quad. Of course,
their
he will
team fight
have
is
more
lit.
to collect up here as the wave crashes into the turret.
Maddie.
Canyon showing up down here in bottom lane, wards the tri-brush, but does not make his presence known as Masu and Busio are at least the lane that is holding on, that is breaking even with their counterparts on Gen.G, but winning both solo lanes is a very good omen early here for the Korean team.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, Whippo not able to land the center of that Haymaker. So you miss out on that True Image, miss out on that bonus damage, and Keen is really making this difficult here for Whippo. Set obviously does have a lot of health regen. You can be pretty durable, but when you get put that low, it's time to go back to base.
I mean, Keen finding advantages in the 1v1.
Yeah, they
I
have
imagine
to
the big
burst.
advantage of Set is when you're looking into
Chovy
a
in
Smolder
these
and a
fights.
Ziggs, they can be difficult to lock down. But when you've got a Maokai diving into you and a Skarner, they're great backline delivery tools.
Yeah.
So that's where Set thrives. And so if he is the person that Gen.G becomes scared of, what does that draw your focus away from? Inspired in the jungle. Who
I'm so
typically
excited
when you're coming into these
for
team fights, so much of
these
the conversation is care
surprise
for the fiddle,
party
care for the fiddle,
fiddlesticks
get the exhaust
ultis.
ready for the fiddle,
And I
get ready to lock
really
it down,
hope
CC him,
Inspired
whatever.
does the
But if you've got the
fiddlestick
set just drawing all
party
this
dance,
attention, it can create a lot
because
more
the
chaos and
dance is
panic
the
that Gen.G
shoot.
have to deal with.
And I mean, it's going to be
And that would be so lit.
Canyon looking for the enemy top laner. Whippo using the showstopper to
I
get
personally
back
think it
away.
would be
Remember,
very
once he
lit.
goes into that animation, you're not going to cancel it with CC. So nicely uses Canyon as an escape mechanism.
But even with that, he was losing minions during that time. Inspired was moving up towards top, and they will spot Canyon. He's trying to get behind Lehens.
Lehens should be able to retreat in time from this one. And I mean, just look at the farm. It continues to be massive for the Gen.G solo laners. As Busio could be in a bit of a rough spot here, but Chovy has no way to lock him down. Gen.G coming to challenge here for the first set of grubs. Inspired not level 6 on this Fiddlesticks. Whippo has already used his ultimate. FlyQuest don't want anything to do with this fight.
Yeah,
And
I
a
think he's
Gen.G
gotta
team
get
that's already
6.
almost 1,000 gold ahead just off of laning secures the first 3 grubs.
Yeah, I think Inspired was really hoping to just steal one grub and then get out of there, but he wasn't given the time to do it, and here they come again.
Whippo has no ulti this time. He does have flash, he does have the Haymaker. Boom, there's a big punch. Whippo stays fine.
And looks like he was able to actually interrupt Canyon's E with his own, snapping him out of that charge there, keeping himself safe. So well played there by Whippo, but it is Gen.G with full control here. 800 gold ahead. They scale very, very well.
Why is the
and when
top bar
FlyQuest commits
different?
to a team fight, it's going to be all about having the perfect
the game
execution in the
is
first moments
bugged
of that
on the
fight.
production
Fiddlesticks
side
ult, Yone ult,
because
Set
we
ult.
had the
All of
normal
these have to be
layout
picture
in the
perfect, or
UI
Gen.G is gonna
previously,
disengage, and then they're gonna
but
kite
it
you out,
was
and they're gonna burst you
like
down in the long
weird
run.
at the beginning of this game, like it was
Lehens
blank.
and Pays versus Whippo, using the Haymaker early to try to nullify a lot of the upfront
They
damage.
just love
Whippo
ganging
exhausted
up
now,
on Whippo,
flashing to try to
man.
get away. Canyon coming around from the side. Expect the impale here from the Skarner.
Oh!
Whippo with beautiful footwork to get away from the
Whippo!
3v1.
I genuinely thought Whippo was dead there.
If he would
He
have
didn't
danced
flash
right there,
until
if he would have done the
exhaust
little
came
crunches,
through to
like a
create enough
quick little
space
crunch
between him
spam,
and the bot
that
lane
would have
of
been the
Gen.G.
perfect play I've ever
He's
seen in my
doing a
life.
good job of soaking up
We just needed a real quick boop,
to
boop, you know?
provide space
Like
for
just a
FlyQuest
real
on the bot
quick
side of the
one.
map.
Exactly, and look where that gold is going. It's
Like
going
just
to
two.
Masu here.
I just
pushing
would've
in
loved
that
to-
wave, trying to farm these plates. Whippo
That would've been
really
lit.
stepping up. They've pressured him hard.
But
Gen.G,
he's still
a lot
late.
of their
He's
wins
still
have
late.
been
He
able to
hit a
prey
little
on Whippo
emo.
in the side lanes. They've been able to put
He
him
hit a
really
little
far
emo.
down. And clearly, they are seeing that as the recipe to success. But Whippo's not giving
Just
it to him
some
this
quick
time.
ones.
I'm actually very surprised to see that he's caught
Just
up
some
in
quick
farm to
crunches.
Keen. I'm
We
curious
didn't
as
need
to
a
what
lot.
Keen was
We just
doing
need
in
like
that window
two.
because I wasn't keeping track. But the fact that that gap was closed, Whippo was able to get a bunch of waves on top side. And I guess Keen was at risk of
That's
getting
3
dived,
ganks
so he
on
must have been
Whippo for
zoned a
literally
lot with that
nothing.
high
Yeah, they're
investment
wasting a
from
lot of
FlyQuest on
time,
the
a
bot
lot
side
of
the map.
resources up
'Cause I was
top.
getting worried
They
for
did grab
FlyQuest.
his
The thing about
flash,
that comp
but
is it's exciting. It's cool to look at. The idea behind it is good, but they're conceding a lot in the early game. They don't have a lot of tools to really
game
contest.
5.
And that's why Gen.G is very quick to find these advantages. So finding that punish on the cross map to deny Keen that farm and experience is crucial.
It absolutely is. I mean, it's so important to be able to stay relevant, to stay close in gold, and they've done just that. They're only down 300 gold at this point. You can see Inspired has actually spellbooked over to Ignite, so he does not have Smite right now. So he is trying to look for some sort of a fight. We'll see if he can find it during this window.
Canyon up top again. This time
Canyon,
finding his way
you love
towards Lucio
top
and
lane,
Masu, who have
huh?
swapped up to this part of the map.
You got
but it's
anywhere
not gonna
else
work.
you can
Lucio
go?
is level 6 now.
You need to go
Unbreakable
get some
Will
farm,
available
honey.
on
You
Alistar. We're talking about wombo
lacking.
combos a lot for FlyQuest in this composition.
Not
Part
only
of
are
that
you lacking in the
includes face call
assist,
from Masu, throw
but
Lucio
you're
in there,
lacking in
bowling
the
ball of destruction, the
farm.
original Callista buddy
Do
in
better.
the Alistar
Actually, do
to try to,
worse.
again, have
I'm
that
sorry, my
massive
bad. Do
AoE
worse.
CC.
Do
But back
less.
on Gen.G's side, they've still got a pretty even state in terms of gold. They're still stacking.
Yo, thank you for the 100 bitty bitty bits, my love.
Again, gonna be safe, but under pressure.
Right.
And quietly, we have to note, Inspired is creating a pretty big farm advantage. It's been Canyon nonstop looking for these plays, but not really finding them. And Inspired is just farming away, farming away. Fiddlesticks can be such a threat in these team fights. You find that good ultimate, you can decide the whole game for yourself.
Facts.
All right, the thing I'm still looking at, first 3 grubs
Facts.
did
No
go the way of
printer.
Gen.G. That was back when Inspired was still only level 5. We'll see if FlyQuest can secure any kind of a neutral objective for themselves now, as the second set of grubs is not yet alive, but the Drake is still around, that first spawned Drake, and that's going to be Gen.G's property. Canyon will take it no contest.
Being able to secure those grubs would be a big deal for FlyQuest. I think that something worth noting is, as Zale has mentioned so many times this series, FlyQuest are willing to show restraint. If they feel they're not
Fiddle
strong
doesn't
enough
have
to
smite
fight,
at the
then they will
moment
just
because
concede
he's
the objective.
exchanging
And to their credit,
in
the
ultimate
games that they've won,
spellbook.
they've been more than happy to do that. They've fallen behind before, and they've leveraged their strong team fighting to claw their way back into the game.
My bad.
So the fact that they find themselves at these deficits, sure, is a little bit concerning. It's understandable, but at the end of the day, they're playing for the fights. They're playing for the 5v5.
Exactly, I agree completely, Vetty, and I think it's so interesting when you consider that it wasn't that long ago that there was this narrative about North American teams at Worlds that would do nothing and then just lose the game. You get outplayed in the one fight where you have a shot and then the game would be over. FlyQuest is changing
Why
that
did they change the layout?
No,
I'm not really sure.
You can go toe-to-toe with these teams in a 5v5.
Hopefully they change it
draft
back
correctly, if you play to your win conditions,
soon.
if you execute on a high enough level, you can take on Gen.G head-to-head and beat them.
And right now, that head-to-head is still very close. A few hundred gold, favoring Gen.G overall. Still about a 10 CS lead here for Keen over Bwipo. Still about plus 25 for Chovy in the mid lane. 125 CS here on this Smolder. Just a little bit over 11 minutes into the game. Stacking up a storm. We'll see hopefully so soon whenever we can get an update on what that checkpoint is.
No way they get 6 Void Mites again, right?
Flowers, here comes the fiddle.
Okay. Inspired on the approach, but he is going to walk over a ward. The Sapling's going to see him there as well.
So stack update, Chovy at 120 already here.
Okay.
11 minutes in. That is a ridiculous pace. He's going very fast at this point.
11 minutes and he's already at 120.
CDR, so to be at that point is very impressive. FlyQuest, though, over on the grubs here.
Dude,
Gen.G moving to potentially
he's the
contest.
ultimate stacker. Hey, bro.
Working on all of them.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna need you to chill out, bro.
Drain them all down. There comes
I'm gonna need you to chill
Mob,
out.
but FlyQuest look like they're just going to secure all 3 grubs. No Void Mites for either team in game 5.
FlyQuest is grateful for the leash. 2 ultimates invested, and easy secure from FlyQuest. You can see the idea there from Gen.G. Use those ultimates to try and steal, but great patience from FlyQuest to resist the urge to lower the HP enough to allow the steal.
Exactly, no panic there. And Quad, yes, he is behind, but the disadvantage has stabilized, and he got a call, and it's about to cash out, and that's going to eliminate actually a lot of this gold disparity in the mid lane.
120 on 11 minutes
hanging
is
on, you're laning against
work.
Chovy. It's range versus melee. Of course, Chovy is going to be very far ahead, and now with that call cashing out, he is dead even. He is down
at
less than
138
20
now.
gold behind Chovy, so the mid lane lead is nothing.
Which is crazy, considering he's, what, 30, 25 CS down?
Call's not bad.
Yeah.
Works out, works out. The gold itself for the entire game is now also
Yo,
back
Rin,
to
thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Channel Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Canyon has been all over the map. He's been making trips to mid. He's made a lot of trips up to top, but it hasn't resulted in anything yet for Gen.G. We are 13 minutes into the game, gentlemen. 45 seconds left on the clock till plates fall.
Whoever
no
wins
kills.
this moves
and
on.
this is the game 5 we wanted. No early snowball from either side. It's going to come down to the 5v5s that we wanted to see. And we
How
talked
is
about
Smolder
it in draft,
outforming
this
Yone?
old-school
They
draft,
said that
which is kind of
Smolder
what
normally
defined the
beats
previous
Yone
matches meta on the competitive
in
circuit
lane.
into FlyQuest's
I guess
meta.
just
A
poking them
meta
out.
where they have been experimenting, exploring, and deciding for themselves what they think the strongest champions are on the patch.
And I truly believe this series, this game, could be something
Yeah,
that
just
completely
bullying them.
changes how people perceive draft, how people perceive champion strength, and how people perceive the meta going forward in League of Legends. If FlyQuest is able to
Who's
take
in the
down
lead?
Gen.G,
Well, it's
utilizing
2-2,
champions
so
that
there
no one
is no
else
lead
is
at
playing,
the moment.
doesn't that just
Whoever
mean
wins this
that
takes
people
it.
are not evaluating champion strength correctly?
Oh, yeah. I completely agree.
But it does come down to winning.
It
If you get
does.
close, that doesn't get you semifinals.
People can wipe it away, say it's a fluke, it's a couple games, but you couldn't seal the deal.
The narrative shifts so dramatically right around the win versus the loss.
It
'Cause at the
does.
end of the day, people remember the results,
yes,
not the nuances behind them. And North America don't want to be in a situation where they were close. They want to be in a situation where they can hold their hands up. I mean, they should be proud of this performance regardless. But to get a win would be, I mean, as many have already said, one of the most historic, if not the most historic upsets in world history.
We brought it up in game one, but to remind everybody or to let you know if
Oh,
you weren't
no,
there
they're about
for
to
it,
dive
it
quad.
was all the way back in 2020, the last time that a North
Okay,
American
dive
or
averted.
European, a Western team at all, took a single game off of a Korean team in a best of 5. It was all the way back in 2018, Cloud9 versus a Freak of Freaks. That was the last time that North America beat a Korean team in a best of 5 series. That is 6 long years ago. And now FlyQuest have the chance to get rid of that international ignominy and put
If Fly
themselves
wins
in a
here, does
spot
that mean
where they can make other
T1 will get a
teams
secure
respect
spot in
their presence here at this
finals?
tournament?
No.
Exactly. I mean, it's absolutely
Keenan.
incredible.
No,
you know,
it
for the journey
doesn't.
of these players, and not just the North American players, the European players and Quad, who retired after a disappointing performance in the LCK, where he couldn't even come close to touching the likes of Chovy. Now here in North America, has been really showing up.
Okay, FlyQuest are starting up the Drake, but they're doing it on top of a ward. Busio's going to clear out the control ward from Gen.G in a banana brush on approach, but it looks like Gen.G is not interested in contesting this Drake. FlyQuest going to take that
Okay,
one.
we got the
0
Drake.
stacks on the hard steal so far from Canyon. He is, of course, only recently bought
That
it,
is some negative
but
energy,
Gen.G
IOK.
are
You better switch
conceding
that
his
up real
objectives.
quick.
The gold is swinging into
FlyQuest
FlyQuest's favor.
is
Blade
putting
of
it
the
down.
Ruin King, double
So
on the side
far.
of Quad and Masu. These are big spikes for both these champions, and now the side lane becomes a lot scarier for Chovy.
We've seen this story. Feels 2K. We have seen this story, but FlyQuest is rewriting history this year, baby. Okay?
I think we've seen the difference
So
before,
all I
right?
know is
I want to say that it
FlyQuest
was FlyQuest in their series versus
is
HLE where
putting
they
it
had
down
the soul,
on
and
their
then it
own
was
terms.
Thanks to those additional resources that helped keep football alive so many times.
On their
but
own
Point
terms.
is that 1-to-1 in Dragons right now.
On their own draft,
first
on
blood.
their
We have
own
to be
style.
approaching- No one's pinged me in my ear yet, but we have to be approaching the longest first blood of worlds.
I think it already is, because I remember in an earlier game it being about 13 minutes in when we were called for the longest first blood at Worlds.
Well, they want Quad. It's going to be TPs coming in from both sides. Fate sealed, arrives, but he buffers back through the Impair with a soul unbound. Mom roars in. Quad is low, but he ain't dead yet. Keen's in trouble, but he turns it back around. First blood over to Chovy, and Gen.G get their moment.
An intense play that's not over yet.
Rahen's trying to jump in now and get a little bit more.
Lucio.
Lucio. Oh, he's so very close to death. It was nearly a 2-0 for Gen.G.
A nice dive initially from Gen.G, but the response was a snap
Holy
TP from
moly.
Bwipo. Quad executed so well, utilizing the E to create space, a really quick ultimate onto Chovy. I thought that he was able to outplay, but Keen's Rumble ultimate swung the fight in Gen.G's favor.
I mean, that was incredible from Quad. I want to see
hate
it
it,
one more
man.
time. I mean, he used the E to immune the Skarner ult. He nails the ulti in onto Chovy, snap back, immune Skarner ult, played it incredibly well. I didn't see quite what happened with Busio when he flashed forward. I'm not sure if it was a failed combo or if he did get
I
disengaged
think
on. I kind of want to see that one more time, 'cause there
production
was so
side, it
much
might have
going
bugged
on
out. That's
in
probably
that
why we
little
have the
moment.
different display.
Well, I have now just been informed, yes, that was the latest first
What I
blood
thought.
at this Worlds. Game number 5, slow and steady. Both
17
teams
minutes.
all too
Dude,
aware
he's gonna be
of
on
everything
execute
on the
before 20
line in
minutes.
This one, Chovy continuing to stack up.
He's
down
gonna be
here
on
in the bottom
freaking
lane,
execute
as
before 20
Inspired
minutes,
will
dude.
move up and look to secure the Rift Herald for FlyQuest.
This is quarterfinals,
that,
yes.
Oh, Bwipo needs to be careful. Doesn't have the ulti available.
Does get a nice stun there onto Canyon. Haymakers the rest of the wave just to get rid of it and make sure that Gen.G have to back up.
So as this objective is going down, we'll do a very quick stack check. 212. 18 and a half minutes into the game.
Back in the mid lane, though. Masu caught out of position. Pays and Lehens getting the kill in the FlyQuest carry.
That was the missing flash. Lehens forced his, his cleanse. He forced his cleanse down on that bot side around that skirmish. This time, uses the flash, flashes forward, catches him out. With no cleanse, there was no shot
wake
for
up
Masu
now.
to get out of there.
And that's 2 quick towers secured for Gen.G.
Wake up now, NA.
Mid going their way. They forced Bwipo back. And Chovy.
Wake up now.
I think one more minion. Okay, he's 2 stacks off the 225 mark. So, I mean, Gen.G very quickly
Wake up now,
finding
NA.
an advantage here. As
Come
we
on
enter the
now, we
mid-game.
ain't come this far to fall over like this.
Close. It's not even 1,000 gold.
We did not come this far. We did not fight this hard.
Gen.G do open up the
to
first
just roll
real
over.
lead of the game.
Let's
But
lock the freak
FlyQuest
in now.
well within distance here to make their mark on this, and we're gonna have to find out. Will it be a fight around this next dragon? That's gonna be spawning in 120. The Baron obviously active here in just about 30 seconds. And this game is really ramping up in pressure.
I really want to see FlyQuest get a good setup around this dragon. A minute's time, they need that setup to find the good fight. Remember, their siege, it's really hard to siege against a Smolder
They
and a
got this.
Ziggs.
They got
These
this.
champions can stall for days. So finding good fights, securing objectives are going to be crucial to find an advantage in this game.
And I feel like
Oh,
this
look at
Smolder
Inspired
is just
and
working
Bucio
out so
matching
well
with
for
the
Chovy so
green.
far.
I like
the game
that.
being so low octane, just giving him all that room to farm. You're talking about a player
I like
who
that
is
a lot.
known so well for farming that if you have Chovy farm, it means you're farming way more than you ever should. He's
Yeah,
already
Fiddlesticks
at that
hasn't
final
really
stack mark
been
before 20 minutes into
present
the game. He's already on
in this
Trinity
game
Force
yet.
plus Muramana.
So we
this
haven't
guy
seen-
is set up to be the carry, but inspired with the ult at the wall, immediately into the showstopper coming out from Bwipo. Bucio jumps in, and Chovy is down. Quad goes with the paint seal, looking for Canyon now as well, but he's gonna have to snap back
What's
here in
kind of
just a
unfortunate
moment.
is that shutdown gold went on to
Gen.G's mid
Alistar.
laner finally caught.
That's our one kill on
As much as you
Alistar.
like, FlyQuest will take the kill on him anyway.
Yeah.
Looking to set up for this tower on bot for the next dragon as well.
But
the rewards
you
do
saw
grow,
how I
but
was talking
Chovy's
about
up in
Inspired
20.
hasn't
We'll see
really
if he wants
been
to do
present
anything on
in the
map
game
with this
yet,
TP,
and then
because for
boop,
now, it's
Inspired
Gen.G
ult.
heading out towards top lane.
Immediately.
Looking to take some more gold as the response.
Immediately.
The biggest downside is that the kill went onto Bucio.
Yeah.
500 gold into the Alistar, not optimal, but you'll still take the kill.
We'll definitely
Bot lane
still
tower
take it.
secured. I'm surprised
Get him
FlyQuest chose
off
not
the
to
map,
go for the Drake, but
get some
ultimately it just ended up
turrets.
being an exchange of towers and a big kill onto Chovy.
Worth pointing out here too.
Yeah,
interesting
Ali got it,
organization.
and we
We'll talk
Yone
about it
ulted the
after we do
Skarner.
replay.
So, Inspired, sitting in the brush, managed to make his way in here. Look at how long this little dragon is terrified for.
I
He
freaking
then
love it.
gets
I
CC'd
love it. I
by
love the
Bwipo
fiddle.
into the follow-up from Bucio, securing a
I mean, there were no real targets to ulti afterwards, if you think about it. It was Skarner and Maokai. There were no real targets to ulti after.
On the Alistar, because you're up against both a Rumble and a
It was
Ziggs,
them or no
and
one.
This is going to amplify the damage of the Fiddlesticks in the middle of the fight.
Absolutely, and even the Smolder does some magic damage in there. Plus, there's the Maokai, so I do think it's actually.
Do we know when the last time NA was in semifinals? It was in 2018.
Guys,
6 years
we
ago.
have FlyQuest going for a Baron sneak. Gen.G are none the wiser.
So they have to be suspicious, right? Pays.
No, but look, they shot off the Scryer's Bloom. Okay, finally.
They know.
He's going to throw the Mega Inferno Bomb in there.
Can they finish?
They've got the Baron down to about 5,000. FlyQuest
We are
going for
either
an insane Hail
throwing
Mary
right here
now.
or we
King
are
going
winning
to
the
Panda,
game
now
right
teleports
here.
to come out from Chovy. Bwipo is already dead. Kane's
We
looking to
either
take Inspired on the
threw or
picture
we
now
won.
too, but Kane's going to die. Inspired also drops. 2 for 1. Gen.G. FlyQuest went for the crazy play.
He blasted Masu back in.
A double kill for Chovy. Church is in session.
Everything falls apart for FlyQuest. The idea is so good. While Gen.G is setting up for the dragon, they can steal away the Baron. They have
my
the damage, but
gosh.
they get swatted out.
Oh my god.
Hayes reads the play, and the response from Gen.G
Oh.
was way too fast.
I really wonder if the vision plan on top side actually kind of tipped them off. You know, I know that
Oh,
they realized that people are up
man.
on the top side. I think the idea from FlyQuest is you hit the vision plant and they say, oh, they must just be clearing out
They're
the
checking
wards.
it,
They're
yeah.
checking if it's there. But I do feel like immediately once that went off on the minimap, Gen.G started moving up towards the top side. And I think that might be the deciding play here of this 5th game. They get put so low by this Zigzal. They're tanking the Baron. King gets the equalizer, and he just goes straight in on him with the blast cone.
That control ward as well to allow for the TP. So much damage done by Keen alone. He forces the stopwatch out from Inspired, and then he ends up
Watch the
dropping. And then
blast.
remember the stacks. Oh, the blast cone gets hit as well, knocking Masu back in, allowing Chovy to get a double.
That blast cone was massive. I don't think they were expecting Masu to flash over the wall and be in that spot. So I think it was Quad that hit it, trying to blast himself into a better spot to make a play. And instead, Masu goes back into the river, and now Gen.G with a 4,000 gold lead. It's 23 minutes into the game, and they're bulldozing their way to the FlyQuest Nexus. The bottom lane inhibitor turret falls. Bottom lane inhibitor next on the menu.
Guys, I never wanted us to
trading
be
back
in
a
this
tier 2
spot,
turret up in the
man.
top side.
Yeah, I mean, the
I
wave clear
never
for
wanted us to
FlyQuest
be
is
in this
really,
spot, bro.
really weak here. You've got Kalista, you've got Yone and Set. These champions cannot deal with the Baron Siege, and that's why they've made the choice to just try to play through sides, try to get gold back elsewhere. For now, they are down just above 3,000 gold.
That was
it is
such a
still
high
within
risk,
striking
high
distance.
reward
But
play.
the problem becomes Gen.G have full control of the map. Gen.G still have the Baron, and
we
one
got
more
the
bad
risk.
fight could be the end of Worlds for FlyQuest.
The game was so quiet, so calm for so long. But that's the problem with those Hail Mary plays.
Now we
if
have
you
to
drop
pay
the
for
ball,
our sins.
all of a sudden you are staring down the barrel of terror. Over the wall, though, go Inspired and Quad. They find the pick onto Keen.
They're not giving
with
up
two
though.
ultimates.
Thank you, FlyQuest. Thank you for reminding me. We're not giving up. We still in this. We still gonna try. We still are in the game. The Nexus has not exploded. Thank you, FlyQuest, for not giving up. I had not. I lost hope. I'm not gonna lie. I did lose hope. They said we still gonna fight. We gonna fight to the very end, and I appreciate them for that.
Yone definitely very strong.
I appreciate them for that.
Chovy, though,
Same family, you're good.
Has the QSS now, gets that much harder. He's approaching that rapid fire cannon as well, as Canyon will live this, but that is the Sterix being procced, and now FlyQuest getting corralled a little
The
bit
game's
here.
not over.
Yeah, Busio flashing over the wall, trying to make the play on Canyon, but he wasn't
The game's
fast enough
not
to get the
over.
headbutt the other way. Lahen's coming in, trying to help him, but Jovi's ready. Mom's already been summoned. Canyon's low, but he ain't gonna be killed
Set
off here just
behind.
yet. And
TP
already
coming
Quad
in.
bites the dust. FlyQuest again overextending, looking for their way into the back line, but a double kill over to Jovi. Bwipo's gonna die next. Gen.G are slaughtering them. A triple for the mid laner. Jovi will not be denied.
FlyQuest try to go for another pick. They think that they've caught Canyon out of position, but he uses his ultimate to pull FlyQuest right into the waiting arms of Chovy. The flank from Bwipo looked good, but the play just didn't come to fruition, and Gen.G back in the driver's seat.
They just didn't have the damage to make it happen. There's no ult in Inspired, and Masu wasn't even there, so they can't finish off these kills, and now Masu gonna get caught out. He's gonna go down as well.
Surely there is no way out here for a Kalista. They'll give the
Is
kill
there a
over to
reason
Keen
he's
this
in their jungle
time.
like
And
that?
Gen.G, over the course of 5 minutes, have taken a dead even game and shoved it straight through the heart of FlyQuest.
A crushing situation for FlyQuest to find themselves in. Chovy's gonna TP in, Busio.
Chovy just not afraid of this Alistar whatsoever. No respect needed, no respect given. Gen.G looking to put pressure on the tier 3 turret on the top side and mid lane at the same time.
They did get flash off
All
Chovy,
because
though,
they
so he
wanted an
TP's in,
early
he
Baron,
loses his
bro.
flash, so that could be a small way in.
Like, I get
for
it. They
FlyQuest.
wanted
Let's
to
see if
play
they can find
cheeky.
it.
They wanted to
FlyQuest
play
are gonna
with
have
like
to
a
find
high
something
tempo.
big,
They
'cause
wanted to
Gen.G just keep the pressure
really
on.
get
Mid
the
lane
odds
tier
in our
3 is
favor,
already
but
out,
this
and
is
now
what
the inhibitor
happens.
could be next. But Gen.G respecting what might happen with the Fiddlesticks, backing themselves away. They throw the equalizer in a spot where even if they did get jumped on, it would be so hard for FlyQuest to follow up. Super minions continuing to pour in the bottom lane.
Exactly, it's just getting harder and harder here for FlyQuest. They lost
I
that bot
love
lane
this
inhibitor.
stream.
Has
What's
been
up,
a
little
thorn in
bro?
their side ever since. You're down
Bro,
more than
like, what the
6,000
heck,
gold
bro?
here. Chovy did lose his flash,
heck,
but still has
man?
the QSS, has those 3 items, has an immense
It's not
amount
over,
of
guys.
stacks
It's
now.
not over. We gotta remember that.
315
It's
on
not
the
over.
Smolder. It's just
It's
going to get
not
harder and harder, it feels
over.
like, for FlyQuest. And when you lose full control of the map,
The game
it's so
is
tough
still
for
going.
Fiddlesticks to really find any angles, to really find any surprising ways to start a fight.
We need the 5-man fiddle ulti.
So
It's still
important.
possible. It's still possible.
You mentioned it, Azelle. That Baron really was the crux the turning point.
It really was.
And as much as
it was an
we'd love
even
to sit
game
here
up
and say that,
until
like,
then.
FlyQuest have potential angles back into the game, the problem is you go to the bottom of your scoreboard and you see Chovy, 300 CS, 6 one-on-one scoreline with 3 items completed and a QSS to mitigate the fear from Inspired.
And when people want to talk about Chovy as one of the best, if not the best players in the world, you have to step up in these big moments. He has been able to do just that for Gen.G in this 5th game. Got a big lane advantage, has been pulling that through into the team fights. Busio, though, looking for a potential long flank here. FlyQuest needs to get creative, and they need to be able to find a way in.
Gen.G, they broke open the game.
I think they gambled
with the
this
Baron,
game
with
away.
the punish on FlyQuest
They really
sneak.
did.
And now with the Baron alive again, they are in total control.
Oh, no.
Inspired and Masu in a very compromised position. Busio coming around to try to help them. Inspired has Ghost on his Summoner Spellbook to try to join up. Busio now looking to reinforce the lines as well, but it looks like it's going to be so hard for Bwipo to make
lining
his way
up
into
for the
fight
ults.
as they have to try to save Busio now.
Here it
Masu
comes.
barely hanging on. Inspired
Can
back
we
on the
make
wall here with
this
a
play
Growth Storm, but it
happen?
ain't
Can we
gonna be
make
enough just
this
yet.
play
Masu can't
work?
even find any damage. Pei stays alive.
Masu can't even
Redemption for a
auto.
heal. Chovy's dominating, and Masu burns. Keen gets the kill, and Bwipo will just try to get away from Lehens and Pays. A double kill for Keen. FlyQuest is aced.
All 5 members of FlyQuest drop, and Gen.G will crush the hopes of North America.
Gen.G was pushed to the limit. They were pushed to the edge, but they were built for these situations. They were built for victory. They were built to win, and they will do just that.
Is Inspired yelling at
Whether
Bwipo?
it's 5, it does not matter. Gen.G has a date with Destiny and the semifinals.
When Gen.G got
Did y'all
the
see
lead,
that?
they did not let go of it. FlyQuest, they inspired so many. They did what so many did not expect, and as you said, Flowers, they pushed Gen.G to their very limit.
The series was a battleground from start to finish. Analyst Desk, it's all you.
I mean,
When
we
they
gotta
needed
admit,
him
guys,
most,
they gave it their
Chovy
all.
heard the call. He locked in the smolder.
They gave it their
and
all.
He went Super
They
Saiyan
tried their
in
best.
This game together
They
with
gave
a squad,
Gen.G a real run
that
for
did
their
not
money.
want to make this
They did.
be a blemish on what
Even
they want
though,
to
as
achieve
NA,
at Worlds. They adapted and they overcame, and they're going to the semifinals.
And it was a risk.
Even though we lost,
You leave the Yone open, you say, look,
They
I'm going to
still
take this motor and I can
represented NA.
answer this. And Gen.G, they slowed the game down massively, but these 5 men that are about to take it down in front of you, they have more than
GG's
earned the respect
FlyQuest.
of the international stage.
Thank you, FlyQuest.
Thank you,
for
FlyQuest.
making us believe. I will remember this series forever. Huge
I don't think
respect.
anybody can forget this series.
They made me proud. I hope they made all the fans at home proud.
They were so Inspired is pissed.
First game win.
I'm
third
pretty
game
sure
win.
that man was yelling at
Willing
Bwipo.
to pull out stuff like Fiddlesticks and set in game 5. And we're going to see how Gen.G does in the rest of this tournament. There's a chance this is the closest Gen.G gets pushed to elimination. We don't know what's going to happen in semifinals and finals. Gen.G only lost 3 series this entire year.
Ox, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Not as he should.
They absolutely did.
I mean, whose fault was that? Was it whoever called the Baron play?
I want to dive into in a little bit as
Whoever
well.
called the Baron play, I
These
think
are the kind of
not deserves the blame,
because
but
of the way you have approached these best of 5s versus teams that
may
you're
have-
never meant to beat, like an
Oh my
HLE,
gosh, look at the coaches.
like a Gen.G that
Hey, bro, y'all on
inspire
camera, bro.
generations and inspire a region and the
Yeah,
young
I wanna
talent
know
in the
who called the
region that is
Baron.
waiting to step up and which Masu, Busio are a part of, right?
I want to
And
know who
think
called the
that's-
Baron.
That's beautiful, but like, oh my God, I wish they could have just finished the game 5. But you know what I mean, right?
I know the feeling because it got down to the game 5, but I'm still so proud and so happy
I'm
for them.
proud
Like you say, Masu
of-
here.
I'm
he
proud
won
of getting
Rookie
the
of
game
Year.
5 against
He is still
Gen.G.
a rookie, and he is shining so bright. I love what FlyQuest have done with this roster. The growth that we have
Whoever
seen from
called
them
the
over
Baron
the
should
course
have
of
to
this
walk
year
home,
does
walk
inspire
Quest.
a lot. And Gen.G, they're not
You're
done yet.
such a
Like, their
mess for
sights
that.
this entire time have been set on finals, have been set on winning, and that is the direction they're going.
Yeah, I mean, for FlyQuest as well, it was them playing their game. They never bowed to anyone. They never looked at anyone and said, no, we need to adapt because we can't beat them with our style.
Away.
They looked at every player, every
Smolder,
legend that has touched our game and said, no,
I'm over here giving him love and affection.
That's what you should be so proud of.
I think the greatest successes that we have had across the history of the entire game is when teams do just that. They stay true to themselves,
so it's going to be Gen.G versus T1.
Like you say, in game number 5,
maybe
pulled out Fiddlesticks,
it was me. I called the Baron.
This whole tournament, FlyQuest refused to follow the
Why
path
did you do that to us?
Still the youngest team as well. They're the youngest team. Busio, super young. Quad, super young. Inspired is shockingly young despite all of his success and his experience.
Yeah, we got a lot of unique picks in this best of 5. It was a very fun series.
They pulled out all the stops. Look at this. Seraphine, Cassidy, Nunu, Set, Fiddlesticks.
It was a very fun series.
In this series alone, I'm very disappointed, but very grateful.
And all of
about
Worlds,
what
right?
we got to see today.
All of Worlds for them.
We showed that we don't just like roll over. We don't just lay down and take it.
Masu.
It was such a fun ride, though. Everyone sounds so depressed on this. What the hell? I'm still. It was such a fun ride to go on.
Yeah, let's make sure
you have to have respect
we rewatch
from the
that Baron play,
perspective
bro.
of Gen.G, seeing all these
Let's
picks come
rewatch
their
that a
way,
couple times.
and seeing the things that FlyQuest were trying to do
Just
in
a couple.
this series to throw
We don't have to drill it in today, but we're going to have to go over that in scrims, bro. We don't have to.
Joker narrative
during practice, we're going to have to go over that.
And Gen.G stood tall, and they were able to defeat it.
Their own picks, too. Cassidy and Nidalee.
They need to cool off before watching that film. It might be a little emotions are high type of moment.
2 games of Maokai support in a row. They pulled out their own sauce as well that is going to be a threat against T1 next round.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for that best of 5 versus T1 as well, I got to say, right? Because Gen.G has always had the upper hand.
I don't know why they didn't, because that was the time to like play around, right?
It's all on the cards.
And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Gen.G are going to be stronger because of this. 5 games out here with the audience. They've talked about it.
It's an
honorable
loss.
We're going to talk to Canyon on stage.
Quelle série incroyable ici. Messieurs, dames, du bruit pour Canyon et pour Gen.G, vos deuxièmes de finalistes.
Dang, I'm salty.
Canyon, thank you so much for joining me. Jason, thank you so much for being with me as well. Je pense qu'une première question qui s'impose ici, c'est comment on se sent après 5 games comme ça, après avoir été poussé dans ces retranchements par l'Amérique du Nord. Canyon, what are your first thoughts about this series after being led to Game 5 by FlyQuest? How do you feel right now?
정말 5세트까지 가는 접전이었는데요. 지금 드는 생각이 궁금합니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 지금 드는 소감은 정말 다행이다라는 생각과 그래도 이겼으면 됐지라는 생각이 제일 강합니다.
Right now, I am so relieved, and a win is a win, so I'll take that.
Une victoire est une victoire, on la prend,
That
et c'est
man's a
surtout du soulagement
disgusting
ici
Nidalee, bro.
pour Canyon. Un soulagement qu'on n'aurait peut-être pas attendu, étant donné que Gen.G sont forcément une des équipes favorites. Et ce qui caractérise Gen.G généralement, c'est le contrôle, maintenir le rythme de la game. Et ici, c'est vraiment pas ce qu'ils ont réussi à faire durant cette série. Donc, qu'est-ce qui a été compliqué ici? I think when you think about Gen.G and your style, it has to be control. It has to be the fact that you're going to be in control of the pace of the game and dictate the pace of the game. And it feels like throughout the entire series, you were not able to do so. I'm just wondering why.
사실 젠지라는 팀을 떠올릴 때 언제나 좀 지배적인 모습이 많이 나왔는데요. 언제나 게임의 컨트롤을 할 수 있고 언제나 템포를 본인들이 원하는 대로 끌고 갈 수 있는 그런 팀이었는데 이번 시리즈에서는 그런 모습이 잘 나오지 않았던 것 같습니다. 어느 점이 가장 어려웠나요?
일단 상대방이 1세트 때부터 준비를 엄청 잘해왔다고 생각했고 이제 그 순간 뭔가 저희가 긴장을 했는지는 모르겠는데 좀 초반에 많은 실수들이 나오면서 상대에게 초반 게임 주도권을 내준 게 좀 큰 실책이라고 생각해요.
She
From
does,
the get-go
Kat.
in game number 1, I realized their prep was so on point. I think that maybe could have gotten into our minds. So we were feeling a little nervous after that, and then we started making a lot of early game mistakes, and we were not having prio. So I think that was the biggest kind of hurdle here.
La préparation de FlyQuest était vraiment au point ici. Et après l'issue de la Game 1, justement, ils se sont demandé si ça n'allait pas trop leur monter à la tête et si ça n'allait pas leur empêcher justement de dérouler leur jeu. Ça leur a fait faire beaucoup d'erreurs dans les débuts de la partie. Et il a fallu se ressaisir justement pour gagner la série à la fin. Et quand je pense à la préparation de FLYQUEST, ils en avaient parlé, ces pics qui sont un petit peu uniques et justement le fait qu'ils peuvent innover dans la méta. Et j'ai l'impression que pendant ces Worlds, on peut jouer à peu près n'importe quoi. Et c'est surtout ça qui est important et c'est surtout ça qui peut faire la différence dans une préparation. On va voir ce qu'il en pense. I think that something that is typical of the meta right now at Worlds is that you can pretty much play anything. And I think about Fiddlesticks, for instance, that Inspired was playing in the last game. What is your take on the meta right now and how flexible you can be and how many opportunities it can open for you guys to draft?
이번 월즈 메타는 굉장히 유연하다고 생각하거든요. 굉장히 많은 픽들이 언제나 등장할 수 있는 그런 상황이고 오늘 경기에서도 피들스틱 픽이 등장했잖아요. 그런 만큼 현재 메타에 대한 캐니언 선수의 생각이 궁금하고요. 또 본인 스스로 어떤 픽을 좀 꺼낼 수 있을 것 같으신지 젠지 자체는 또 어떤 다양한 픽을 꺼낼 수 있다고 생각하시나요?
일단 이번 롤드컵 메타는 확실히 엄청 다양한 챔피언이 나올 수 있게 좀 이제 밸런스가 잘 맞다고 생각하고 있고요. 이제 저희 젠지도 이제 많은 챔피언을 좀 준비하고 있는데 아마 다음 대회도 쓸 기회가 엄청 많다 생각해요. 왜냐면 요새 좀 메타가 그렇다 생각해서. 네.
Yeah, I agree that right now this meta kind of allows us to play whatever. You know, we can play whatever we want to try. Gen.G has been cooking stuff up actually in the kitchen, so I think in the next match we'll be able to showcase what we were prepping because the meta allows us to do so.
Effectivement, la méta permet beaucoup de choses ici et apparemment il se passe des choses dans la cuisine de Gen.G qu'ils ont préparées. On n'a pas pu les voir aujourd'hui, mais j'imagine que c'est quelque chose qu'on verra la semaine prochaine contre T1. Ce qui m'amène à ma question suivante. Gen.G contre T1, je ne saurais même pas dire combien de fois on a vu ce match-up, mais on sait généralement dans quel sens ça va, en tout cas sur ces dernières itérations. On a vu que Faker hier était vraiment hype à l'idée, il voulait un banger justement pour cette série, donc on va voir ce que Canyon peut en penser. Gen.G versus T1, I don't know how many times we've seen this matchup, but this is going to be the semifinals for you guys next week. What is the anticipation for you, Canyon? Because talking to Faker yesterday, he wants a banger.
또 한 번의 젠지 T1 젠지 매치업이 성사되었고 다가오는 4강전이 바로 그 큰 무대에서 또 젠지 T1전을 치르실 예정인데요. 어제 인터뷰에서 페이커 선수는 또 한 번의 즐거운 경기, 좀 재밌는 경기를 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같다고 했는데 캐니언 선수는 다가오는 4강전 어떤 모습을 예상하고 있나요?
일단 어제 T1의 경기를 봤을 때 엄청 잘하더라고요. 그래서 저희가 좀 더 발전하지 않으면 좀 엄청 힘든 경기가 될 것 같고 뭐 그래도 저는 T1이랑 만날 때마다 확실히 엄청 재밌고 이제 뒤죽박죽한 경기를 많이 했던 걸로 생각해서 이번 경기도 확실히 엄청 재밌을 것 같아요.
I also watched T1 perform yesterday. They were doing such a great job, and I kind of realized unless we up our game next week, I think it could be a very tough one for us as well. But every time we play up against T1, it's a very messy one. We have a lot of fun, so I'm excited to play.
C'est toujours le bazar quand ils affrontent T1. C'est toujours des moments assez mémorables. Et quand il a regardé T1 jouer hier, il s'est rendu compte qu'ils étaient très forts et qu'il va falloir vraiment qu'ils s'améliorent justement pour arriver à leur niveau la semaine prochaine. Je ne peux pas le laisser partir sans qu'il vous laisse un message. La journée a été longue, la série a été longue. Donc est-ce que Canyon a un message pour vous? The atmosphere was amazing today. I don't know how much you felt it, but people were cheering for you, cheering for FLYQUEST, cheering for anyone, cheering for esports. Is there anything you want to tell the French fans today?
그리고 오늘 현장의 열기가 정말 대단했습니다. 젠지를 뜨겁게 응원해주시고 플라이도 뜨겁게 응원해주시고 e스포츠 그 자체를 사랑하는 마음으로 모두가 엄청난 에너지를 보내주셨는데요. 혹시 현장에 계신 팬분들께 그리고 시청하고 계신 모든 분들께 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
일단 오늘 경기장에서 응원해주신 분들 그리고 이제 시청해주시는 분들 정말 감사드리고요. 여러분들 덕분에 저희도 이렇게 큰 경기장에서 재밌게 게임할 수 있어서 그래도 정말 즐겁습니다. 그리고 다음 경기도 잘 준비해서 꼭 재밌는 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 땡큐.
I really appreciate all the support coming from you guys. You know, thank you for coming down to support us. Also, thank you for watching online to support us. Next match as well, we will be able to deliver another banger for you guys. I will do my best. Thank you.
Il fera et ils feront de leur mieux la semaine prochaine et il est éternellement reconnaissant du soutien que vous leur avez tous apporté aujourd'hui. Paris, encore une fois, pour Canyon et pour Gen.G, s'il vous plaît.
Well,
congratulations to Canyon and Gen.G. He said
congrats
thank you, and Faker
to
said
Canyon and Gen.G. Let's go over the schedule real quick. So, as y'all know, we said goodbye to LNG, and Weibo has made their way to semifinals. We also said goodbye to HLE with Gen.G. So the top LPL teams, both Chinese teams, made it and will be playing on Saturday. Yesterday, we said goodbye to Top Esports with T1 moving on, and today we say goodbye to FlyQuest, which means Gen.G versus T1 will be played next week. It's a very, very sad road that they had to go down. I think if they went versus Weibo, they would have made it, but it's fine. We pulled out all the stops versus a top team. One of the teams that was projected, is still projected. I projected to win Worlds, and we took them to game 3. We made them look shaky. We can't be too upset about it. So, but we move on. Next week is semifinals. I will be there in person. So I don't think I'll be co-streaming it, but we're going to see some great games. I hope y'all enjoy the games. I don't know if I'll be able to co-stream it from the venue. I'll ask, but dang, what a way to end quarterfinals, you know? I do project BLG winning versus Weibo. And honestly, I'm going to say, I don't know who's going to win versus Gen.G versus T1. I think that's going to be another best of 5, honestly. But I do hope to see BLG in finals. I think that would be great. Sad, dude. Actually sad. But I think I have used up all of my adrenaline. And then I'm going to end stream, go take a nap. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll see y'all tomorrow at regular time, 12 o'clock. Yeah, I'm going back to sleep. I still got my PJs on, so that'll work out. I love y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed the games today. The games today were electric. They were fire. You can't even be mad at it. You can't even hate. So good series overall. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific. Love you guys so much. And until then, I wish you nothing but W's in your games.